menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke MPF buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi abis ini. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Top 3 klasemen dan low 3 klasemen. Baiklah, gimana Bang Pior?
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, Walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken down the
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global nih. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Pasti puas hanya dibeli-beli.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
Untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends с днем рождения. Тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. The opening, yeah, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki blinkers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Pasti puas hanya dibeli-beli.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
rank ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения. Тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Keluar dari venue sesuai arahan kru.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MPL Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MSCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MPL Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MSCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Pasti puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup. Gerbang untuk menjadi
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu.
Live from Mahaka Square, Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy, official gaming phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
MPL Indonesia Season 12 babak playoff. 6 tim terbaik telah hadir setelah melalui 2 bulan lebih dari regular season yang begitu sengit dan tiada akhir. Pertarungan akan semakin memanas karena semuanya ingin menjadi yang teratas.
Jadilah saksi kemegahan pertarungan Raja Galaksi. Karena di 2 tim terataslah tersisip harapan untuk melihat kembali kejayaan Indonesia di ajang M5 World Championship.
5 hari penuh aksi. Semua tim akan berhati-hati. Raja Galaksi adalah title yang ingin mereka nantikan.
Go big or go home. Menghantui setiap persaingan, pertandingan, sekaligus juga menjadi tantangan seluruh tim. Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita saksikan MPL Indonesia Season 12 Playoffs. We own this!
Babak regular season tersengit telah kita lewati. Penentuan sampai detik akhir harus terjadi. Namun, dinasti Onyx dan RRQ masih tegak berdiri. Walaupun begitu, para penantang telah siap dan tak gentar untuk meruntuhkan dominasi para Raja Galaksi. Permainan solid sang Raja Langit selalu membuat lawannya sulit. Setiap lini role Onyx begitu power. Siapapun bisa jadi playmaker. Ini jadi alasan di Indonesia tahta mereka di upper selama 6 season tidak pernah tergeser. Kini di season 12, permainan fleksibilitas dan kolektivitas mereka akan mengganas untuk sekali lagi membuktikan bahwa merekalah yang terpantas dan membawa kembali identitas Indonesia sebagai yang teratas. membawa pilar baru dari Myanmar. RRQ membawakan permainan yang anyar, permainan agresif yang gencar, membuat early pressure mereka buat siapapun gemetar. Belum lagi naiknya performa Skylar yang menambah kuatnya pilar Sang Raja. Gameplay dengan output yang tidak pernah absen, permainan yang independen dengan pool hero yang paten. Bukan tidak mungkin dirinya menjadi the next alien. Walau sampai sekarang, sang legenda Lemon masih bermain dan konsisten menunjukkan dirinya masih kompeten. Kini, sang raja kembali ingin mengklaim kembali tahtanya. Akankah FIFA RRQ sekali lagi kembali menggema di panggung dunia? Juara bertahan MSC 2023 siap untuk mempertahankan tahta kerajaan langit. 2 season berturut-turut memegang titel Raja Galaksi tidak menjadikan mereka puas. Apakah mereka akan menjadi tim pertama yang menjadi juara MPL ID 3 season beruntun? Mari kita sambut Sang Raja Langit, Oni! Walaupun dicemooh dan diremehkan di awal season, tetapi mereka berhasil membuktikan bahwa kehilangan 2 pilar bukanlah sebuah masalah. Bersama pemain-pemain baru, dominasi tetap terjadi. Sekali lagi, Sang Raja ingin mengukuhkan posisi mereka sebagai Raja Galaksi. Inilah dia, tim RRQ. Lima season bersama-sama mendominasi menjadikan Royal Bestie bukan sekedar kata-kata, tapi memang bukti nyata. Akankah ada penantang yang berhasil mengkudeta dominasi 5 season Royal Bestie? Ataukah dominasi masih akan terus berlanjut? Sempat menjalankan misi membawa nama Indonesia melambung, dukungan menggaung, menang disanjung. Namun ketika tersandung, hujatan tidak terbendung. Mereka hanya mau melihat hasil nyata, namun tutup mata dengan proses dari Sang Alpha. Mereka telah bertransformasi, kita pun harus mengapresiasi. Karena apapun hasilnya, mereka telah berjuang. Sehingga teriakan dukungan juga harus lebih kencang, lebih lantang, untuk meneriakkan bahwa mereka pantas jadi pemenang. Kegagalan mereka di ISF 2023 tidak membuat mereka patah semangat, namun menjadi motivasi untuk melakukan ribut agar dapat merebut tahta para raja. Inilah sang penantang pertama, The Rising Team Bigatron Alpha. Genderang perang mulai menderam, para kuda hitam mulai kembali dan mengancam. Pada kesempatan kedua, tentunya kedua tim tidak ingin hasil yang sia-sia. Dengan kekuatan baru, darah muda yang terus memburu kemenangan, masuknya para rookie membuat kita diyakinkan bahwa tahta bisa mereka duduki, bahwa era para raja bisa mereka sudahi. Nile dan Auditizi, debutan yang berawal dari akar rumput, kini hadir untuk mimpi yang terjemput, untuk saling merebut kemenangan di panggung terbesar. Di MPL Indonesia Season 12, mereka adalah panutan bagi siapapun yang ingin berjuang. Mereka bisa meraih impian. Pertama kalinya berhasil lolos playoff bersama-sama, kedua tim ini ingin membuktikan kalau mereka adalah para pejuang sejati. Nile dan Auditizi akan membuktikan bahwa rookie tidak dapat dianggap remeh. Berada di playoff bukan sekedar lewat saja, tapi untuk bersaing memperebutkan singgasana para raja. Mari kita sambut The Warrior, Geek Farm, dan Rebellion Zion! Sang legenda kembali, bukan hanya untuk menjadi pemanis, tapi mereka akan rebut kendali. Kuat, sepuh, dengan banyak pengalaman yang ditempuh, dikombinasikan dengan anak baru dengan performa ampuh, membawa petaka untuk siapapun yang meremehkan anak dewa. Meski di musim ini datang sebagai pemula, ingat, Dewa memiliki pemula yang menjuarai MPL Indonesia untuk pertama kalinya. Untuk anak Dewa, mari rapatkan barisan menjadi bala bantuan untuk menjadi pemain ke-6 dengan dukungan yang tak habis-habisnya kita berikan. Datang bukan hanya untuk menjadi pemanis, tapi datang untuk tersenyum manis. Itulah kalimat yang menjadi bukti nyata perjuangan mereka sampai di sini. Sang debutan playoff sudah siap mengguncang kerajaan. Mari berikan tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk the newcomer, Dewa United Esports! Keempat tim penantang telah memasuki arena, siap untuk bertarung melawan dua raja dan merebut titel Raja Galaksi. Siapakah dua dari keenam tim ini yang akan mendapatkan kesempatan untuk mengembalikan kejayaan Indonesia di ajang M-Series yang akan datang? Para legenda, pemain-pemain dengan prestasi bukan main. Nama-nama yang telah tercatat oleh sejarah sebagai yang terbaik di dunia. Namun, itu semua hanya historis, karena sampai sekarang perjuangan belum juga habis. Kini tibalah masa para pewaris, di mana setiap dedikasi mereka akan kita apresiasi, di mana setiap uji yang mereka lalui akan kita puji, di mana sekali lagi kita akan jadi saksi dari lahirnya kembali Indonesia Supremasi. Dua tim terbaik akan membawa nama Indonesia di M5 World Championship 2023. ...2019 merupakan pertama dan terakhir kalinya Piala M-Series menjadi milik kita. All Indonesian Final sempat menjadi bukti nyata kalau Indonesia adalah yang terbaik. Mari kita sama-sama dukung semua tim yang akan bertanding. Siapapun yang akan mewakili Indonesia nanti adalah dua tim terbaik yang dapat mengembalikan kejayaan yang sudah lama kita nantikan. Mari menjadi saksi pertarungan galaksi di MPL Indonesia Season 12 Playoff. We own this!
Kayak gue mau bilang ini season paling keras lah ya. Soalnya kerasa banget lah, kayak perjuangan yang lain-lain gitu. Kayak tim-tim yang mau banget lolos playoff.
Ini season 12, ini benar-benar sampai di week ke-7 pun masih berat banget untuk klasemen yang ada.
Semuanya selalu saling mengalahkan. Ini season paling the best nih buat di MPL kalau kata gue.
Nice try untuk Aura Fire, Alter Ego, dan EVOS Legends.
Semoga banget lah dari gua pribadi sama tim gua kita tetap konsisten, tetap ada api yang sangat gede lah buat juara di playoff nanti.
Dan game ditutup oleh Onyx. Match terakhir mereka sangat manis.
Pokoknya kita maunya back to back kan, 10, 11, 12. Jadi tim Indonesia lah ya, yang pertama 3 kali juara MPL berturut-turut.
Awal-awal emang kita sempat struggle lah di pre-season itu dan semua orang meremehkan kita di MPL season 12 ini.
Kick Pop! Sang pengejar upper mereka ingin menurunkan arah.
Cuma disitulah kita semua bareng-bareng termotivasi lah.
Raja memastikan langganan upper mereka. Once again, let's go!
Gua cuman mau minta buat kita
di satu tim ini jangan ada trust issue saling meragukan satu sama lain sampai kita selesai playoff. Karena tujuan kita bukan cuma ngisi slot di playoff tapi pengen sampai ke M5.
Mendapatkan kemenangan yang sangat-sangat mereka inginkan.
Bigetron semakin terpuruk di zona merah.
Dan gue percaya nanti di playoff kita walaupun belum ketemu titik terangnya mungkin sekarang waktunya bangkit aja sih.
Mereka benar-benar harus melewati sebuah jalan yang begitu terjal untuk bisa masuk ke dalam babak playoff. Enak banget sial, enak banget sial.
Ini konteksnya lawan Dewa doang ya.
Iya.
Kalau lawan Dewa gampang. Masa kalah sama anak baru, Bude?
Gua gak tahu sih entah mereka ngeremehin atau gimana. Tapi menurut gua mereka ngeremehin sih. Karena mungkin kita disebut tim baru, jadi mereka jatuhnya kayak oh ini bisa aja. Bisa ini main santai-santai.
Karena memang dengan 2-0 ini Dewa makin melambung tinggi dengan 7 match kemenangan.
Sang Banteng Biru yang hampir tidak terhentikan. Mari kita sambut, ini dia, Rebellion Siap.
Gue bilang makasih buat semuanya, buat teman-teman gue, buat manajemen, buat coaching staff.
Udah anggap aja ini terakhir, main aja udah selepas kalian gimana.
Tanpa kalian ya kita mungkin nggak bisa lolos playoff kali ya.
Jadi MPL Arena, mana tepuk tangannya?
The day of reckoning is here. The trumpets are calling and the fates of two teams will be decided. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 12 and thank you for tuning in to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna and here with me is Gani as well as Mirko as we are live in Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia to witness greatness and to witness history. But of course, before we begin the first match to open the playoffs today, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. And of course, if you guys want to catch us on our official broadcast, you can do so on Maxstream, Free Sports, as well as video. We also want to thank our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, Gani, again, right, the opening of the playoffs. It has been an arduous, tedious journey for 8 weeks straight. And here we are to open it up.
We're opening up with 9 teams back in the regular season, down with 6. And my goodness, we got a full action-packed 5 days incoming.
I mean, taking a look at the track record from all the other regions here in the road to M5, it's been hell much more entertaining compared to the road to MSC. 4-0 grand finals across the board. Season 11 MPL ID, MPL Malaysia, and MPL PH. Yeah, it was not it, man. 4-0s, we never want to see it, but this season, so far, the setup has been great, right? MPL Malaysia has just recently wrapped up, just last week, actually, and we went all the way to 4-3. Mythic Seal against the Burmese Ghouls, a new roster up against X-Falcon, 4-3. We're seeing MCC as well, and other regions all go full games. Cambodia as well, man. CFU versus Hearn, that was a banger.
And that's the thing, right? It just really shows that not only is the competitive level of our region only, but the rest of the regions are also just really stepping up. And it's so insane to see that everyone is competing at the highest level to get that M5 slot. And it begins with this. It begins with these two teams that very uncannily actually made their way throughout the regular season and now making it into the playoffs.
The fated Kingslayer versus the next Kingslayer. Onyx Nile from Onyx Prodigy, now loaned to Geek Fam. He has really given Geek Fam what they really needed in that jungle. A new young jungler with the mechanics to play on stage and to I would say, go on par with a lot of the talent that we have on or in MPL Indonesia Season 12. Meanwhile, for Watt, complete opposite. Niall, first season, he's a debut player. He's a rookie. For Watt, he's been in the game since Season 1, winning it in Season 1, and becoming the Kingslayer, getting that title in Season 7 by knocking RRQ out in the first day. The worst performance from RRQ ever was in Season 7 when Watt decided to put his gaming hat on.
And the trend continues, seems like, right? With this upcoming match, Geek Fam, will they become the next Kingslayer, or will it still the veteran, the Watt, that we all know what he has in store for us? So again, this is going to be a very, very intense battle because one team, Eternal Miracle, will go home.
We're going to say goodbye to 2 more teams. So if we already suffered heartache on, I think, the last few days of the regular season, we're now going to have to face a similar kind of feeling today. And it all depends on this match and then the match ahead of us. And one of them is actually your team, Mirko. But before we, jump into that second match, let's go back to this first match. Geek as well as Dewa United. We know what they were able to do in the first leg. In the second leg, it was the Dewa United being able to win it 2-0 in both legs of the regular season. Now the question is, we had 2-week break. Any differences that we might be expecting today?
Definitely, right? We saw a big patch hit in the regular season, and a lot of the teams were really struggling to either adapt, and some teams were actually adapting really fast. One of them is Geek Fam, the team that has been utilizing the healers, Mathilda, Rafaela, the Beloyski heroes on stage and doing really well. On the other side, I would say Dewa is in the opposite end. In the regular season, they were finding it really, really hard to adapt to the current patch because of Shaco. The roamer is more of a flashy initiator, pick-off style roamer, and it doesn't really fit this new healer setup. 2 weeks has given them that time to adapt. Maybe we'll see Shaco on healers, or maybe we'll see them double down on these pick-offs, on these initiators, to try to fight those healers head-on in a clash.
Maybe the viewers are wondering here, Mirko, in this current meta, in this current situation that we're in, maybe you can give your 2 cents as well, Gani, as to, does it mean if you have a roamer that can't adapt to the support meta, does that make your team weaker?
You know what? If you really think about it, it does give you a disadvantage. But then again, if it really sticks to your identity, if the pick-off style with the crowd control, heavy crowd control heroes composition is your play style, is your identity, you know it that well, I think you should not take risk in learning a new composition, a new strat. Sure, 2 weeks, a lot of time, but then again, if you're really confident, if you're that confident with your own identity, might as well not take the risk.
Agree?
I have to agree, man. I mean, doubling down is something that we have seen from a lot of teams, and most of the successful teams, the teams who have actually lifted the trophy, has been teams who play towards their strengths, not to try to, strengthen their weaknesses. Sure, you want to try to cover that up, but cover that up with the strengths that you have. If you're an initiator, if you have a player that makes these mechanical plays happen, do it. Don't try to force him on anything else.
Okay, great. So now we come to the conclusion of that play to your strengths. So let's talk about the strengths of both of these teams and what they have to offer in this next matchup. For you personally, Gani, what do you think is the main highlight for Geek Fam, and what do they need to focus on against Dewa United?
2 words. Beloyski, Airpump. That's the way I feel like they revolve around, especially this season, right? Beloyski, I can say he got a master's in MLBB. And of course, Airpang, when he stepped in, replacing Reno, you can see the instant impact that he brings to the table for Geek Fam.
So it's a good way to put it, right? I mean, master's degree in Mobile Legends. I would say he's kind of a mini Yeb, right? They both have very similar approaches and perspectives as to how to play the game, how to get those victories, but just different players. That's why we're not really seeing kind of the same style from both Geek Fam and Onyx. But yes, for Geek Fam, the entrance of Airpang, funnily enough, also an ex-coach of Onyx, has really helped them mature as a team. They were all over the place early on in the regular season. You could even say they were very greedy. It was very uncanny because with Geek Fam, especially after Beloy joined in, you would expect discipline, right? Discipline and playmaking in the late game that can win and lose you games. The first phase of the regular season, we didn't see that at all. Airpong joined, we finally saw the discipline, and it just felt like Beloy was able to let loose. It's like he's been held back by having so much to do in this team, not just playing, but also drafting and maybe doing a bit of coaching as well. So Airpong has definitely lifted that pressure off of his shoulders.
All-arounder, definitely for Beloyski. As we finally take a look at the starting lineup, I'm actually curious to see who is going to be playing from the side of Geek Fam and Dewa United. But here it is, the main five from Geek Fam. This team was the first to go home last playoff. Here they are looking as a huge contender to make it all the way to top 2. And on the other side, a team that no one could surprisingly see make it to the playoffs as a newcomer is here knocking out EVO's legends, knocking out all these other teams that have been in this league for so long. And we finally get to see them come on stage.
It's time! In the home corner with a 10-6 record, they're 0-2 against the Apostles of God. But in the away corner with a 7-9 record, undefeated against the Geeks. Let's see who will take it as they seek to get a Masters of the Faded Kingslayer. Let's give it up for Dewa United Esports. And on the other side, will their heavy name sink their dream, or will the gods be in their favor? Let's give it up for Geek Fam.
Two teams with so much to lose, go big or go home. And it's all gonna come down to the coaches.
For the coaches of Dewa, we have the movie star duo, Jack Lee and Paddington. For Geek Fam, the lone coach. But I wouldn't say that. He's always there, accompanied by a shadow. Airpong and the shadow analyst for Geek Fam. Both these coaches have had a very, very distinct way of drafting and a very distinct way of making their players play a certain type of playstyle. We'll get to see that here in the most picked and banned heroes, starting with Dewa. I want to talk a little bit about this. Most picks, usually we don't see the Brody as most picks. The reason it's here is because for Dewa, the first quarter or the entire first half was literally just what? You get this guy ahead, you get him to snowball, and you will be able to win the game. How do you supplement that though? How do you facilitate that? It's through the Terizla, the Kaja, the pickup hero for Shaco, and obviously Terizla for Dixon. Any playmaking hero would be amazing for them. And we also see a very, very big difference in the most banned department here, because for Dewa, they like to take away heroes like the Kadita, these heroes that can deny the pickoffs away from them, where they actually like to go for. That's the strategy that they excel at doing. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, they're a bit more dynamic. The Fredrin is still the most picked. They're a bit more, I would say, readable as well in the draft, especially when it comes to that gold lane. Watt, one of the best hero pools here in MPL Indonesia as a gold laner. I believe he has 10 or more unique hero picks. Meanwhile, Jadera, he's on the low side. He's on the other side with a very shallow hero pool. That's concerning. That's definitely something that Dewa United will try to exploit in this matchup.
To add on to that, looking at that data, it was also very interesting to observe the most banned by opponents, because you saw that for both of them, most of the bans are towards the roamers. So both of these teams will center around Beloyski as well as Shaco as we head into the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy A series for Dewa United.
I like that you say the roamers, because I want to transition that as well. When the roamers have a good start in the game, they transition over to the gold laners. They facilitate the gold laners, and for Dewa, that's exactly it. Provide resources for the veteran. What is the veteran that we are talking about? The gold lane god, all the way from Season 1, and complicate Geek's gameplay with their elite strategy, just like they did in the regular season. We're going to take a look at the keys to victory as well for the side of a Geek Fam right now, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G. Forget about the joy. Let Luke have a hero to enjoy. Shout out to the scriptwriter here. Utilize a healer hero as well, so Geek won't just be a filler in the playoffs. Last season playoffs, day number 1, knocked out. Why? Because it felt like they didn't play towards their strengths. They tried to
adapt.
cover up a weak point. Joy. An enemy team can be picked up. If we pick it up first, we can deny that over. But when you do not have a player in the XP lane that is comfortable on that hero, don't pick it up. Luke has excelled this season on playmaking heroes, on comfort picks. Give him those comfort picks, and Geek Fam will have a better time.
Still on last season's playoffs. Again, Geek Fam were up 2-0.
Yeah.
Reverse swept. So again, hopefully this time, if they do have control, they can execute it. But it's going to be the players head-to-head by Head and Shoulders.
These are two players that literally came out of nowhere. Okay, sure, maybe they did make themselves from MPL, but basically they're new to MPL. The fact that they had this much of an impact already is something that they should be proud of. And you can see it distinct in their player head-to-head, but I'll let you get into it.
Well, first, let's talk about their comfort picks here, right? Fredrin and the Lancelot. I think they kind of have a very similar playstyle, very similar hero pool as well for this season. It's been Fredrin, Lancelot, Martis, just the utility for the most part. But it does seem like from the stats here, Niall has just had a better time in the regular season. Average goal per minute, better. Kill per game as well. Shows you that he's much more aggressive. And what I like about Niall here compared to Lanaya in the end, towards the end of the regular season, was the fact that Niall was a bit more dynamic than Lanaya, which is interesting. Because if you watched MDL Season 7, that's a season where Dewa made it to the Grand Finals. That was what made Lanaya special. He was never truly like a mechanical genius. He has the brain. He has that brain power, that macro prowess that he has to play it dynamically. He never commits to anything he cannot get. He makes these calls, but in MPL, that has been shaky. We've seen a glimpse of that, but for the most part, it's been one-dimensional. Turtle, commit, that's it. Neutral objectives. If you don't get it, you die.
But don't you think that there's a similarity between both Niall and Lanaya, their performance this season?
I think so, right?
I think earlier on, Niall, there were so many moments where he overcommitted. There were a lot of minor mistakes that he made that eventually he was able to iron out. But the same thing can be said about Lanaya, and that was something that was a huge topic, a huge theme for Lanaya. His confidence as well, coming in to MPL from MDL, and he really was able to gain that confidence, and that was what made it important and finally become the jungler that Dell United so dearly needed.
Yeah, and one evolved for the better, one unfortunately evolved for the worse, you might say, right? One-dimensional, and hopefully Dewa United this season. Yeah, what an impressive run, right? Debut team in Season 12, immediately locked in for playoffs.
Exactly. Have we ever seen that before? Have we ever seen a new team come into this league and make it to the playoffs? Because I don't recall it. Rebellion Zion, first time, they also didn't make it.
Heck, it took Geek Fam more than 6 seasons to
Exactly.
do that, to make it to the playoffs. And it just goes to show you how much potential this Dewa United esports roster has. Remember, these are 4 rookies. This isn't the roster that they decided to utilize in the first phase of the regular season with those veterans, Leo Murphy, Pendragon, and even Ray. This is the rookie team. Literally, 4 rookies, 1 veteran. They're prodigies. Absolute prodigies, and they're going to be utilizing these 4 players to try to make it further, not just in the first round of the playoffs.
And let's make our way to the drafting phase of the first game in the playoffs. It's going to be very interesting to see Dewa United going to be on the red side, Dewa United on the blue side, Geek on the red. And already still very similar things coming through in this drafting phase, right? For the bans, you can see the Fanny, the Joy, the Bruno going to be taken out by Dewa United. Geek go for the Baxi and the Fredrin. So we were mentioning about the 2 styles of the junglers, and a lot of those have actually been taken away.
A lot of mobility heroes taken out here, Mirko Eterna, right? You got Fanny, you got Joy, has a high mobility hero, and also that Baksha. So expect here they target towards a hero that has a high-paced playstyle.
This is a very interesting start to the draft, man. Not something that we usually see from Geek Fam. The Baksha and the Fredrin, it just goes to show you the difference in playing in the regular season and playing here in the playoffs. They've let go of the Matilda. That's the point that I was about to get to. Matilda, Angela, both left open. These 2 heroes have always been banned out, especially when you're up against Geek Fam, they decide to let it go. They decide to trade it for the Angela, and now we see the plan go through. They want that combo, the Irithel and the Angela, a deadly combo.
You can see that they're already highlighting what they want to do here. They want to be able to support Chidera on one of his power heroes, one of the power heroes that Chidera has on the Irithel, with the Angela being picked up as well. But for Dewa, it's a little bit gray. We're not really sure what they're trying to play around, but for sure, they picked up a really heavy hero with that Matilda.
Again, it's a very, very risky trade, but it seems like Geek Fam, they have this in their scenario, right? They must have. Trading Matilda, it seems like it's worth it if we get Irithel and Angela. Though Dewa United can commit to a good Edith pick, but no, they will secure that Terizla and taking away Niall's favorite hero, Lancelot.
I love this, man. With the Baxia, Fredrin, Fanny, and Joy banned out, that's literally Niall's hero pool. Now that it's all gone, Lancelot gets picked off, denied over. What's left? Martis, Guinevere. These two heroes, I would say it's a bit more of a skill matchup against the Lancelot.
And that's a beautiful thing to see, because obviously they're also opening up flexibility for an anchor in Dewa United, who is also what? The gold laner. And if we saw that fun fact, we saw that it's been 892 days, if I'm not mistaken, from the last time that he ever touched
897 days.
897 days from the last time he touched the playoffs.
I had to troll you.
Bro,
I
come on.
years.
I trust you, bro.
Basically 3
if you
years
say
ago.
97,
I mean, it's 5 days,
all right.
right?
It's okay. A
Season
5-day
7.
difference. But that's how long it's been since Watt has come back from the MPL playoffs, and he's back here, coming back with a vengeance and being one of the main anchors to his team, which is why I do believe this Irithel pickup was awesome, right? They're trying to deny and maybe trying to shut down Watch from that get-go.
I'll do one better.
Denying it away.
You said the Irithel pick was awesome? Well, the Claude ban is awesomer.
Okay.
We love awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they can go for even more awesome with a Brody ban here. Most picked for Dewa United. That's been one of his signatures. And hey, it does well against the Irithel. These are the two laners that actually do well. But for Dewa, they're taking the opposite approach. You're going to ban our gold laner? Sure, we'll do the same to Niall. Our gold laner is a veteran. He has a lot of heroes. He's played so many different heroes on stage, off stage, wherever he is.
10
what about
unique
Niall?
heroes.
10 unique heroes.
That's
Just
a lot.
this season.
This season.
Only.
Season 7, he played
Oh
Bane,
my
Farsa, Harith, Alice. So he's got a lot in his arsenal.
But again, back to the draft, right? I mean, Dewa United has foreshadowed this, or that they did not pick a gold laner. They opt for an assassin and EXP, so they expect Watt to be pressured in the second phase. They must have seen this coming. So they have an answer. What I like though, with the Yuzong pick, they deny the Ixia potential pick away.
Ooh, all right, yeah, okay. I've heard a lot of great things about Ixia lately. When, you know, the debut of Ixia for us, our region here at MPL ID, it wasn't too hot.
It was very hot. Remember? It was heated, maybe not hot. It was very heated. Right after the pick, there was a hashtag, a new hashtag for a certain coach. Out, they say. But with the Ling pick here, I think they might just go all in, right? Why not? If you already have these many bans in the jungle, that's a Leo board ban. That's 4 jungle bans. From Dewa to Niall.
Even with that, Geek Fam, they're not phased. They still pick a mid laner, not a hero for Niall. Wow.
What is he gonna be able to play here? I guess the only thing available is Martis at this point, no? Baxia taken out, Fredrin. He's picked up Bane Alpha. Those are options. Out of that, what do you think fits the most?
I think the Martis is okay here, right? You have fast clear, you already have a great mid lane duo comboed in together and a lot of mobility. If you go for the Martis, there's going to be a lot of kill pressure that you can utilize. And with the farming speed, yeah, I think you can try to go for something like a Martis here. But it's all about Dewa now. Will the Matilda go as a mage or as a roamer? That flex pick has been utilized all the way through. But I think roamer still fits it better. Novaria for K's, and there you go, the signature pick for Super Awat Supriyati.
It's so cool because you actually did highlight that right before the game began when we took a look at the statistics. And here they are. Actually, both of the gold laners are picking up something that they have fine strength in. But last pick in for Geek. Jungle, do you think it's also going to be the Martis?
You know what, looking at the Brody and Ovaria, it's not going to be an assassin. It is indeed going to be another utility tank jungler.
Hence the carry ban?
Hence the carry ban.
All right, so looking at both of these compositions, it's quite 50-50. If you had to say which strengths and which weaknesses you think should be highlighted here, give it
I
to
think
us.
Geek Fam has a big advantage. That Akai pick was actually perfect to round up their drafts. They just needed a bit more CC. And Akai has very good clear as well. Remember the buffs towards Akai just recently. He's gonna have a lot. By the way, what the heck?
Whoa.
Yo, MPL ID production is smurfing right now. We're getting into the, look at that!
Oh my god, it's the logo in the sky. Oh my god, it is MPL ID Playoffs.
It truly is, and what an amazing way to begin! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening match of the playoffs here at MPL ID Season 12. Geek Fam and Dewa United going big or go home, because whoever wins this match will have to say goodbye to their playoff run.
Wow. Best of 5. 3 points is what they need.
They need it all. 3-2, 3-1, 3-0. Both these teams could definitely be looking at a clean sweep. But let's talk a little bit about the draft here. But first, I want to take a look at the emblems. Niall has gone for concussive last year. Will help him in the clear department a lot, as Lanaya actually opts to go for Impure Rage, getting more versatility in the way that he can play here with that Impure Rage because of the sustainability that you get from the Impure Rage. Mana, HP, when you're full mana you get more HP, but here, yeah, he's definitely going to be using that mana. With an Akai on the opposing end, it's very smart to go for the Impure Rage. The Akai can invade and take your purple buff away from you.
We've also seen various layers of Angela and the choices of talents that they utilize. But here, Beloyski goes for something that we saw earlier on in the season, but kind of shifted. It's quite interesting.
That focusing mark, right? We usually see that Brave Smite even. A lot of different choices to go for, but recently as well, in my ranked games, most of the supports have just been going for focusing mark. They've been actually utilizing this to get some of their laners ahead in the 1v1 matchups, to give that focusing mark, especially to the marksman. But we can already see Niall do exactly what we were talking about, invading in the jungle, using that clear. And he's already setting up for perhaps the turtle with the team, rotating bot, Chidera, weak side.
At this point, everyone is just setting up for their respective lanes here. You can try to see Geek Fam also giving some pressure in the mid side, looking to start setting up for that neutral objective. Hey, with Beloyski in a 3v1 actually, very aggressive on an Angela at the moment, but luckily he isn't punished just yet.
No spells popped. Pre-turtle. Let's see here. Geek Fam and Dewa United. Chaco broke down to a half HP. Flickers out of the way. It seems like Geek Fam, they have won the trade. Penalty zone quicker. Turn towards the board, but take a look at the hard guard here. For Boy as well, just to zone out members. Zelaya, Petrify connects. Boy finds the first blood. Chaco now low HP, but with the passive Luke finds another. 2-0, and the turtle is for Geek.
That's a lot of early game power from Geek Fam, something that I really wasn't expecting. I didn't really see it coming. A Boy being able to pick that up and having that advantage, but a little bit more is something that they want here as they go in for the buff.
Retribution on point? Question mark? Nah, Lanaya still gets it. Weaving with the heavy spin. Now there whiffs the retrig.
That was clean, man. I mean, from Geek Fam, mostly in that mid lane. Let's kind of dive deep into what they did right. Beloyski left alone. The reason as to why they did that was, again, they didn't need to really have any setup for Niall. As long as Luke has that lane priority in that XP lane and Niall's on the turtle, it's done. Niall on this Akai, this is why Akai has really risen in priority. Tier 1, heavy spin.
Circling Eagle with the help of Lanaya will not be able to take a Boy down. A Boy with the stolen. Circling Eagle still escapes.
So that's their answer to the Mathilda. When you have the Valentino, when you can just steal that ultimate, that very annoying ultimate, you can get out. And even Chidera on this weak side, what makes him so strong is he has the hard guard ready, right? Let's say there's a 3-man gank. He has a sprint, he has that heavy crossbow, plus the hard guard. It's very hard to try to burst this guy down.
And later on, he will build towards the Haskell, right? With his
item.
will make him more sustainable in that sense. Geek Fam 1,000 gold leaders first 4 minutes in. Seems like they're A-okay controlling the game.
And we completely forgot to talk about it, right? A boy. I like that you mentioned it because we were talking about, you know, Niall being a pillar for Geek Fam, Beloyski being a pillar for Geek Fam, but the fact is, a boy has also been performing exceptionally well in the regular season, and the facts are he's the one so far who's been kind of been able to anticipate and predict the movement of the enemy, and here we go. Oh, very interesting between Shaco and a boy here. But he's the outlier in this early game, and he's going to be very important in this next turtle take as well.
Lanaya has no orange buff, stolen away. Luke pops the black dragon form here, zoning members. Petrify connects. He's caught, immobilized, taken now. Luke might find another, as in the backside it will be now mostly controlling turtle. Lanaya looking for the steal, but the heavy spin will lock him down, and Niall finds the retray. Dixon penalty zone, no follow-up damage, but Dixon will escape. Circling Eagle with Chaco just to escape. Geek Fam wins another trade.
Masterfully done by Geek Fam. The way that they're able to utilize all these ultimates, it just feels like Dewa United have been completely outdrafted. It feels like RQ versus Dewa, the final match of the season, Game 3, if you remember that. Full dives going on with the Angela, helping out with the hard guard, and there's nothing Dewa can really do. They can just take it or go for a 50-50 commit, which isn't even going to be 50-50. It's going to be 100-0 almost every single time.
Here we go. Already some action in the top side. A lot of pressure as they're looking to pressure Chadera in the top lane, but with the backup coming from Beloyski, you see that it hasn't been possible just yet, despite being in a 1v3 situation.
Remember what I said, man? Again, Chadera in this weak side, it's a weak side that's very deceiving. Usually with a weak side gold laner, it's very easy to pick off. There's going to be a lot of ganks, offensive maneuvers to pressure the Irithel, but even in the gold differences that we saw earlier, Irithel's in the lead. Chadera is outclassing Watt in the lane, mainly because of this team setup. Beloyski.
Oh, good Astral Echo opening up for Geek Fam will concede that trade, that rotation. Still, 2,500 gold lead. I like what they're doing. They know they have the lead. They do not have to rush anything. They will pick their battles, but it seems like Lanaya will go all in. Good knock, but Lanaya finds the kill in the back lines. Beloyski has not the flicker in hand. So, yeah, easy kill.
Now the question is, can Geek Fam still work without Beloyski, right? Because now we see a different shift in priority from Dewa United. The fact that they have kind of gone from maybe pressuring Chidera in the gold lane to try and create and eliminate that setup from Beloyski first. Can they adjust from the side of Geek Fam without Beloyski if they keep going for this exact same route? There you go, look.
Oh, Natural Echo, Chadera with help of Hardguard will sustain a bit. Shaco flickers out of the way. In the back line, Shaco will fall as the turret falls as well. Keys flickering out of the way. Watts flickers as well. As Geek Fam, the re-engage does not mount to anything. But in the mid lane, let's say, Naya v Niall. It's just a jungler here going at it.
Well, now we get to take a look at the game fact, but hold up. Dixon, that was a bait by a boy. Well played. Geek Fam's greatest achievement was the runner-up in MPLI just last year, utilizing this lineup, just with Jana Cutie, not Niall. So it really shows you that here with Niall, they've kind of revolved their gameplay and evolved it quite a bit. To answer your question, Eterna, can Dewa United adapt? For sure, they can adapt. They can try to charge at Beloyski. But if they do that, that's a lot of time already burnt out, a lot of resources burnt out for the roamer. So it's a lose-lose situation. You play front to back, you lose out with the hard guard, like this.
Oh, good penalty zone. Hard guard popped as well. Stun. Oh, Chadera will be taken out. That's a huge dub for Dewa United. Let's see the re-engage. Watt, torn apart memory, but Cage will fall as well. It's a 1-for-2 now as Beloyski will be taken out. Watt, in the midst of it all, will be taken out as the heavy spin locks in Chaco. It's a 3-for-2 for Geek Fam.
Oh man, and all the while you can see Dewa United, they're still looking for something on the board. The fact that they went a full 3v2, Lanaya was able to get a tower in the mid side. I believe that that's a good trade.
For sure it was. I mean, it's only Chidera who is 0-0 at that time. There was no bounty for Dewa United, so that 1 for 3 will definitely be worth it for Geek Fam. And even the kill there was actually taken by Dixon. So it's not any of the Prio members that you would want the gold on, Kaze and Watt. So for Geek Fam, again, that's the main problem. That hard guard distracts and buys so much time. When Dewa tries to burst Chidera, it's not fast enough, and the rest of Geek will be able to fully capitalize on the fact that Dewa have utilized all their resources to target one.
But the question is now, despite Geek Fam still having a little bit more control, Nile is a little bit behind of Lanaya in terms of EXP. He just hit level 12. We would expect that maybe Lanaya could find a loophole in getting 13 first to have more of an upper hand in this Lord fight.
And that was the point that we kind of made, where Lanaya has kind of lost that macro-centric gameplay in the regular season. It seems like, from what I've seen earlier, he is making a lot more of those adaptive decisions on the map. When the team goes up top, fights, he makes his own decision. He thinks for himself. He goes and clears to be on the same level, or maybe even ahead. Like you said, 13-12 now against Nile. That's going to be something he desperately needs, because if it's a 50-50, Nile has the heavy spin.
I mean, to add to that, right, if we're talking about the situation here, 11 minutes almost. Seems like Geek Fam, they're not really confident still. They're still being very patient before pulling the trigger.
They are. They don't want to make the mistake, right? I mean, at this point, if Geek Fam find that proper opening with Nile's setup and a boy, it really is going to go in a very different way that Dewa United would expect. Who should be the main but Geek Fam, they're actually going for this without setup.
Active from the side of the Geeks with the hard guard as well. Lanaya almost caught. Puncture and torn apart memory there. Wasn't popped yet. The Lord, it'll be taken by Nile. It's going to be collapsed here. Dexon with the penalty zone will not be taken out just yet as Geek Fam finds Shaco by the bush. Geek Fam holding on. They got the Lord and they got a kill.
They won everything from that, just from the damage alone. Was that a missed position from Dixon, or what happened there?
It was Geek Fam outclassing Dewa in the macro game, in the vision game as well. They saw that Dewa were split up, because that's the only thing that they can do with this composition right now, right? They can't go in for a head-on clash against this much CC, this much survivability, and at this point, this much damage. Look at that GDS already for Chidera in the 11th minute of the game. Again, that level lead for Lanaya, it's still hard. You would expect with level lead, it'll be more 50-50 than ever. But you're against an Akai, you're against a Yu Zong with Petrify, and a boy. Talk about this man. I think if he continues to play like this, he deserves the game MVP. He has been the shadow carry in this game, splashing damage when you don't expect him to.
And even just CC and everything going on the board as Luke goes in.
Well, Luke to zone the members of Dewa United. Geek Fam, they play discipline. They look for just turrets. They got the base turret top lane, and they look for another. What a play. 6,000 gold lead now. Dewa United looking for a fight here. They need to be careful because the minions, they're still super minions.
Who is this? Who are we looking at right now? Is this really Geek?
Oh, let's see here. Luke looking out of the way with the Furious Dive, but the damage will fall through. Shaco. Oh, take a look at the burst damage provided by a boy and Chidera.
That's burst. Literally, 100-0 by Irithel in the 12th minute of the game. This has completely gone south for Dewa, and for Geek Fam, it's their dream game. They got the draft that they wanted, and that Lord advantage speaks for itself. The tower damage here. It's not just the damage, but the target acquisition. Going for the base turret.
Oh, penalty zone. Connects on towards 3. But Dixon, take a look at the EHP. Taken out completely. Nile with the lock-in on towards Lanaya. Does not find the kill just yet, though. Base turret still stands. Luke caught in the base of Dewa United. Take a look at the favor. Luke, though, will be taken out. Good shutdown. Dewa United finds a win back, finally.
A small victory in what seems like the nightmare of Dewa United right now. 13 minutes in, they finally get a little bit of a trade back, a little bit of a shutdown onto Luke, which is quite important as look at the gold gap, 6,000 already. It's coming to almost a 10K as this gold distribution is important. What
Wait.
do we see here?
I mean, the gold distribution speaks for itself there. He's been getting a lot of the gold from that, but I'm sorry, I've just been bamboozled. I'm looking back at the screen. I don't know if we can get the items up right now, but is that a hybrid build for the Irithel? He has Divine Glaive.
He has Divine
Fight.
Glaive. Oh, let's say Cadera finds the Lord. They're United. Will they force a fight here? I don't know. Let's see, Shaiko. That's just one splash from a boy.
I need those items.
Exactly. Let's see here. Fam. Will they go for it here? I mean, Dewa United, they're hovering around, but it seems like they will not take the risk.
Could it be? Divine Glaive Irithel?
Can't understand it for now. I think it might be, I don't know if it's a mistake in the asset or if it's actually true because he doesn't have just the Divine Glaive. Folks, Irithel has a Clock of Destiny as well.
Oh, it's
no,
a
it's a bug. It's a bug.
Okay.
All right, there you
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, behind us, there was a Clock of Destiny for him. That's why I was so confused. All right, there you go. I was about to say, like, is this a new meta or something? But no, all right, it's basically the
That
same
kind of gave
build.
me a mini
Jeez.
heart attack, man.
You saw that too, right? I'm
yeah,
not tripping.
I see it, I see it. Man, that would have been crazy. But what's crazy is now GeekFam knocking in onto the base of Dewa United. And with so much going on, looks like Geek, Chidera, they're going in.
Yeah, with the help of Hardguard, they're trying to find the end. Let's see, the base wide open. Chidera taken out though. Lanaya finding what, but no follow-up damage just yet. Kicks in, trying to defend, trying to hold on, as it seems like it will be a double for Shaco. Good defense, GeekFam. What the heck happened?
Great defense, wouldn't you say? 0 casualties. They were able to take 2 members down, and 2 of one of the most important ones, right? Nile and a Chidera. And that's going to hurt GeekFam now, as Dewa United, they're going to try and take back what was stolen from them from that first minute of the game.
Definitely. I think, oh, wait a minute, a boy.
Oh, Lanaya moving in. Flicker from a boy. Good ass for Lyko, revealing all the members that is upstanding. GeekFam, 4,000 gold lead. A minute ago is 7. GeekFam still holding on. It seems like the torn apart memory stolen from a boy will not mount to anything. But Dewa United Esports will have to be satisfied with just taking the inner and the mid.
The poke and the range. That's what Dewa United were able to utilize in that matchup. Chidera with a slight misposition gets bonked quite a bit by the magic damage, plus also that physical damage from Watt and Dixon, and he wasn't really able to survive it. So GeekFam, I think at that point they were a bit too confident. They knew that they had a 7,000 gold lead and they wanted to use the most out of it. That's why they dove a little bit too deep. Next time, Chidera will be ready for these kinds of dives and these kinds of plays. Luckily for GeekFam, I think we can see, oh, wait a minute, that's a Phantom Execution.
Poke on towards just a small HP there. It seems like GeekFam here still holding the economy. 10 seconds to the next Lord. Both teams need to be very, very careful.
Yeah, back to my point, luckily Chidera, when he was taken out, and also Nile, both of them didn't have bounties. The bounty is on a boy, so not a lot of shutdown gold given away to Dewa.
That's a 4K gold taken away from GeekFam. Shaco?
Oh, Shaco circling Eagle. Hardguard will find it smart. It seems like Shaco now will be re-engaged, losing his immortality, and will be taken out. Watt in the midst of it all, trying to hold on, and Shaco will be the first one to fall. Luke taking damage. A boy finds the monster, as it will be a collapse. Dewa United, it's a bang, bang, bang. GeekFam finds 4.
Lanaya is the only one standing. There are lanes of pushing in that mid and this bottom lane. Could this be the very end for Dewa United?
Base wide open, one man against GeekFam, and it seems like he will too fall. Losing immortality as a boy finds the godlike. Ladies and gentlemen, the pendulum swings to the Geeks for our opening game of the playoffs.
They gotta do it with style as well. A few mysterious men there. This is the winning moment presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy, ladies and gentlemen. GeekFam with a statement in game number 1. Wasn't as smooth as I expected after that lead. 18 minutes.
It could have been
14, 15?
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, they made a little mistake where they lost that almost 8K gold lead towards that middle, but they were able to, come back really quick. And man, for me, that was a huge performance for a boy. I'm impressed. What was that? From the early game.
All the way from the early game, a boy really was the pillar in this team for Geek Fam. Steady as a pillar. Every single time, consistent, positioning better than Chidera, but dealing more damage than Chidera in a lot of these team fights. With that splash, with that DPS as well, and stealing the right ultimate at every position. Mainly the right ultimate is just the Circling Eagle.
For the early game. And I think that's what made the huge gap between both of these teams in the early game. It was around that first turtle where a boy made that play with the Circling Eagle that really wedged that gap. But for the most part, this is a Valentina play. A Valentina that we've talked about, I think, to the end of the season to have fallen off, quote unquote. And he's able to make it work, give us that kind of performance, and not just positioning and not just choice of ultimates, but targeting. In those very important moments, Watt had an impossible time.
Impossible.
How?
Very tough. Great point. I mean, yeah, give credit towards the boy. Positioning, targeting, but it's also due to the fact that itemization here. They built Athena a little bit too late here from the side of Dewa United, which gives more impact. That burst, that splash that Valentina can give you. Yeah, that's a big magic damage that she can provide.
Like, did you see in the end? Like, she spat in Watt's face, and Watt was gone.
He had to take it.
He was gone.
He was gone.
And he was still at like this much health.
I think that was also kind of a weird decision by Dewa to really force that fight. Shaco died, but ultimately, I think they just got outdrafted there, right? The Angela, if you saw earlier, the winning condition was circling or playing the draft according to the Angela. Beloyski. When you have the Angela already, just pick up all the dive that you can, right? The Yu Zhong does really well, especially the Irithel. That combo is already deadly. So the fact that they have everyone who can dive in, some good disengage in the Akai to round up their draft, and the Angela to provide that dive with additional sustain, it was just a complete draft. That Akai pick was genius towards the end because it just guarantees them all the neutral objectives.
Couldn't agree with you more, buddy.
Sorry, I'm still very surprised at that game.
I mean, a very perfect example of how you execute a game plan from the draft, right? And that is how you do it, folks. You know, and again, the trade between Matilda and as well as Angela, it seems kind of iffy initially, right, in hindsight, but they picked up the Valentina in the second phase, which I feel like balanced it out. Valentina taking Circling Eagle in the early game, it will make her or make him, in this point, a boy very, very hard to catch. Not targeted. I mean, Lanaya will try to target the mid lane or the gold, but because with the help of the Circling Eagle, yeah, he's basically immune with the pick-off potential that Dewa United composition brings to the table.
And you would think that maybe with Dewa United having a Charizla, having that setup capability and possibility that in these team fights they would have an edge, but that was a non-factor whatsoever. And one of the main standouts again is this man you see on screen, a boy on the Valentina. Not only did he not die a single time in that game, but he was there for setup. He was there for targeting. He had the damage. There was utility in his kit. What else do you want from this guy? What else do you need from a mid laner?
He's a grown mid laner. He went from a boy to a man in this game. Player of the game presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G, 7, 0, and 6. Emphasis on the 7 because it's MLBB's 7th anniversary. 87% KP as well. And take a look at this build. Standard.
So this
There's
was
nothing
not
special.
Irithel's.
It wasn't Irithel.
It was a boy.
That was a mistake in the back, unfortunately. But again, it's the standard build. There's nothing special about it. This is what you go for as a Valentina. If you're a mage player, you're probably like, yeah, it's the execution that makes it special, really, for a boy. All the way from the early game, winning these trades and rotating across. We saw in a lot of these early skirmishes that the Angela was actually left in the mid lane alone. The Angela was the mid laner. This guy right here, he was the roamer.
Yeah.
He was the one going around helping the team because he knew that in the mid lane, all that Angela needs to do is cover up for that mid lane, and he has a global ultimate, so he can just follow up whenever he needs to.
Yep.
Very good usage of this combo.
I think that makes sense. Especially with a lot more kits that you can utilize as a Valentina, that adaptation coming in from Geek Fam is something that we could actually give props to. As finally, I love this. This is a new thing that we're going to see, but this is a comparison of heat map between both of the roamers.
And for the most part here for Beloyski, right? Early minutes all the way to the 5th minute here, he was playing more so towards the XP lane. As you can see, that heat map towards the neutral objective side. Why? They have an Akai. Play through your strengths, ladies and gentlemen. And for Shackle, he tried to do the same thing, playing through their strength, which is the gold lane. Watt in that winning lane. Unfortunately, though, again, this Angela proves that even if you're on the other side, playing that XP to secure neutral objectives and set up, you can always ult down below. That's what creates this deceiving weak side, I would say, for Geek Fam. It looks like a weak side. It's a bad matchup for the Iritha against the Brody. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because of the sustain, because of that global presence, Dewa were always just forced to commit onto the turtles instead of helping Watt. Because there's no kill pressure up top.
You know, funnily enough, based on the heat map earlier on, Angela has more cover, ground cover, compared to Mathilda. I expect the other, I expect the opposite, but no. Beloyski, man, this is his time. This is his patch.
It really is, man. I mean, we've been speculating. We've seen it in the regular season. And throughout these 2 weeks, it feels like Geek Fam has elevated their game even more. They have evolved. And these team fights, Chidera, as long as he's dealing damage, he doesn't need to get those kills. It's a boy who's the executioner in a lot of these skirmishes, and that's why a boy was the one who played the entire match in the back. Notice a boy's positioning. He'll be behind Chidera because he has that bounty. He doesn't want to risk dying. Even in the skirmish where Chidera makes a mistake, gets caught in the penalty zone, look at a boy. Always, again, playing behind enemy lines, even with that circling eagle, because he knows Chidera can fall. It's fine. He doesn't have a bounty. If I die, that'll be a problem, a big, big problem.
You can even see the disparity in their KDA, right? 504, a boy here in the 17th minute of the game, compared to Chidera, who just got 3 kills here. So it makes sense. And the cool thing about a boy's plays is that it was facilitated by Luke. So you can't really applaud a boy without the setup from all the other members from the team. And I think Luke was a really good distraction for Dewa for that just damage absorption in the front line, where a boy was just doing his thing in the back line. And I think that was cool. Very good teamwork. They have it ironed out to the just to the T.
You know why?
The details. Deets.
You know why?
Why?
They're not just geeks.
They're not?
They're the geek family.
Oh.
They're fans.
Famunity.
The geek
Shout
fam
out.
immunity. If you think
Shout out.
if you think nothing is stronger than family, they got a famunity out there, a family and a community. Dewa United, 49,000 gold compared to that 57,000. I would say for the gold lead here, it fluctuated a lot. I think if we see the gold graph, it will be quite interesting. But I want to talk about Chidera's itemization. Good swaps and item there. Early on, he went for a full damage build. He had a Melfic Roar here. And he actually, I think I had a Windtalker as well, but he swapped it over to that Rose Gold Meteor right as he realized, hey, Kings is doing a bit too much damage on me. And mainly, shout out to all the Navarias who go for the Wilderness Blessing. The Wilderness Blessing gives you so much more damage. How? The stacks with the Astral Recall. It's so good, and that's why the Navaria has kind of risen as well with that power, with the new Blessing coming in to the patch. And even for a boy, that's why he was roaming across the board, right? That Wilderness Blessing. The Wilderness Blessing will be always seen around mid lane and roam for the most part. I want to take a look at Luke here. Yeah, no, it's just standard. Agility, getting a bit of that Festival of Blood as well. Yeah, those are the only ones I want to point out. That Wilderness Blessing being utilized by the duo mid combo. Let's take a look at the 18-minute game time with the post-game recap. There, yeah, as I expected, a boy was utility. He was providing CC. He was the carry. He was the setup. He was him.
It was everything.
He was a man.
He was him. He went from a boy to a man.
To a man.
Twice now.
Twice. We got to use the joke over and over.
I think
today
it could be throughout the entire playoffs, depending on how far Geek goes,
If he
right?
performs like this,
I'm all for it.
He'll be second to Sans.
I'm all for
I
it.
agree.
Oh, yeah.
I don't disagree.
Or maybe on the level of Sans by the end of it, if he
Oh,
continues
okay.
to grow.
Bro, that's a little too far-fetched.
Maybe when he was a boy, it was far-fetched, but do I have to say it the
What's
third time?
in between a boy and a man?
A teen.
A teen.
So he's a teen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Sans is a man.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean,
Right?
in terms of skills, he's definitely developed.
And like experience,
Yeah.
maturity as a player, right? Why are you
And-
smiling?
Because when you said maturity, I instantly thought, what do you mean by maturity? Do you mean he makes better decisions in life now? He goes for better devices?
Well, I don't know them personally,
Mm-hmm.
but I follow them on, social media.
Okay.
And I
Who
see the
doesn't?
phones that they utilize.
What do they use?
They're using the Samsung A34. And
it this one right
actually
here?
have one at home on my bedstand.
5G?
Nightstand.
5G?
Yeah, 5G.
Wow.
Look at it. It's so beautiful. It's so pristine. Look at the color. You can get it in any color you want.
Thank you,
It's
cameraman.
super affordable as well.
Yeah.
And listen to the specs, right? It has a Dimensity 1080 processor and up to 8 gigabytes of RAM plus
Wow.
a 256 gigabyte of memory. So you can utilize it for gaming, you can utilize it for content creation, or just chatting your friends.
Enough, Eterna. Enough with the specs. Just tell me how much it is.
It's super affordable. What do you mean?
How?
Wait,
How
with
much?
those specs?
Yes.
How much is it?
It's super cheap.
How much?
It's only 5.3.
5.3?
5.3.
99?
IDR.
1,000 IDR?
You know what?
Holy.
Affordable.
I expected 30 million plus.
Yeah.
But below 6 mil?
That's insane.
That's affordable.
It's a value.
And with cashbacks as well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can find the Samsung.com/ID website right now down below. Just tap a bit and scan the QR code to get this beautiful, beautiful phone. I almost said the S word. Holy S. Holy Samsung.
Holy Samsung. And luckily, Samsung, it keeps on giving, man.
What?
Not only can you get a really good device in your hand that you can bring everywhere.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, if you want to bring your monitor or your TV everywhere, that's also cool too, because you would want to. Because of this, right? The Neo QLED. It's beautiful, it's simplistic, and the fact is, you can do everything with it.
You can
play
do
games,
a lot
you can
of-
watch movies.
Exactly.
You can
Everything.
even everything.
Everything you can ever expect, right? I mean, at home, personally, I have the 85-inch.
85-inch. That's huge.
Mm-hmm. It is amazing, right? The bigger, the better. Chefin at home, he's
Massive.
watching on a 2-inch.
Whoa.
Phone.
Why you gotta do? Oh, okay.
That's a very small phone.
Maybe he has an
2-inch?
old phone, man. Don't
All
judge.
right. I mean, if it's not Samsung, I'm gonna be judging.
Question is,
True.
the big question is Sheffin in the building or not?
That's the
Because
question.
It's his time to shine almost.
It is almost as shiny as your hair, right? Head and shoulders. You mentioned
Are
this
you
to me
cosplaying T-Grill?
backstage that you were utilizing it. Now, why did you choose Head and Shoulders to use?
CITB! Gatot what?
Why?
I
Why Head and
used to
Shoulders?
why Head and Shoulders? To make my hair look like that, Eternal.
Like this.
Like this.
It's getting there.
Inspirational.
I feel like you're a little bit more confident as well.
For sure.
I think you're like mythic now as well. Did it level up your gaming experience because of that
Immortal.
confidence? You're immortal already.
Mythic Immortal.
Wait, you're immortal?
That was quick.
Don't cap, Gotti. You capping.
Why would I cap?
That's quick.
What benefit does it give?
You want to know why people would cap?
Why?
When they don't use Head and Shoulders because their hair would suck.
Oh. Yuck.
Yuck. Dandruff? Yuck.
Head and Shoulders
Wet?
is the way to go.
Itchy? Yuck.
Yuck.
Yuck. It's Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. But back to this match.
Yep.
Remember, it's no longer a best of 3, it's a best of 5. So it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And it gives a lot of time for Daewoo United, despite losing 1-0, to repair things, go back to the drawing board and figure out what exactly made them lose it. And it seems like from what you guys have been saying throughout today is draft diff.
I think Geek Fam has information that Chaco isn't really too comfortable with the Matilda. And that is perhaps why they are willing to trade it off.
I actually think it's not the Matilda not being used properly by Shaco, but mainly again, yeah, that draft diff, right? The Matilda was an issue for Daewoo because of the drafts coming in from the side of Geek Fam. They have that Angela for that sustain, for that global pressure. So even if the Matilda rotates over, is better roaming-wise, no worries, man. We always have the Angela to kind of match that, right? And then you also have the dive. You also have proper disengage. Shaco jumps into a heavy spin. What now? What now is going to be an MPLI?
What?
Yeah.
The debut. More debuts.
More debuts.
The debut of Dewa United at MPL ID Season 12, and now them coming into the playoffs. And because they were able to make it to the playoffs, they're also going to have a ticket to MPLI, so that's super cool. And it's so cool that they debut on the debut of MPLI offline event.
That's
Like,
crazy.
It's insane.
Couldn't be more scripted. Right?
But it's not.
It is not.
That's how cool it is.
It's so...
If it was
feels
scripted,
like
Gani, it
feels
wouldn't be
like
this good.
It feels like it, but it's not, unfortunately. Fortunately.
Do you
I
like
mean-
scripted games?
Well, it depends. For
No.
movies, I think you need to script those, right?
A little bit.
And they do have 2 movie stars in their roster. Jack
They
Lee,
do.
Paddington. Love both of those movies.
I guess both of these exact people need to step it up in the drafting phase.
Let's go.
Let's see for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, they've actually opted to swap sides. Dewa United. They're now on second pick.
And again, Dewa United realized that the Angela pick was man a nuisance. It was efficacious to making them miscalculate things. And there you go. The balance towards Angela and Matilda comes through. Geek though, yeah, the MVP of game 1. A boy, Matilda, and Valentina. Give that boy Valentina.
That's so quick though for Valentina.
There's not really a lot to go for the first pick with a Matilda ban, Angela ban, I guess Joy, but we've learned the hard way that Geek Fan might not want to go for that hero. And with the Fredrin, Baksha, Kanja ban, yeah, I would say the Valentina makes perfect sense here. Super prio, especially on the hands of a boy, and it kind of forces Dewa now to go for a very template draft. The draft that we always expect for Dewa. Put the Terizla on Dixon and pick up a marksman. But I think mainly they picked up the marksman here because they gotta secure a good hero for Mr. Super Awat.
But this
Super Yat.
time, Bruno's available.
Bruno ain't that good.
Against Irital in the early game?
Yeah, in the early game. In the late game, he is actually better than the Irithel because you actually lose out on these matchups in the trades early on due to Irithel's skills. You can utilize the first skill, second skill. Bruno is a basic attack hero, right? So for Geek Fam now, they can definitely go for the Bruno. I think that has been a strat that they have utilized before, but they can go for something even better. Full neutral objective control and an okay, still losing matchup against Terizla, but better mobility. There's a W there in the Yuzong pick.
I mean, 3 heroes that were picked up in game 1 as well, right? I feel like this is the definition from Aeropine. You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it will. I mean, Beloy will play another hero, definitely, right, with the Angela Ben. So let's see here, the second phase, what will they go for? Dewa United. It's going to be a pick towards
Oh!
No,
it's not the XP, it's signature!
Lanaya.
Signature Lanaya!
MPL.
Oh, Gani. MDL. The reason Lanaya was feared was because he had a very deep hero pool. Global ban in the MDL. He usually picks the Tamas up against heroes like this, the utility heroes. Why? Because the Tamas clears extremely fast. You can try to invade, you can try to control this jungle matchup through that and have a big enough goal lead to make the heavy spin a non-factor. Now against Nile, that's a tough job. Against a boy on the Valen and Luke on the Yuzong. A lot of CC.
A lot of CC, that is where I feel like the weakness for Tamas, right? But let's see, second phase seems like they or Dewa United will target more towards Beloy, which makes sense, right? Beloy, again, patch-wise, it's his hero. So I think another support band might come through.
Those are 3 bans
Diggy
already
might come
for Beloyski,
through.
right? Angela, Matilda, and Rafaela, literally all the support heroes.
I'm just waiting for a Natalia, a Selena ban.
Do you think oh, what? Happy birthday, Beloyski.
Yesterday
on October 10th,
10th
Geek Fam
October?
ID player Beloyski celebrated his birthday, turning a quarter of a century, or exactly 25 years old. Happy birthday, Beloyski.
Happy birthday, 25. It's younger than Arashi. Anyways, 10th October, you know whose birthday that is, aside from Beloy? Naruto.
Okay.
I feel like I'm talking to Rashi now, but okay. But yeah, with the carry ban, it does seem like they will not commit to a Beloy ban here.
Happy birthday, Naruto.
Happy birthday, HB. And happy birthday, Naruto.
Okay, cool. These abbreviations have been out of hand. Why the carry ban? I get it. Tamus, Terizla, but it does like the Irithel does really well in lane against this carry. He can bully her hard, but we have seen both the carry picks in game 1, or bans actually rather, game 1 and game 2. So, well, I have also been facing off against a lot of carries in ranked. It's been very popular. God damn you, Benny. He plays it a lot.
Dewa United.
The falling stars
Biggie
brought
pick,
us here.
is it too far-fetched? Considering they're going up against a Yuzong, Nakai, does the Diggy pick here works? Because technically it can backfire. And there you go, they're saving a hero for Shako in that last pick.
Diggy. Would there be enough? Oh, well, that's a really good disengage tool. I don't hate it.
I think for Geek, they already have an answer to the Farsa. They just need someone to melt these guys down in the mid lane. There's not a lot of good dive, I would say, for this team. Are we possibly going to see the Ixia come out for Geek fam? Only the Terizla, and technically the Farsa's range can get through that. They go for the Beatrix, the safer pick, and usually with the Beatrix, they combo it together with a Kaja to get more burst onto that pickoff, but it's already banned out. So what does Beloy play?
Good question.
Navaria's banned out as well.
Akai Flexerome? No, Edith.
The hunter of
Sure.
all the evil gods.
You overlooked the Edith, seems like. But yeah, Edith solid pick here. Good lockdown and very, very high sustainability.
And if this is like what they're going for, this amount of CC, the Diggy works, Gani. The Diggy really, really works here. I don't see another pick. If they go for something like a Ruby, you do have a lot of punish against the melee heroes, short-ranged. Oh, that is a risky choice, my friend. But it is also a signature pick for Shako. Not a signature we've seen a lot in MPL ID, but in other tournaments, yeah, we have seen this a whole lot from Shako.
Risky, not just for the Cho, but also for the Farsa. There's a lot of answers that Geek Fam has to the composition that Dewa United have opted for today. Not a big fan.
No, not at all.
No.
Of the Joe, not at all. But let's see here. It seems like they're trying to make something with that Joe last pick. Hopefully they can prove us wrong.
Hopefully, indeed. It's another game between both of these teams. We still can't get over it.
No,
can
it's
we?
so good.
It's awesome.
This is
Look
a
at that.
ride.
Oh, that part.
Oh my God, look at that. The wings of MPL Indonesia.
The wings to bring us into the land of dawn. As ladies and gentlemen, let's get it for game number 2 between Geek Fam and Dewa United.
Let's see, indeed, Land of Dawn. Will Geek Fam secure another game to make them secure the match point? Or will Dewa United equalize in this game?
Yeah, I gotta talk a little bit about the drafts first here, because looking at the emblems, I don't actually see anything too interesting to talk about. Purified choice for what? But that Cho, man. I guess with the Shunpu, it's anti-CC. You can find these flanks around, but you have to play it really smart. Shaco's gonna have to have a perfect Cho game if he wants to have an impact in this game. But so far, he is doing pretty well, right? In the early stages on the Cho, we can see the Wilderness Blessing being the choice for the duo mid of Dewa, but not for the duo mid of Geek Fam. Only a boy going for that Wilderness Blessing. It's a tenacity for Beloy, so he knows that there's going to be a lot more damage this game from Dewa compared to last, and he wants to survive on this Edith.
So let's talk about what we can expect here in the early game. With the obvious advantage that perhaps Geek Fam would have with, oh, wait a minute, Tagara?
Good flicker, good calculation as well. But then again, he does not get the last cannon min in there, so that's a win for Watt.
Okay, so let's revert back to that. Who has the better early game advantage, Geek or Dewa?
I'd say it's actually kind of mixed, right? It depends on the question. Are you talking about neutral objective control? Because I would say it's still Geek. They have much more CC to set it up. They have good lane priority. But when it comes to clear, around the jungle, Lanaya actually has an advantage over the Akai. That's why we saw a very early gank, because he was able to invade so early that even Chidera wasn't expecting it. He was level 2. The heck is this guy doing in my lane?
That was quick, but what is Lanaya doing there? That is actually Nile invading.
See, Lanaya looking for an opening here in the bottom lane. Luke pops the Black Dragon form. Oh, good catch on towards Lanaya with the heavy spin. Penalty zone will not save his life, as take a look at the Petrified Ixen falls as well. It's a 2-for-1 now in minute 2.
Worth it for Geek Fam for sure. They were able to survive. Wait, what was this?
Oh, what? Beloyski? A little, there, he turned off his mode, it seems like, and miscalculated. Dewa United claims and equalize on the board.
No, you don't get it, Gani. It's a signature Beloy death. Without a death, you can't win.
Yeah, let's see. Orange buff will be taken by Nile. Shaco here, forced to use the flicker. Feather airstrike that was stolen here will not be able to take Shaco down. Dewa United, though, claims the first turtle in the game.
So that was an instant turnaround with Beloyski's death there. The fact that they were able to take him out means that Geek Fam didn't have the vision to be able to contest for the turtle. And Dewa United now are actually the ones to lead this early game. So despite Lanaya being punished down bot, he's still able to come back. Here, level 6 against Nile at level 6 too.
It's a problem for Geek Fam right now. The Tamaz is getting so much done. It's a good purify by Kaze. And this farm, man, this farm advantage from Lanaya, the fact that he's able to clear his jungle so quick and then rotate over, look at what he was able to do. He's actually ignoring his entire jungle. Both orange and purple are up. He decided to go and subvert Geek Fam's expectations, not farm in the jungle, but actually take the turret goal down below. Now Lanaya has a solid advantage over Nile.
So that's why, right? That was my question. I was like, what is Lanaya doing there? And turns out that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to cut out through the patterns that Geek Fam would normally expect. But on the other hand here, with that being said, Nile was actually able to get a lot of, jungle camps away from Dewa United. Is that worth it? Are those trades worth it?
I don't think he was able to get much, man. I think just like the side small ones. Beloy.
Oh, good way of Dragon. Beloyski. Primal Round will not be able to be popped just yet. Dewa United looking for more. They're blood-thirsty. It seems like Chidera has enough space to not be committed, but take a look at the Feather Airstrike. Watt taken low. Good Feathered Airstrike as well, as Watt will be taken out 1-for-1. It's a gold laner for now, so let's see here. Nile now soaking damage, stunned as well. Shaco will claim the kill. Dewa United, they overcommitted.
I would say Nile kind of overcommitted as well there, right? They got the kill. What? Shaco! What a way, the dragon finding a pick.
And again, it seems like Geek Fam here will not be able to secure the turtle. Dewa United, very good play, and as well as economy here, 2,000 rather, but Nile will still be able to secure the purple buff. Chidera very low, and no flicker in hand. Keys has enough range with the Feather Airstrike to gun him down.
Man, instantly traded back, instantly that punish, right? And Shaco looking for a little bit more. The pick that we were really confused about, that we didn't really agree too much about, has actually been the one that makes or breaks.
Beloyski taking out. Shaco under the turret, receiving damage, but he's A-okay. Dewa United, they are looking to equalize in this game.
4K gold lead. That's the instant turnaround. That's the instant impact that we see. That was so different to what we saw in game number 1. And again, it looks like you and I might be wrong again here, Gani.
Doesn't matter.
Being the two people going in for Geek. I would have thought.
As long as it's action-packed, I'm all for it.
Oh, Shaco jumps in, and so far the signature picks have been big.
Terrified. Let's see. Dewa United fighting with 5. Nile chunked down. Feather Airstrike will try and take him down, but Watt secures the kill. Geek Fam fighting with 4. Take a look at the 2 members here in the bottom lane. Even with a sneaky clear, they will not be able to get the turret.
How far behind is Chidera?
It's quite far behind, man.
BOD just secured compared to Watt, who picked up a Berserker Fury. Was that a first item Berserker or
Second,
a
usually
second
Haas.
item? That's how far behind he is.
He's a whole item behind. But granted, the BOD is very expensive, so you do get it around this timer. But yeah, it just goes to show with the level lead as well that Watt is having a better game this time on the Urthel against this Beatrix. Jacko is trying to go for more. Lanaya on the Stamus. Let's talk a little bit more about this, right? Because we kind of touched on it on the draft, in the draft. I've said that again, this is a signature pick for Dewa in MDL Season 7 whenever they're up against utility because of the faster clear. And that's what Dewa have been able to utilize for the most part, getting Lanaya ahead through him just clearing the jungle, having very good pathing, but also giving him turret gold, using the winning lane in that Terizla.
Chidera flickering out. Oh, the flicker way of Dragon will lock him down. Chidera will be taken out. Wiloyski will not be able to cover his teammate as again, it's a turtle for Lanaya and Dewa United. They're still leading this game.
It's a good lead too, man. 4,000 gold. Beloy just kind of left Chidera there because he already used the armor and Earth Shatter. Dixon!
Good cancel with the penalty zone, right? Dixon now soaking damage. Take a look at Jacko, looking for an opening in the back. But Dixon will fall here under the turret. Look with the BDF now looking for a kill, it seems like. But Luke will be gunned down by Watt. Not just yet though. Watt finds the killing spree. Good away of Dragon on towards Nile. Not enough damage as Chidera finds a precise kill. Good shutdown as well as Dewa United. They overcommitted.
Oh man, just one moment was all it took for Geek Fam to come back into the game. What went down? What was the instant trigger to turn this all back to Geek Fam?
The instant trigger was Dewa United themselves. Geek Fam just reacted to the plays. And remember, this composition within a Kai, within Edith, does really well in nobody saw that now. Re-engages and initiations, right? When Dewa United just jumps in, they have a heavy spin to counter it. They have an Edith with an onward, an Earthshatter, and even a Primal Wrath to counter it. So Dewa, they just dove too deep, they overextended, and you don't do that against Geek Fam. You don't do that against 3 death Beloy. He's getting to his power spike. Usually it's 7 death Beloy.
Almost there.
4 more.
4 more. It's not too far away. And that's Dewa United's 4K gold lead instantly strict by half. 2K now. And all it takes is just one more moment for Geek Fam to come back, and you can feel the pressure and perhaps the pressure on Lanaya as well, right?
12 times picking up Thamu's MDL Season 6 and 7. 83% win rate there. Let's say it's a 5v5 potential battle in the mid, but both teams concedes as they look for the next neutral objective. That is standing, but it's going to be the Lord.
At this point, Lanaya is still ahead. So despite them losing that single moment, he is still level 12 in comparison to Nile, who is level 11. So in terms of neutral objective take, Lanaya should have a little bit more to say. But that all depends on the setup as Dewa United. That's a lot of damage onto a boy already. Is he going to force a recall?
No heavy crossbow.
Now let's see though, right? Feather airstrike pop early though from Keys. Let's see, will that impact it good or bad? And Nile now zoning out as well with heavy spin. Good catch by Chidera. Check out where Dragon on towards Chidera. The damage will come through, not just yet though, as Chidera will flicker out of the way. What? Free hitting at the backside. Looking for a kill on towards a boy. Beloy will be the first one to fall as Nile follows as well. 2 men taken out, but Dewa United, they lost the Lord.
I think it's the 2 kills that actually they can sacrifice. Geek Fam have lost their roamer and their utility jungler. Not too bad considering they got the Lord. If Dewa can clear it out and get turrets, that's where Geek Fam find themselves in a trouble position.
Whoa, what? A boy? He wants to outplay, but Dewa United was ready. He will be taken out as Dewa United almost secures the kill. But the pause starts.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head into a technical pause. Fair play, our utmost priority. We want to give you guys at home, the viewers, as well as the players on stage, you know, the utmost experience, the best experience that they can get. So it actually gives us a little bit of time to evaluate what exactly went down in those final moments, because
Wow.
what was that? Okay, in any other moment, a boy going for that play would make sense.
9 out of 10.
That was a Farsa opening up her ultimate, her feather airstrike in a bush with absolutely no vision. And I think that was a little too risky. Like out in the open, that's exactly what you do as a Valentina. You want to cancel that ultimate from popping out. But that was in a bush, no vision whatsoever.
I think the only reason he went there was to try to burst the Farsa down, right? Because again, the Terrify doesn't actually cancel it. The Feather Airstrike was still up and running with that Terrify on him. Doesn't cancel it. So he was trying to just burst him down, but I agree. That was definitely just miscalculation. He thought he had much more damage than he actually had at that moment. Tried to go for a hero play and got destroyed by Watt instead. And this is where it's going to be very problematic for Geek Fam. I think the Lord there, if they were able to utilize it just to bait out these Feather Airstrikes, and if they only lost a Tier 1 in the mid lane, no problem, right? They have bought enough time for the rest of the members to respawn, and again, the core members, Aboy and Chidera, were still alive. If they had used that time to get back ahead, to get their farm all the way to, level, it will be great. There's still an error of the Clock of Destiny, by the way, so I can't really see what other item that Chidera went for here. I know the BOD, it's just a BOD. I think it has to be a Melfic Roar, right, for Chidera. We'll see exactly later in the item builds. But yeah, if Geek Fam want to play it, they got to play it exactly how they played it earlier in their winning team fight. Reacting to these plays, waiting for the engages, and then disengaging, using their catch, using their CC to pick them off one by one.
And remember, Eterna Miracle, in that last moments, Luke was practically 1 HP.
Yep, he's dead.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone practically, right? So add another point to the board of Dewa United, but let's welcome the Marshal.
It's the man we love to see every single time, because we're going straight into the land of Dawn. And here it is, a continuation. What happened? Nobody got taken down.
I think they have respawned.
Oh, have they?
I think so. I mean, all 5 from both teams. It was quite messy earlier on. But yeah, 12 minutes in, 14-6 here. Dewa United, they can keep this going. I don't see Geek Fam has an answer. Yeah, this is going to be the item here.
So I was right about the Melfic Roar. Jeez. The GDS and the Melfic Roar, though, still a big advantage.
4 items?
Item lead for the Iritheln. He's already building towards that immortality, I believe. A big, big win right now for Dewa United. In these team fights, yeah, at this point, Geek Fam will have to look for that Beloy play. Look at that. Lord advantage. Gold earn, negative 2,400. It was just there to buy them time to get their carries, some more farm, delay what Dewa are trying to do. And at this point, with Shaco having the immortality, it's going to be even harder for Geek Fam to make those plays. Beloyski needs to find one guy, and that's Watt. But Watt has the Purify. Onward and Earth Shatter won't get him.
So how do they play these team fights now?
They got to feint. They got to throw in some CC, use up that Purify, and then go back in with the Black Dragon form.
Or do they go for something similar as they did before? Go in for a counter engage. Wait for Dewa United to make that first move.
I think that window might have just closed out with how ahead Watt is, right? Because if you go for that reactive play, Watt will just decimate your front line a bit too much. Beloy.
Not enough range onto Watt. Shackle, though. Take a look at the burst here. He has immortality. Will lose that immortality as Chidera finds the kill. Take a look at the damage that Watt is giving, but it will not make the Yuzong fall. But my goodness, Haze will make Yuzong fall. Dixon receiving damage. Nile will be gunned down by Watt. It's a 2-for-1. Dewa United, what a play.
I know it's only a 2-for-1 trade, but the fact is, Dewa United successfully took out their retribution, right? So this is going to be a free Lord for Dewa United. And it's not looking good for Geek Fam in this 14 minute.
That was extremely greedy, by the way, from Geek Fam, right? Because they were able to secure a kill with a mistake from Shaco. Immortality, done, dead. But then they decided to go for more when I think they know it themselves that Shaco isn't really a prio target here, right? You get him down, you get more space around the map, sure. You have more chances to pick off, sure. But not in that scenario. Watt still had Purify. There was nothing you could do about him. If you go in as well, maybe finding a pin would be okay. But again, Purify was up. And it just goes to show you with the player gold here how much Watt is ahead by. 11,000 gold in the 14th minute of the game. And Geek Fam now are down 7K.
That's a 2K gold lead for the gold laner only. But Chidera is following up. They're catching up as much as he can. But with this much difference, I don't know if it's enough. They're going for the strike.
Now Baser in the bottom lane taken out. In the mid, it will stand for a bit. Lord taken care of. Nile finds a heavy spin. Not enough damage. Squat is just reheating like a cracker jacker as he finds one. And take a look at the mid Baser. It falls as well. Dixon will be the trade 1-for-1. With that in mind, Baloyski falls as well. Dewa leading by one member. Can they pull the trigger? Go to Way of Dragon, find Shadera. Tickle damage does not find it though. A boy taken now by Keys. Base wide open. Dewa United finds another kill before taking down the base. Ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United have equalized in this series.
1-1, ladies and gentlemen. What an outcome from Dewa United. What a comeback from Dewa United. Despite us not really seeing the beauty, the advantage of the drafts, they were able to execute it way better than Geek Fam in that particular game. That eventually gave Dewa United all the tools available to get this win right from under the nose of Geek Fam.
Dewa United were able to utilize their strengths again. Lanaya on the Thamus and then outplaying Geek Fam all throughout the game, punishing their mistakes and punishing those greedy maneuvers by Geek Fam. Shako was the only one who really made a mistake, I would say, in towards the later stage of the game, but he had that immortality and his team was able to recover. So all the wins that Geek Fam got in the game ended up with losses. Ended up with Dewa winning, and I'd actually have to say that Geek Fam right now, they're in a bit of a pickle because Dewa game 2 victory was more convincing than Geek's game 1.
Is it a Geek curse in the playoffs? They provide a really good performance for the first few games and then they start to falter? We'll see, man.
It's too early to tell, but it is proven, or it is going to be a very intense series. We thought that Dewa United lost when they lose their momentum, it will be just an easy, straight up win for Geek. But in this game, they proved us wrong.
Dewa United were strong. Very weird, a weird draft, I would say, right? Not what we usually see. The Cho into so much CC, into so much reactive heroes like the Edith and the Thamus against the Akai. I even said the neutral objective should be Akai favored, but they really didn't have any control. Dewa were able to force fights every single time before a neutral objective started with the level lead that they had on the Thamus. And with the priority they had in the XP lane as well, the Terizla lane really paid dividends towards the early to mid stage.
And here it is, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. It's Case on the Farsa. And I wholly doubted this pick, right? You don't naturally pick up a Farsa against an already Yuzong pick, and that Yuzong being Luke. And yet he was able to make it work.
I mean, the whole team, they made Cho, Farsa, and Thamus work.
Yeah.
This is MDL Season 7 Dewa United back on stage, man. Again, the reactive plays, the very intelligent pathing from Lanaya was seen here. What was missing in the regular season, they finally found it again. Lanaya was ignoring his buffs. Not even Geek knew that. They thought he took all the buffs. They didn't even try to invade into the purple buff, into the orange buff, because who would do that? Lanaya would.
And we talked about Eterna, Mirko, how what do we expect Dewa United to adapt in this patch? Will they stick to their identity or will they adapt in a sense? We saw an adaptation of Dewa United in Game 1, did not work. They stick to their identities in Game 2, they made it work.
It also really shows the impact of the mid laners, right? Depends on who's going to be able to get that just advantage in that mid lane better. And here it is, the highlights of what we saw earlier on.
the skirmishes happening in this game, man. I mean, from the side of Geek Fam, again, this is the winning team fight where they were able to react to Dixon's play, punish him, and then find a winning full team fight with a good Furious dive by Luke there. He's even sustained quite a bit. But through this, they weren't really able to fully capitalize on this small victory, only getting, what, 2 turrets in the mid lane? And then instantly going for the Lord here, which already was so good, but then that way the Dragon really halted Geek Fam's way to escape. They kept on trying to go back in, kept on trying to kite instead of fully just backing away. And even Nile, they had so much time to actually just back off. Beloy was dead. There was no saving that team fight. Even here, Shaco dead. What do? They instead go for the fight again. I think there's just so many miscalculations from Geek Fam in these team fights. Not understanding, hey, we used all of our resources on Shaco. That guy's not the main damage dealer. How do we even go and beat Watts and K's who are going to free hit in the back with no Black Dragon form? They will capitalizes on every little mistake that Geek Fam made, and that's why they were able to win the game. It was just them reacting to the Geek Fam mistakes.
Very good adaptation, and now I know why the Cho was a very good pick. It was because of the gold laner marksman. Beatrix will never bring a Purify. Easy target for the Cho.
That's why I was asking whether or not that carry ban was because of that.
The Purify?
Yeah.
You mentioned maybe a marksman that can bring a two spells, right? Either a sprint or a Purify, but what's going on here? 20-9, 15 minutes? It's a stop.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind, or the first thing that I have my eyes on, is Irithel. That gold lead really helped them. I mean, Chidera was also very, very greedy, I would say, not going for the Wind of Nature here against this much physical damage. Against Watt, he can just run you down with a Wind of Nature advantage as well. I get that he was trying to go for more damage to try to just output it. But you can't even survive in these team fights through the poke of Farsa. At least I would have expected, if it was not a Wind of Nature, maybe a Rose Gold to survive Kaze's Feathered Airstrike, to stay in these team fights a bit longer. And we saw, definitely, the big impact that having no defensive items showed in towards the later stage. Chidera was just going back and forth. He was trying to just position himself, but he never was comfortable in these positions, so he never basic attacked. And that's why when Geek Fam went in, Chidera was not a non-factor completely. 3 turtles against an Akai. A big mistake. Geek Fam were baited in, were reeled in by Dewa United's fishing rod to go for these team fights. Don't go for these neutral objectives. And in these skirmishes, unfortunately, you just don't win, buddy.
And it was a pity because he invested so much into those damage items, and yet at the end, he wasn't even able to use it.
Even the emblems was a bit greedy, in my opinion. Usually when you go up against the Irithel in lane, Irithel's a winning matchup, by the way, against the Beatrix. I would expect a tenacity, even maybe agility, to just try to maneuver around the Irithel. But he went for Thrill and Weapon Master. Yikes. If you don't win that lane, it's going to be tough.
Was he trying to outdamage the Irithel in lane, in a sense?
I don't think you
Try
can
to find that
early on.
matchup.
That doesn't work that way. Like, the emblems do not change the matchup instantly, especially considering
so even
Watt.
after Chidera BOD Beatrix.
Nope. Not enough, because by the time you got BOD, Watt's on 2 items. You try to burst him down, you try to poke him down. Haas Claws gets you back up much faster in lane. And that's what we saw here. Watts was just free everywhere in lane and team fights. Very rarely did he get picked off. And it's due to that, the Purify. Irithel, why it's so good is because, yeah, like Gani mentioned, heroes who have the ability to go for different emblems, not just locked into one. Brody was locked into a Flicker. Beatrix, locked into a Flicker. Irithel, Sprint, Purify. Heck, I want to see an Inspire next.
Ooh, man, yeah, the versatility on those spells can make the difference. And, yeah, I mean, we beg for it, we know, we expect. It's a 1-to-1 series.
It truly is, and we wouldn't have it any other way, right? Who would want to come in for the first day of playoffs and get a clean sweep? Nobody wants that, right? So it's pretty cool to see that Dewa United were able to come back with that victory, bringing it to a 1-to-1. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break, and we'll see you after. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua.
We are now sitting at a 1-1 between both of these teams. And things are getting even more heated than ever because, again, ladies and gentlemen, the risk is immense. It's high. It's over there.
Both
You know what else is over there?
Both teams can provide every potential that they can bring to the table.
And they need to,
They need
right?
to.
Because if they don't, they have to say goodbye to their playoff run. And I'm pretty sure Geek Fam have been in this exact same position and they
The same
don't
position.
want to do it twice.
No two.
No two.
Just one.
Nope.
They need to be number one.
They
just
need
like,
to be number one.
Just like?
Just like Telkomsel. Why? Why is Telkomsel number
How
one?
is it
Because
number
they
one?
are in a collaboration with Dunya Games right now. And with this collaboration, you guys can get extra quota, extra value with every purchase that you make, as long as you do it on Telkomsel. Because for every in-game purchase that you make on Dunya Games, you can get an additional 3 gigabytes worth of data quota. So hurry up and buy it at dunyagames.co.id or through the Dunya Games app. And if you guys come to the venue, you guys can just straight away check out the booth. We're at Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia, where you can meet Mr. Ahmad, who is ready to service you and who is ready to give you information as to what exactly are the benefits and the privileges with the Dunya Games and the Telkomsel collaboration.
I mean, our MVP back in the regular season, Mr. Ahmad, is back again in this area, in this
We love you,
venue.
Mr. Ahmad.
And with that in mind, with the 3 gigabytes additional from Telkomsel, you can save more gold in a sense, right? You can save more gold and you can as well invest in more. Invest in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12 with prices from 500,000 rupiahs. A turn America, that's a huge bargain.
500,000 rupiah? I usually put that in just for skins. You're telling me that I can invest in gold, get gold on ubslifestyle.com, Ubes Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blee, Ubes Lifestyle, and also get a free skin?
Yep.
Is that what you're telling me, Gani and Eterna?
Perfect.
Perfect.
I was expecting a yes or a no, I got something even better. Just like you guys.
Oh man.
You're looking at Ube's gold
That's
at
risk.
home through a screen. Hey, nerds, touch some grass. Come over to Mahaka Square and take a look at these rings. Oh, look at that.
Oh my
MPL
God.
ID championship rings, baby.
That's a
Yeb has 2. That's why he's the richest coach.
He has 2?
He has 2.
From which year?
10 and 11. Season 10 and
10
11.
and 11.
He can make it 3.
My God.
Can
Or
make
as
it
LaFell
3.
says, tree. The tree.
Oh, yeah. Shout out LaFell. We'll see you soon. Oh my
Nerd.
god. Tree. So funny.
You
But
can't
yeah.
say the
Riz.
in any sentence.
Huh?
Like the the sound. You can't make it.
Like math.
Math. He says
Okay.
F. Math.
Math.
Okay.
I'm sorry, LaFell. Sorry for bullying you.
We love
here.
you. No, you know, that's like maybe they don't know, but we're like that's how close we are.
Uh-huh.
That we
Well,
can do that
Yeah,
and
I
it's
mean,
okay.
We're not that close, right? I mean, like a
No.
2-hour flight.
Right.
Indo-Malaysia.
Right. Like physically.
Also true.
Yeah.
But emotionally and spiritually, man. That's what's important.
I don't know about that.
The connection.
Connection.
And the connection between these players has
Elite.
got to be
On point.
on point as well. And that's something that we kind of saw falter from Geek Fam in game number 2. I was quite surprised because with the draft that I saw, I was like, all right, Geek Fam, they got it. All right? I loved it. They had so many tools that they could work with.
Yeah.
They had a lot of say in the
So
early
many.
game, and yet they didn't execute to the game plan that was set for them from the drafts.
Hero power-wise, I do agree. I feel like Geek Fam has the edge over Dewa United. But then again, the Mobile Legends is all about execution, right? Which, again, Dewa United, they executed to perfection. The space that they were able to give the gold laners, the space that they were able to achieve to get the members of Geek Fam was just on point. But take a look at Tadera, man. Even though that Dewa United equalized in that second game, he seems chill, he seems relaxed.
He's always chill. He's always relaxed. What happened is my question to a man. He went from a boy to a man, back now to a teen, because that game, it felt like he was just going back and forth, right? He went back and forth in terms of quality. Game 1, so stable, all the way to the top. He was acting as the main damage dealer, a utility player with a CC as well. But yeah, in this game, we just weren't able to see that exact form from the side of a boy. And mainly, I think it's them not playing towards their strengths, because I have to stand by my opinion, and I think you guys can agree with me on this too. Geek Fam had the better draft on paper, man. They had all the tools to go up against Dewa United's composition. The Yudong for the Forza, the Beatrix here to try to melt them down here, right? I mean, in the lane, not too good against the Irithel, but then the Akai against the Thamas to secure neutral objectives and secure that early to mid, and even reactive Roamer against the Cho. What went wrong? Their execution went wrong. Gotta talk a bit about that, right? Neutral objective control? No. They decided to go for team fights with this composition instead of using it to what I think is what they were going for. Neutral objectives.
And
They lost
mind you, Beatrix can't, we talked about Beatrix can't bring up the Purify, right? Can't bring the
Yeah.
Purify. But Farsa and the Irithel, they rock the Purify in that game. So it made Beloyski's life a little bit harder to catch them.
It was so valuable.
Very.
And it was so tough, right? Because so many heroes were actually banned away from Beloyski if in the event he didn't go for the Edith. And this is where one of the outliers occur. With a total of 15 unique heroes, Beloyski claims the title of one of the most just versatile, flexible roamers. But with the Edith pickup, and I find that peculiar, right? Because with such a diverse hero pool, he opted for the Edith, and it didn't seem like he had the impact that we usually see Beloyski naturally have. So is this the way to go? Despite Beloyski having a high hero pool, if you take out all the support, is that the impact that we're going to see from Beloyski? Basically, 0 to little?
I don't like. I mean, on the Edith, usually he does okay, right? He doesn't usually have those kind of performances. But that's why I felt it was really strange to see the Kaja and the Franco ban. These are two picks that he utilizes a lot, and especially considering the Angela, Rafaela, Mathilda's been banned out, you'd expect him to actually leave one of those open. But let's take a look at the drafting phase here. If Beloy can try to replicate, again, the diversity that hero pool, 15. With that, I want to give him a nickname, Mr. Hollywood.
Mr. Hollywood?
Yeah, because diversity.
Beloy?
Yeah.
Mr. Hollywood.
Hollywood likes diversity.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I love diversity. Exactly. And again, Geek Fam and Dewa United.
See value in me?
Did they switch sides here?
Yep.
Yep.
They did.
No, actually, no, they didn't. They
From
kept it
game
from
number
game
1.
2, but they
From
swapped
game
it.
2, no.
Okay, exactly. So from game 2, they did not switch sides. It will still be the same bands from Geek Fam, but it will just be the same bands as well from the side of Dewa United. But the change, though, there you go. Geek Fam, they offer an Irrital first pick. Seems like from both games, the teams that picked up the Irrital, they win.
Irrital wins 2 games.
Yeah, it's the better matchup issue at the moment that we're looking at, right? Whoever has, and this is cool, right? Because in an interview that Rect actually had, after Alter Ego was unable to make it to the playoffs, he mentioned in that interview on MPL Talk with Jonathan Liandi or Emperor, the fact that this meta is so gold lane centric. It's not EXP centric, it's not mid lane centric, it's more gold lane centric. So I guess that kind of shows the value of getting a better matchup in the gold lane more than ever. And so Geek understand this, they adjust, they pick up the Irrital, and we're gonna see how will Dewa United actually fare without the Irrital. They go for the Rafaela, they go for the Charizla, but the big question remains, who is going to be in the lane with Irrital from the side of Dewa? Who are they gonna put for
Bruno.
what?
I smell Bruno here, right?
Well, that's what I said, but what did you say earlier on with the Bruno?
Bruno does good if he's able to scale to the late game and get those items. Or, huh?
Yeah, with Rafa.
Exactly. So that covers it, right?
Exactly.
The whole point is early game not too good in the lane against the Irrital. But if you have someone like a Rafaela, a healer, an Angela, whatever, healer, you get through that early game much better. You don't get poked, and even if you get poked, you can just sustain back up, and that's why Geek Fam want to say, no, we want to fight. You try to gank that gold lane, we will go even harder. Good call on that, because again, yes, that's the only part of Bruno that can be exploited early to mid. Paquito and the Martis. It's going to be a skill matchup now, right? I honestly feel like for these two teams, I see the execution, I see a 50-50 for both.
Very honest fact.
It really is honest. I want to know what Jack Lee is feeling right now. So we'll take a look at his comment. Against Geek, we are confident because we have a good understanding of their strategies. We remain vigilant when it comes to their gameplay and their players, such as Beloyski and Chidera. So these are the two main focuses that even Jack Lee, honestly, is feeling. The anchors, Chidera and Beloyski. And in game number 1, I think they kind of overlooked a boy.
Sure.
Let him shine, and he did, and he was able to create those ground-breaking plays. But the adjustments are coming in, and Dewa United were able to come back. So that's a scary thing. If Dewa United keep on adjusting like this, they might have a better say as we come into the second banning phase. Novaria taken out. What does this mean?
Means that they do not want Geek Fam to get this vision. Dewa United wants to play around the composition they have because they have a proper initiator. They have a lot of mobility with the Rafaela. That means they can attack from different angles. And if it's read out by, say, an Astral Echo, it will leave a dent in their strategy. Taking it away, a brilliant move because we still don't know who's going to be mid, even a roam right now, and Novaria fits both.
A great point, and also I feel like Dewa United, they are trying to eliminate what? The range, right? Again, the composition of Geek Fam is very close quarters, right?
Yeah.
It feels like Paquito, Martis, even Irrital, sure. But with the addition of Novaria, it will add more depth to their composition, which might create a nuisance for Dewa United. Geek Fam, I feel like they see this Rafaela and this can be a mid Rafaela. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's just be safe and eliminate Cho.
I like that point that you were making, and in game number 1, they had kind of a similar draft, but they were able to compensate for their lack of range with a Yuzong pick. Now they've actually opted for a Paquito, so they do need an answer. That should definitely be around that mid lane for a boy, and the question is what? Do they go for something like perhaps maybe even the Farsa to be able to outrange, damage the Bruno, who is also very notorious for having a lack of range?
I understand where you're coming from with the Farsa, right? You have a lot of bursts, you have that range to try to go up against the sustainability, but that I would say is still very, very risky. I think a safer pick, like more continuous damage, would do them more justice. I'm thinking it's risky, but Gord, something like that would be very, very interesting to go for here. And that's a Minotaur ban coming in as the final ban from Geek Fam. And that means I think they're going to go for an initiator, a pickoff hero, a Kaja, Franco, both left open. No, Franco left open, Kaja banned. So Franco still could work. Is he eyeing possibly something like a Kufra with that Minotaur ban?
Well, with that in mind first, right, does this mean that we all agree that this is a Rafa mid?
I think it's a roam.
Okay, so...
For now.
For now.
I don't know. I feel like in the mid lane, you're going to struggle early, hard. And against a Martis who can snowball, it's going to be very tough.
Oh, Thamus again? For Dewa United?
Makes sense.
They're hovering over it.
Why not? Lanaya, why not?
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Thamus is going to be locked in for Dewa United. And going back to your point there, Mirko, I do agree that if they want to go for something like the Gord, they need the proper setup. Barca, not so much, right?
Yeah.
For Gord, because his skills are a little bit slow, the animation's a little bit slow, he's a little bit immobile when he opens up the Mystic Gush, he needs setup. And right now, Geek, they don't have it. They only have pure damage in the Martis, as well as the Paquito, a little bit of CC, but not as much and not enough to be able to support a Gord pick. So if they want to go for that, they need a hero that can work that out.
Gord Edith is a good combo to go for. They go for another, a signature, something that we completely forgot, by the way. It's a boy and the, well, usually called Alter, now Netherrealm.
Exactly.
The Netherrealm God and the Ruby. I get the Ruby here. Against the Thamus, they're pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Melee heroes. The Feramis, though, is where I like the Ruby and the Feramis, his final two picks. I feel like for the Feramis, there's a lot of AoE. There's that worldy. There's also a penalty zone to try to counter it. If you group up together, I think you might be the one who gets punished.
They still lack range, right?
And the Yi.
Oh, man.
Exactly. They know how to draft here, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam, they still lack range with their 2 additional picks. So again, with that Eve, it might hurt them more. But then again, if they keep on forcing and fight close quarter in the alleys of the jungles, they might grab that dub.
It's risky. It's a risky pick, but we've seen risky picks and we've seen it flourish. So it's going to come back down to the execution. Not necessarily do they need to utilize his Feramis in a 5v5 setup. They can utilize it for pickoff. And maybe that's exactly what they're going for, right? Stampede, Shadow Stampede into the Ruby. They can go for pickoffs for sure. They can look for advantages in those side lanes in the early game as soon as they hit that level 4 power spike. It really depends on how they're going to go about it. And it's going to be, as ever, as interesting as the Wings once again taking us into the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, will Geek Fam spearhead this 2-1, or will Dewa United go for a 1-1 addition, making it a 2-1 against Geek Fam?
Pendulum at equilibrium, but let's see here who will take game 3.
Pendulum. That's who's going to take game 3. I don't know. Looking at it, man, I would say Dewa United actually has a composition that I would say has the better early stage here. I mean, with the backup onto the gold lane with that Rafaela, I think the Bruno's going to have a very, very good time. And yes, for both of these gold laners, they've gone for the exact same emblems. Let's take a look at the Wilderness Blessing here. Again, for Dewa United, 2, but only 1 for Geek Fam. That kind of hurt Geek Fam a bit, although he wasn't as active as you would probably used to see. But for Geek Fam, it seems like, again, they're trying to get this lane priority in the XP lane, play towards the Martis to get him the edge.
Let's see here, rotation. Very, very standard here, I feel like. Here, both teams looking for 4, but Nile here already dealing damage. He has no decimation just yet, but already enough to force Shaco to flicker away.
This is good.
Now, very interesting. Okay, so everyone is going in for Geek Fam.
Except for you dudes.
Us dudes.
And so far, you guys have been 100% wrong so far?
I am.
Oh, you are.
I am.
We are. Me, too.
Oh, you too?
Gani.
So, well, you know, if patterns speak for themselves, Let's see if patterns can be broken here. Because right now, again, very interesting. They've actually opted to leave the gold lane completely alone. Completely. And this is not what we expected, right? We thought with the Rafaela pickup, Shaka would be focused on trying to help out Watt in the gold lane, but no, they're going for very different routes here, trying to get a little bit more of a benefit, especially before the turtle.
It's because they have better skirmishing powers now, and they also have better neutral objective control. There's no Akai this time, so they can actually go for a 50-50 in the turtle pit.
Now Lanaya here looking for an opening. But take a look at the backside here. NetherRealm popped as well. Lanaya chunks. Nile though finds a retreat. Lanaya very low, taking out first blood. Force out of Geek Fam. A boy will find another kill as well. It's a 2-kill for Geek Fam plus the turtle.
Big W. Geek Fam were able to just outclass Dewa United. They went for a fight and it was a full mechanical duel. A boy!
Oh, with the combination of the RWM. Finds the kill. Luke though finds a trade. It's a 1-for-1. Dixon taken out as well. Good response by Geek Fam.
Very risky. Luckily, they were able to turn that back around. And now Geek Fam, they are going to be leading this first few minutes of the game with 1,500. I'm curious as to know what exactly is going down in this gold lane. We do see that Chidera has a level lead, and they might go for more here. Watt's going to be punished in by Beloyski. This is not exactly the scenario that we want. Chidera leading in this much.
But that's exactly what I said about this matchup. Remember, the Bruno loses in the laning phase, and why we actually like the Bruno pick here was because the Rafaela is there to support the Bruno, but the Rafaela was in the bottom lane and they didn't even utilize what the Rafaela does best in these team fights, mobility. They were clumping up, they were diving in, and they were taking a single angle route to these team fights, and now Geek Fam have the lead.
What? No Purify. Geek Fam though needs to be careful here. Under the turret, oh, good stun. Real world revelation here, and the range of the NetherRealm was not in time. Geek Fam, they blundered that. Dewa United, good pick off.
Lanaya went in a little too deep, I think, for my taste. Right into the back line. There was absolutely no follow-up, and he was cornered against 3 members on the side of Dewa United. If he was able to get out, great, but Beloyski?
Good, I'm offended. Watts now taking pull everything as Luke secures the double. Very good rotation. Luke, EXP, does not matter. He will rotate for you to the top side.
And just as I say it, they made it worth it. Being able to take down Watts there. What is going on, Geek Fam?
You should stop saying things, H-Turn. It seems like every time you say something, it turns around. Even K's now getting punched in that corner. Luke's chasing him down.
Dixon, though, pops the penalty zone in the back. Lanaya finds a red trade. Good pull onto it. Still, Lanaya a little bit in pickle. Holy Baptism to find some space, but Niall will fall. Good RWM as Luke will fall here, surely. Dixon, though, will be betrayed as it's going to be a 2-for-1. Geek Fam, again, though, will get the turtle.
The fact that Geek Fam had a lead coming into that team fight, it shouldn't have been that close. It was actually an equal trade in the end. No, I would say Dewa got the better trade. They got a shutdown on Luke and a turtle.
Oh, they got the turtle.
A turtle, that's a W.
That is. That's a W for Watt as well. He's already on his first item, or second item. Let me check.
A capital W for Watt.
Number 1 item there, being able to get a turret in the top side. He's catching up, and it's scary. Chidera does still have a little bit of a lead. He goes in for the bottom lane, tries to get some more value. But in the grand scheme of things, that gold lead that Geek Fam were able to build from that early game is taken out. Only 700.
Oh, good. I'm offended. Lanaya here is ready for a fight. Seems like he wants to engage. Chidera is going to be the main target. Real World Revelation locks him down. Chidera taken out. Now, take a look at the backside. Dixon looking for an angle, but it seems like Dewa United will be satisfied with just 1 kill.
They're feeling it.
Dewa are feeling it.
Yeah.
Geek Fam are the opposite of feeling it. Penalties on what?
Good on towards to no NetherRealm, but Dixon under the turret with the help of a boy will be taken out. Miscalculation there, Beloyski. Be careful here. Don't overextend. Dewa United. Yeah, they overcommitted.
So far, it's the battle of who makes the least amount of mistakes.
Good on the offended. Oh, Keys. Now you see him, now you don't. Now, with this, right, before Turtle. No Yeeth! It's gonna be a free Turtle, seems like, for Geek Fam.
And that was also a shutdown, Mirko.
there was so much happening for no apparent reason, right? Like Dewa overextended and then Geek overextended. They were just going at it. I can do it better. No, I can do it better. I'll get the turtle as well this time. And then now it's back to Geek Fam with the lead. It's almost like there was fights that they got. Yeah, it didn't matter at all because they just kept on fighting and Geek Fam were able to win. It's been a mechanical duel, a mechanical match so far this series.
We'll see here, Chidera already looking for something more in this bottom lane. He's going to be able to defend that one. But at this moment, Geek Fam, instant turnaround again. This gold lead is so shifty.
Yeah.
It's like a ping pong match, man. Geek Fam were able to hold it for a bit. Daewoo United gets more value in certain occasions. But now Geek Fam completely come back with a 2K gold lead. And what does this mean for the team? The fact that Chidera now already has an additional item up his sleeve as well.
And now it comes back down to resetting, setting up Lanaya on the Thamas. You'd expect the lead.
Good, I'm offended on towards Keys, figuring out of the way. But take a look at Zera with the positioning. He finds a free kill. Luke finds a turret. What the wheel be the main target and will be taken now. Oh, not just yet. Good cover by the members of Dewa United. It's a 1-for-1, but take a look at Luke. He has all the time in the world to take that inner.
Niall is going in deep too many times now. But the beautiful thing about this is Geek Fam, despite these things going kind of in favor of Daewoo United, being able to, defend this, get picks here and there, Luke has been playing the map better. He's been able to do his own thing, get a little bit more pressure on the opposite side of the map, and you can see that Geek Fam have a little bit more pressure when it comes down to map and vision because of these plays.
It's really tough now, I would say, right? I mean, for Dewa United, every time they try to look for the initiation, that Ruby has been in the front, using that I'm offended, don't run Wolf King as well so well. And meanwhile, for the side of Dewa United, the main strength that they have, that AoE damage, plus also the mobility that they have from Shaco's Rafaela, hasn't really been utilized. They've been staying in place, they've just been attacking front to back, and it's given Geek Fam so much more strength in these team fights to go like this, play front to back.
Good penalty zone, it's a 5v4. Luke is on his way. Another round popped. Good stun by Dewa United. Oh, real world relation missed the members of Geek Fam, but Dewa United will disengage. Luke finds an angle in the back, looking for a kill onto it. Shaco does not get it just yet, though. Luke still closing the gap. Shaco and friends are looking to close out the gap, and they will fall. Shaco is the main casualty in that fight.
That's a man advantage for Geek Fam because of that play by Luke. Taking him out means that Geek Fam are going to have better setup, better pressure to get this Lord uncontested, and Daewoo United are forced to surrender and forced to retreat in this 10th minute of the game.
Again, Geek Fam just executed that team fight much better. Wow, they're kiting. That was a 4v5, but Dewa were not able to lock any of them down. Despite Chidera bringing the sprint, not the Purify. Heck, he didn't even use it in that skirmish. Goes to show you just how much better Geek Fam are at these front to backs. They're able to kite way cleaner than Dewa. And again, Dewa, they just haven't been able to find the proper angles to flank, to attack, and to utilize this mobility difference, or the mobility advantage that they have. And you can see it here. The Irithel is ahead of the Bruno, as we expect from that laning phase. I guess for Dewa United, they are now playing to get Watt ahead. As long as Watt gets to those item power spikes, they can still have a say in this game.
They're still so far off, though. That's a 1,500 gold advantage for Irithel. Close.
Almost.
Very close.
Dewa United will lose the base turret passive top lane as they rotate towards the bottom lane to take care of the Lord.
And Niall's literally been a utility jungler. Usually you see the Martis snowball in the start with kills. Nah, he's just been objective.
Let's see, real world relation pops. Good Nether Realm, good pull as well. Dixon in the back lane, trying to play the desperate play. He will fall though, as Dewa United lost a key member to sustain the fight. Dewa United now in shambles. What now? Targeted. Niall finds the double. It's a two-man kill for Geek Fam, as it seems like no minions. A boy very low, still able to escape. Dewa United. What a defense, but a better offense from Geek.
What was that?
That was a bug in the system. That base turret did not exist in their screens. It only exists in ours. They just dove it.
And they didn't
None of them lost their lives for that. They went in so aggressive, so deep. They went into the base turret. And yet, nobody fell from that. Off the play of a signature Beloyski pick. What in the world?
I mean, who's playing Beloyski's account? I'm looking back. It's Beloy.
Not me, not me.
He looks like Beloy. But that ain't Beloy. Beloy doesn't go 0-0 and 8. We expect the 8 deaths with the 8 assists. It comes with it as a package. What happened? Beloyski is having a game that is just a phenomenal game. He is just outclassing Dewa, getting these picks, getting these I'm offended flicker combos, even the I'm offended flicker combos in front. He hasn't missed a beat this game.
I thought with the lack of range that Geek Fam has, they will struggle. But, man, take a look at their execution. Wow.
It's been on
Power
point.
of the Geek and the Fam unity.
Shout out Famunity, man.
Shout out Sheffin. He's a Fam unity.
Exactly. And again, Geek Fam with this composition, they're able to, force fight in close quarters, which is what their composition is best.
So what do Dewa United do at this point,
Look
right?
at their range.
They have so much range to work with the Yi.
They do have
AoE?
range, but they need some lockdown as well to get that range down, right? Like, I mean, real world inflation gets popped in. If they all can walk out, what are you supposed to do? You can't really do anything. You can only accept the inevitable. And at this point, the inevitable is Geek Fam will just push in this base turret with the enhanced Lord. It's a 9,000 goldie. We saw what Geek Fam did to the base turret. Ignored it and won a team fight inside of the base.
But they have a PZ. And literally nobody from the side of Geek Fam has Purify. In theory, this should not be the outcome that we expect.
You don't need to Purify if the CC doesn't even land on you. That's Geek Fam's way. Their Chad way.
Let's see, this might be the final push of the game. Dewa United 5, Geek Fam with 5, but they got the Lord. Let's see, Renaya forcing here, looking for a clear. I'm offended, does not find it. Geek Fam retreats for a bit as they look for the mid. Will they commit it? Let's see. Dewa United will look for the clear, finds it. Base turret mid will stand as well as the bottom one.
Remember though, Dewa United, despite Geek Fam having a lot of gold in their hands, this wave clear is still a very, very strong tool that they can utilize. They have a Yves and a Bruno with some solid frontliners that can get healing.
It's apparent. You can see that Geek Fam are struggling to look for a moment. It really depends on Beloyski here or a boy. Oh, there it is.
Good pull, Lanaya. Good healing as well. Luke, though, will look for space. Real world inflation now will force Beloyski on towards the flicker. Luke looking for an angle in the back. Looking for a kill on towards one, but the wind of nature will save his life. Luke now disengaging. Dewa still strong with 5. Take a look at bottom lane. Irithal finds the base turret.
They find 2 base turrets. Unable to, quote-unquote, end the game, but they do still find value in the fact that they're able to expose a Dewa United. Just one more turret left. And in these prolonged Lord fights, that's going to come in very handy for Geek Fam to utilize and play around with.
That Lord advantage, gold earned 3,000. Still a very massive W for Geek Fam. They got the 2 most expensive turrets in the base. It's the side lane turrets. Playing with the far lane is going to be crucial for Geek Fam because they will need to try to force a fight, try to force Dewa United outside of their base into this Lord pit if they want to have a smooth end. Another way they could do it is take the Lord and then try to siege again against this very, very strong high ground composition. Let's take a look at the items here for the Yves. He's actually decided to disregard Enchanted Talisman, going for more damage because they were behind. He needs to try and compensate for the lack of damage by just getting rid of those kind of items, just going straight for damage. Glowing Wand, Ice Queen Wand built up. He has a lot of damage in his kit already. And for Dixon, he is very, very tanky. He's gotten the Dominance Ice and the Blade Armor. Some good neutralization for the crit damage from Chidera. And even for that Dominance Ice, it's going to be solid here to slow down a bit more of the Geek Fam members as they will continue to try to build up to that power spike. Mainly, I'm going to have to say that Bruno has hit that power spike already, just on the way to that melting roar. Once he gets it, he's gonna be able to melt these frontliners.
Man, look at the bottom lane just constantly push though. All the while you were talking and analyzing over the items, man. Luke is just a constant nuisance, giving me Iran flashbacks on the Paquito. always playing that lane, always giving Dewa United a hard time, and trying to split them up. And it's working. They're able to get all three. Wow.
Exactly, man. It's just minion wave management. And Dewa United, I don't see them defending this, honestly.
I actually see them defending this. I think they can actually prolong it to the 18-minute. It all comes down to how clean they are here with their front to back. If they can play the front to back properly and not get caught in that I'm offended, that big moment play, they can still defend. Their wave clear is a solid 8, maybe even a 9 with that even Bruno.
Let's see.
But they need more than wave clear. They need to...
They
I'm thinking about it, right? How?
They need to distract the Lord to go and charge the mid lane turret, I feel like. Okay, then never mind. Taken down already. Lanaya. Oh, flicker by Beloyski. Does not find anything though. Lanaya soaking and trying to take the damage. Dewa United managing wave. Clearing case though. Will fall. That's the main wave clearer. Taken out.
Dixon has not used his ultimate just yet, though.
Wow, let's say Beloyski, everyone in the bag to defend this one. But it seems like GeekFam, they lost an immortality, but it's fine. The base wide open, 2 kills, 3 kills. Dixon left man standing. Will he fall? He will. It's a wiped out in this game as GeekFam. They will find the 3rd game.
The Empire strikes back as GeekFam now sitting at a 2-1, a lead here in this best-of-5 series against Dewa United. That's going to be match point, ladies and gentlemen. If GeekFam are able to secure one more game, we're going to have to say goodbye to Dewa United.
And that's it, the target acquisition again for GeekFam, similar to game number 1. Once you get the Eve down, it doesn't matter how good your wave clear is, you still need those members up and ready. With the Eve a bit too far off, getting chunked by Luke, getting bursted down, that was the nail in the coffin.
10 out of 10.
Give me a 12, because we're at season 12.
Okay.
12 out of 1.
You're like...
What? That's even better.
Yummy.
For GeekFam, it's not 12-1. Remove the 1 in the front, it's a 2-1 match point. GeekFam match point is scary though, because we know what happened last season, so they still need to keep their composure.
Reset.
For sure.
Reset.
For sure.
We don't want another repeat of that sweep going horribly for them last season against a blue team. This time against a gold team.
I mean, Sheffin must be happy with this result here. Right?
Who should be happy? Sheffin.
Oh,
the man's always
already?
happy.
The fight is not over.
Not over.
It's a best of 5.
True.
Like we mentioned earlier, it's not a sprint anymore. It's not a best of 3.
True.
It's a full best of 5. It's starting to become a marathon. That means endurance is key. They need to stay composed, level-headed, reset. Not get overzealous. Because again, despite GeekFam winning that game number 3, it didn't mean that they didn't make mistakes.
Yeah.
Right?
They played it so well. Again, unfortunately for you guys, you guys have been reading the drafts, looking at the way, like how they win through drafts. Yeah, they don't care about that. You can have the winning draft, but what makes the biggest impact is how you execute it. And Beloy, what happened to you, Beloy? You're not the man I used to know, bro.
People
Where
evolve.
are the deaths?
People change. People evolve.
He has the most deaths in the league.
He does. Even back at MPLPA.
Yeah, but now he's just solid. Like he doesn't make. Okay, maybe in game 2, maybe he used up all the aggression that he had piled up, and then he's like, all right, that's enough, guys. Game 3, I'm gonna do my thing, the real Beloy thing.
And the thing he did. Another signature Ruby Flicker ultimate combo.
Oh my God.
That was beautiful. That was a really good pickoff. Everyone followed it up perfectly as well. And those were just little moments in the game that led up to this. The win
Luke.
for GeekFam. And Luke. Didn't necessarily lead to Luke, but he was one of the highlighted players in that game. The player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G, Paquito, Luke. He was able to do a lot
Very
right?
consistent.
He played the game, he played the map, he was able to find objectives on the side lanes.
Yeah.
He was able to find the perfect pickoffs in the back line as well.
He came in last to execute these members, used the flicker, got Watt, was able to knock out Strike K's that led up to his kill, and there was demise in the final point of the game. I believe he deserves this. Player of the game by SG834, A54, 5G. Let's take a look at the S. That's S, sprint. The spell, the sprint. It's a double S. And also the build, the Hunter Strike, and no Bloodlust.
Nope.
Usually you see the Bloodlust axe for the Paquito. This time, for Luke, it feels like maybe he feels, I already have the Festival of Blood, I already have the Quantum Charge, I have enough sustain. What I don't have is tankiness. I want to be able to dive in deep and just go at it. He went for the Oracle. So instead of the Bloodlust, he's relying on the Oracle to help enhance the Festival of Blood and the healing he gets from his skills. Boom, bang, bada bing. Even the shielding he gets from skill 1. That's how he was able to survive, man.
And it's a magic resist item as well, right? So against Yves, he will still have a little more tankiness in himself. But let's see here, the highlights, visual what happened here. In case you missed it, it was just an all-out war for Luke. I mean, take a look at his mechanics, man. Nobody can touch him.
Really? Nobody was able to touch him. I think they were able to, like, get him once. But he was rotating from bot to top so easily. And in this skirmish as well, the fact that he was able to survive on a lot of these skirmishes, this is the time that he actually died. But he already bought so much time for the rest of Geek to escape. What he did this game was basically he forced Dewa to Luke at him.
Another 12.
I'm just hitting it, man, every single time. And just, again, in these skirmishes, Geek Fam were able to distract so much that Luke was able to push in that top side and get so many advantages. And this was the moment where he came in last as an assassin on this fighter. And then Beloy had his moment here, a beautiful I'm offended flicker to the back that basically gave them a free base turret. Oh, this was the one that they ignored, the base turret, actually. So, yeah, free base turret, no base turret, guys.
How do you survive that?
Juggle aggro.
Luke just tells the turret to look at him. Gotta overuse the joke, man. Just like how Dewa United tried to overuse their wave clear. They had one thing going for them, wave clear, and they tried to rely completely on it. That one-dimensional game plan cannot work against a team with a 12,000 gold lead. So much dive and so much pickoff.
Definitely, but that led to an 18-minute game.
18 minutes?
Right? The second game was 15 minutes. Things are getting a little bit closer, you would say,
True.
maybe.
Oh my god.
It's closer
18
to
minutes.
the first game, though. It was 18-19.
Oh, a 1 second difference. Duration.
You like 1 second differences.
17-7, a lot of sevens.
There are a lot of sevens, right? I mean, even here, taking a look at it, no one thought that there would be this much dominance, I would say, for the Martis against Lanaya's Tamis. 10 orange buffs to 6, 12 to 5. Lanaya is supposed to be the one who invades, who gets the early lead. But through these skirmishes, especially, I would say the first hurdle, that really sealed the deal for Dewa United's early. They had very good skirmish, they had good sustain, and they had a lot of CC to play with. But with that one loss, they lost, I believe, 2 members and the turtle. Lanaya 2 behind, and that just gave Niall so much room to invade and to get out. There's no real lockdown threat on the Martis. Just Mortal Coil out of there, sir.
That's why I think the Ruby was a good pick in the end.
Very good.
Roy was just
impactful.
I'm curious about something.
Sure.
Ask away.
In theory, you would say, okay, penalty zone counters Cult Altar, right?
Yeah, clumped up.
But the interaction, it feels like it could be opposite, no? They go for the penalty zone. If there's not enough follow-up damage, if they utilize a Cult Altar after the PVZ hits, the penalty zone hits, then wouldn't that counter the damage coming through and the combo gets negated?
Yeah, that's why it comes down to, again, execution, right? I mean, on paper, the penalty zone, the RWM, the worldie, it's there. The follow-up is
AOE,
there
right?
for the penalty zone. But in reality, Geek Fam were able to just outclass them using the maneuverability. Something very underrated that we saw here was the usage of Shadow Stampede from a boy.
Yeah.
Not to initiate in a lot of skirmishes, but to just maneuver around, getting more damage, and using the Cold Altar only when they are low. So he was more of like, he was playing it like a Diggy, like an Estes kind of, using that Cold Altar that way instead of using it to give movement speed to dive. And again, avoid the carry. Yo, oh boy, you're a mid laner, bro. Give it to Chidera or even Luke this game. On the Valentina and now on his signature pick, a boy is a menace. He went from a boy to a man in game 1, from a man to a teen in game 2, and he's back to a man.
Man.
Metamorphosis.
Evolution of a boy. Right in front of our eyes. But yeah, I mean, a boy as well here. Very, very strong mid laner. Shown again, displayed again. And I don't understand. The coordination of Geek Fam in game 3 was just that perfect. Which I thought that their composition is a bit too clumpy, it's very short range, but no, they were able to make it work.
This is coming from #1 prediction, talent prediction man, Gani, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. He knows how to read drafts. And yes, I have to agree with you.
Doesn't make sense.
Eterna, sometimes reality is more surprising than expectations.
Like that?
Whoa!
Wise words.
Wise words. But Wise
Exactly.
is not here. He's in PH. And he's not even playing.
Miss you, Wise.
We miss you.
And V.
Yeah.
This is like the perfect patch for V.
I agree.
We miss you.
You know who I miss?
Who?
Rossi. It's also the perfect patch for
Rossi.
him. Estes, Rafa.
You know who I
healers.
miss?
Who?
Arashi.
We all miss him.
You don't miss Sheffin?
I miss Sheffin too.
Miss Sheffin.
Okay, that sounds like pity now. You're just like, oh yeah, I miss Jeffin too. Whenever you have to put a 2, it's just like, sure. We'll do it later. We'll give you another chance later, Gani, to send your regards.
Also, for those of you who are watching right now, and you guys aren't aware,
What?
there's an aquarium behind us, which is
yeah,
very interesting. I
get to
think
see
this is
the
an
players.
amazing addition to the stage, and it's super worth it to come over and to see exactly what's going on behind the scenes with both of the players and the teams. And I love it. I love that addition. You have to come over to Mahaka Square, guys. You know, it's still day #1. You still have plenty of time to come over
Book a
for
flight.
day #2, day #3, day #4, day #5. Book a flight. If you're not in Indo, book a Grab.
Ask Mirko
If you're
to
in
book your
Jakarta.
flight. That's a better
Look,
solution.
it's so cool. You get to see them like talking and discussing.
Yeah.
And to see like their mood, because that's important, right? We're always talking about strategies and so on and so forth, but their mood, their mental state, how they're feeling, it's important too.
It's very, very important. I think we saw this first in MSC just this year earlier,
But it was
right?
smaller.
It was smaller, but you were able to see it.
Yeah.
This time it's like a version 2.0 of
so
the
cool.
aquarium. It's way bigger now. You guys can see it a bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
You can see like the
it
coaches
there.
emote
Yeah.
when something happens, like oh,
The coaches just start
like,
to yell and
"No!"
stuff, or no, that also
Yeah.
happens. The thrill and the agony of esports here. You get to see it from the coaching staff. They're no longer back all the way behind. But ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? We have an arena.
We have seats
We have seats.
that you guys can fill. You come over.
But it's almost a full house though.
It truly is.
But especially up there, man. You can see that there's just so many fans. I can't wait for day #2, day #3 when the stakes get even higher. And then we'll definitely be hearing the roar similar to M4.
I feel like day 1 has a lot of stakes too already.
There's a lot of stakes or Eterna, but it's still like a play-in stage. You know, they're
But
still
it's-
trying to qualify technically for the real playoffs, which is tomorrow. Because this is day 1. This is like, you made it, you fight for it.
But now we're sending 2 teams home. Again.
And Doe United, it's one last chance for them.
They're one game away.
They've had God's blessing in the regular season. Somehow, some way, just winning against Geek Fam both in leg 1 and 2.
Yeah.
We'll see if it continues here. Oh, wow. Shortest game duration. We still have it. 10:36. Oh, no. MPL PH 9:57. I forgot about that game. RSG PH.
What
Raiders.
happened?
What happened?
9 minutes?
Yeah, I actually watched that game.
What happened?
They just They stomped Echo. That's it.
They stomped Echo.
Yeah, they just outdrafted Echo.
After the first Lord, GG's.
I
Or
don't
even
think-
without the Lord.
Without Lord, I think.
Without the Lord.
Wait. With Lord. With the first Lord, yeah.
With the first Lord. Wow.
Have we ever seen a 9-minute game before?
I've seen a 6-minute game.
No, here at MPL ID.
Not an MPL ID. It was ISF 2023 Vietnam versus Namibia. Namibia
6
lost. in
minutes?
6 minutes. That was the shortest game I've ever casted. ISF 2022, sorry. Yeah.
Wow.
Me and Arashi were shook.
And I would expect you
Yeah.
to be 6 minutes.
So back in the day, it was still the old emblem. Balman goes for Demon Slayer, remember? That Balman went for Festival of Blood in the Jungle.
So, in conclusion, if I were to just went to the toilet for 3 minutes.
The draft was longer.
Wow. For 7 minutes. If I were in the toilet for 7 minutes, I would just, wow, it's GG's.
Yeah.
Wow.
You'd have missed the game, Gani.
I'm shook. I want to see that game.
You can watch it.
Okay,
it's a,
I'll watch
it's a
it after
very
this.
quick watch as well. You can enjoy your time. A boy is certainly enjoying his time, but it feels like he's just so serious.
They've
When
been like
Chidera-
this the entire series.
Chidera is like
Except
laughing.
for Chidera. The
Yeah.
only player was
Oh.
Chidera. The only one smiling was Chidera.
I love that. You
Beloyski
need-
is super serious in the game.
Okay.
A boy's like this as well.
Yeah.
Everyone else is kind of like that actually.
I think it's
Other than Chidera, that's it.
game face on.
the game face.
They're so serious.
Even for Shako, Dixon, it does feel like they are, pressured for sure here. One more game, and they're going to be knocked out of this match, of the playoffs in Season 12. Still an incredible feat, though. Even if they get knocked out, remember, first season playoffs. Rebellion couldn't do it. Geek Fam took a long time to get it. It's very tough to make it to the playoffs in your first season.
And how they've gone here so far, that's already a feat that needs to be recognized. And this is a question that I wanted to ask.
Go.
Does Devil United want to go for first pick? And they do. So, oh man, Geek Fam's too smart, man. Irritel ban. My hopes were so up.
To get a fifth game.
Diminished.
Instantly diminished with that Irritel ban by a Geek Fam. But what does this leave open?
Beat it.
Baxia, Fredrin,
Paquito.
Kaja. Kaja is open.
Kaja is open.
Kaja is finally open after 3 games of it being banned out by Geek Fam. They're forced to an Irritel ban. So does Dewa United want to go for that? Or do they want to prioritize again the gold lane? But at this point, is there a hero that transcends all heroes in the gold lane without the Irritel there?
I don't think so. I don't think it's worth a first pick to go for here for Dewa or Geek. And yeah, they will go for the Kaja. It's finally been left open. This is a pick that I would say Shako has been able to find a lot of success on. And for Shako, at this point, yeah, maybe not, don't go for the healers, right? Don't go for the utility. Go for something flashy where you can get your hands dirty. And the Kaja is certainly something like that.
For sure, good. Sticking to his roots, sticking to his own play style. And let's see here, what will Geek respond with, right? My guess is they surely secure Terizla. And if they want to take the Divine Judgment away, take the Valentina away.
Boom. Terizla and the Valentina taking it away from Dixon. It's already a good deny pick, and that Valentina has just been crucial for a boy. If it's not picked here, we will see it contested later on for sure. And now for Dewa, I'm just thinking about it. Against a Terizla, against a Valen, do they want to secure a comfort pick for K's? Like say a Novaria here. Or do they want to just stay in place, go up against the penalty zone with a Yves?
Oh.
Man, that's a tough decision.
I smell a Martis. I feel like securing a jungle here to stabilize in that role. It's
Ooh,
gonna be
wow.
another Dallas.
And a
Sticking
Farsa.
with this. They could go for a Martis ban in the second phase.
Oh!
Oh, quick response. Quick response here. Does this Samus may go to the EXP?
I don't think so. Zero chance for Dewa United to put the Thamus in the XP because I feel like it's going to be just too forced here.
Okay.
The Turisla will be able to completely just bully the Samas in lane. That carry pick, though, leaves it very susceptible to a lot of these bullies. But I think GeekFam will try to get rid of it right now, right here. Brody, banned out. Needs to take that out. With the Iritha and Brody gone now, I think for the carry, she's all good. She just needs someone to combo together with, right? The Kanji's already picked up. So I'm thinking of another single target hero. Franco could work. Something like an Edith as well would be solid. Or if they really want to just counter this back line, they could go for the Kufra to help dive with the Turisla.
I like it. I like the Kufra pick. And that's why my guess is GeekFam, they should secure a hero for the jungle in that second phase first, then last pick the roam. Just like what Dewa United did actually with Shako, but this time they might play it with Baloy.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I think even if they really want to go crazy, it's possible that they pick up an Atlas if Dewa United does not pick up an Assassin.
Wait, Geek pick up an Atlas.
Last pick.
Ooh. There's a Purify build. I mean, you can go for Purify on this Barca, but yeah,
But
they are...
technically you can overwhelm them because you still have the penalty zone.
Penalty zone and a Valentina that can still Feathered Airstrike, or even a Kaja Divine Judgment, right? So yeah, they can definitely overwhelm that Purify. And also, looking at the picks, they've denied and banned out the picks that can, in the gold lane, that can use that Purify or Sprint, right? I mean, the swap. Something else that could work, that can go Purify, is the Claude. But it has fallen off a lot recently in this meta, in this patch. Not to say that Watt can't pull it off, but it is going to be very difficult up against a Valentina that can terrify you. And a carry in lane that actually is one of the heroes that does really well against the Claude. An Edith ban coming through to deny it away from Baloy. Ruby, Franco, and Akai. They go for the Akai, all right.
Martis?
Tama's jungle. I don't think they're going to Martis.
Yeah, Tama's jungle.
Tama's jungle.
Beatrix, gold lane?
Against Akai. It might be tough.
It's tough for anything.
Do you smell Nixia here? Can you pull off a Nixia?
She's so immobile. Oh man. No, X-Borg. Okay.
The X-Borg is great here against the Akai and the Turisla, actually. A great pick, and it's also a comfort pick for Dixon. The Claude here would be very risky against the Akai, against so much of CC. I think, yeah, the Ixia is a pick that just makes sense. Again, like, there's no other pick. You go for the Beatrix, you're going to get bullied hard by this kind of composition. You go for the Claude, even harder. The only real answer is the Ixia. The Iritha, in my opinion, would be the best answer, but again, ban out. Geek thought about this. They're good.
Last pick.
Does Melissa not work?
No, not really.
Attack speed, yeah, is very, very tough here.
I don't know, man. Ixia feels very vulnerable.
Ruby again,
the dive.
if not Atlas.
Yeah, the Atlas would just be amazing here, right? They can just go for some more...
Ruby.
Oh, wow. All right. It's going to be the Ruby pick. Okay. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft's coming in. What do you think? I think Dewa, even though they picked up the Ixia, they have a solid front to back, guys. I'm not going to lie. They have a solid damage output. They might actually have more damage than Geek when it comes down to a clean front to back.
I'm scared for the Ixia, man.
You are scared for the Ixia.
I don't know. I feel like it's PTSD. I know it's been working lately in other regions. So we'll finally see it come alive here in the playoffs. Whether or not it will work, it's going to come back down to the execution. And I'm intrigued. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're at match point. Dewa United lose this match, this game, it's over for them.
Do or die. Match point for GeekFam. Or will it be the conductor, Watt, leading this quartet and orchestrate and demonstrate a harmony masterpiece to equalize in this series?
Let's see it. Brave Smite for Luke. I'm going to be looking at Watt here. Quantum Charge, Shako as well. 3 QCs. A lot of mobility that they're going to be trying to utilize in this composition, in these skirmishes. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, they're relying on that combo together. They need to lock down the Dewa members from running away or getting out of range of Chidera's range.
Am I seeing it right? Luke has no flicker. Now let's see. Stun, great. Dixon now, though, will lose his Viraga armor, but Chaco will loop to poke damage.
Yeah, by the way, this is a horrible lane for the carry. Carry gets bullied by anyone who outranges her. And Ixia, talking about range, you know what she does, man. You can already see the impacts of this up top. The Ixia is already winning in this lane. And even if Chidera goes in for like an all-in, Watt can just sustain back up.
I think that's the main highlight for me. The fact that she's able to regen in that lane, stay a little bit longer, sustain better, and not having to retreat like we see on screen there. Carry already forced a recall earlier on, and if this goes the way that Watt plans, he can actually force Carry to miss a few minions there and get that advantage in terms of gold.
For sure. That's a strategy right now for Dewa United. They need to try to catch this carry off guard as well. They can utilize the win in range and the win in mobility with the Farsa to rotate up top when they have Feather Airstrike. And that combo will be deadly. Chidera will have to flicker out of that instantly.
7 seconds left for the next neutral objective to spawn. The first neutral objective to spawn. Nile level 4, Lanai is also level 4, so it is a 50-50. Dewa United looking to get a little bit more of an advantage in this bottom lane. But so far, it feels like Geek Fam, better setup, is caught low.
Let's see, the stun and the Feather Airstrike will force a boy to use that flicker. But take a look at here, Nile will receive damage, will poke damage as well. Lanaya, though, will focus himself on towards the turtle. Good flicker by Dixon. Geek looking for an engage. It seems like Dewa United, this time, they will have no business.
Technically, they still have Shaco. That's a Divine Judgment that they can utilize to try to lock Nile down. The Geek Fam has a lot to say with that. Oh,
good. Engage here. Take a look at Keys. Wings by wings cancelled out. Nile finds the first blood. Shaco pulling Luke into the fray as Luke will fall. Good trade here, but Keys is still more impactful if you compare it to Luke. Now, let's see. Avoid Beloyski. Pokes Beloyski quite low. Dixon pops the last insanity. There's not enough damage just yet, but there you go. He finally finds the kill.
Wow, all right. Dewa United getting 2 and trade for 1. They have a man advantage here, and Keys finally being able to come back into the game, back into the setup, and it looks like Dewa United have the man advantage as they go for more.
Feather Airstrike, a boy. Be careful there, Luke, though. Penalty zone onto it as Nile finds the harmony and claims the retribution.
what a game! What an execution by both these teams. I was about to say Dewa played it. Oh, wow!
Woo! We're unanimous. Keys, though, quite low. Waste by waste, not enough time as he gets taken out. A boy will be the trade. Both mid laners fall as Geek Fam and Dewa United now, they reset it.
Back to my point before I was so rudely interrupted by that initiation from Lanaya. Dewa United reset the turtle 3 times to just go back and forth, force out the heavy spin, force out a skirmish before the turtle fight, but they completely forgot about penalty zone.
I'm offended. Good heavy spin as well. The damage, though, is not enough. I feel like, Beloy and Nile, not enough damage here. Chaco jumps in. Beloyski and as well as Nile now quite low. Taken out here surely by Watt, who joins the fray, but no, it's going to be Key securing the kill.
What is going on? It's so back and forth for the most part. Geek Fam have been playing it cleaner, but Chidera, what is he doing?
Good stun, Chidera, good. I'm offended as well. It's a 3v2, good re-engage and the
way.
pull as well. A boy finds the double.
What? Again, right? What in the world? Chidera was falling so far behind, but he gets a little bit more value because of the follow-up coming in from Beloyski. That brings them ahead once again with a 2-0 in the top side.
8 kills in 4 minutes speaks for itself. We've had more action in this game alone than the 2 games combined, or the 3 games combined even. Geek Fam in the lead. They have so much more pressure now around that top lane where Watt is supposed to have the winning matchup. That kill was massive. The fact that they burnt out Shaco's flicker as well, good timing by a boy. That's a very, very massive advantage that they're going to be using around this turtle. no Flicker Divine Judgment means that Dewa will have to try to maybe look for a trade instead of committing to a neutral objective contest.
Luke though, poked. Stunned as well, last insanity. Let's see, will Luke survive? The answer is no. Dixon securing the kill. Lanaya though, diving under the turret just to find an escape route, but Chidera with the flicker will find the kill. Dixon flickers out. Boy, with the stolen last insanity, it's not enough range just yet, but it is going to be a 2-for-1. 1-for-1.
And they have everything that they have. The pressure. They're going to have a little bit more to say in the turtle, but Watt is actually following up really well, putting pressure in that mid lane. Is the boy going to go down?
Good Divine Judgment. The damage is definitely there. Wines finds the first kill, but seems like he will have to flicker out to escape. Off-camera kill, though. Bot side 2v1 seems like. Chidera is the casualty.
We've only seen one turtle so far. They've decided to go for team fights across the board instead of neutral objectives. And honestly, this favors Dewa if they keep team fighting like this.
Say Dixon has no Viraga. Heavy spin pots to escape though. Penalty zone does not mount to anything as Luke now gunned down, pinned down as well, and taken out. The Loiski 4v1 flickers out of the way with the conceal. Has enough resources to gain space.
And that's it. That's Dewa United winning it, being able to gain the ground, the high ground, to take this turtle uncontested from Geek Fam. But all the while, did Niall steal the buff? He did. He took the purple away from Dewa United. Does Lanaya need purple?
He doesn't, but
Lanaya has red trade.
He can take it away from Niall. Why not, right? Boom.
Yeah. It's going to be a trade here. Chidera, though, has the golden staff here. Is that item significant?
Very, right? Very, very significant here. Has the corrosion scythe, I believe, right now, and yeah, he already has that golden staff, so should be. Does he have the DHS is my question. If he does, 7 minutes, that's a very good time to get it, but I believe he does not have it just yet. It's just the golden staff and the corrosion now building towards that DHS. Meanwhile, for Watt, he already has the corrosion and DHS, and he's building towards a Windtalker now. That's a 3-item power spike that you can expect from Dewa United with Watt. Once he gets that, it's going to be really, really painful for Geek Fam. That damage output starts to really turn on.
You can already actually, conceal play.
Yeah, but it seems like Chaco, good cancel, but it seems like the damage from the full barrage will come through. Watt finding the kill, Dixon as well. Chaco will be the trade, but it seems like Watt now pinned down, but not enough damage as Maloyski will be the next target and taken out as well. Take a look at Carry. All the time in the world to clear the lanes. It's a 3-for-1 plus the turrets.
That was a really good call. 1v3. Dewa United, they're picking up the pace. They're holding more ground on the map, being able to get that turret in the mid side as well, propelling them to a 2,000 gold lead right before this Lord. They're looking for a little bit more here, opening up the map, trying to take this away from Geek Fam. But I think Geek Fam don't want to let it go without a fight.
Yeah, seems like with the penalty zone here in play, yeah, Dixon will lose his Viraga armor. But Dewa United, they're just like, you know what? I'm gonna just back off. Get away.
And now the Lord has spawned in the game. Geek Fam, let's see what they have going for themselves, right? Lockdown, CC, technically is their main tool to get the victory right now. But unfortunately for them, the CC has been misplaced a lot of these times. The penalty zone has been hitting into only the frontliners. And the frontliners of Dewa can certainly take that CC, that damage, and be happy with it. No problem. We have an Ixia that deals damage from the back. As long as we protect Watt, it's over. And Geek Fam, they do not have the resources necessary to really go for a pickoff onto Watt. Not yet, at least. They need to find an opening. Kaloi needs to go for that conceal all in or nothing play. Because if they play it safe, it's the riskiest for them.
Seal popped. Dixon, no Viraga. Lord, will it be resetted is the main question. Feather airstrike early though. Seems like a retribution will find for Niall. And at the backside, looking for the distraction. Luke will fall. It's a trade. A kill for a Lord.
That damage, you're right. If they don't find a solution to Watt in that back line, dealing that much damage and having that much sustain, it's literally impossible to look for an opening into the members of Dewa United. That range, that AoE damage, oh man, how in the world are they supposed to capitalize over it? And it looks like Geek Fam, they're looking for something else on the map. You can see Carry trading in the bottom lane.
They need to try to sacrifice a few things on the map to get more, right? Even at tier 2 here, a trade in tier 2 would be good for Geek Fam. An equal trade will always be good for the team that's losing, and Geek Fam right now are definitely the team that are losing. Chidera is also the guy that they are trying to funnel into to get to that item power spike, and I believe he has hit that item power spike. I believe I did see a DHS earlier. No, he went for Wind of Nature.
Good disengage now though in the backside, finding Keys. Take a look at a boy. He will find the kill alongside Luke. Beloyski with the distraction. Full barrage though, not cancelled, but Beloyski will fall instead. Take a look at the engage here as another member will fall, Dixon. Chidera! Brutality as Chidera finds its mark, claims a double and looking for the triple. He finds the shutdown. It's a maniac on the board for Geek Fam, not just yet as a boy. Steals the kill.
And that's a wiped out. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam have completely turned it around. What was that play from Chidera as well into the back line? Eliminating what? That was the answer that we have been looking for. What?
You split up the front to back. Remember what we said, if the front line isn't front lining, if they're too far apart, if they are split up, Geek Fam will win. And that's what they did. They played into the front to back. They pulled Dewa United outside of the full barrage range, and they took over. Dewa United, they got a bit too aggressive. They completely forgot who to protect. It's not about chasing these guys down. It's about protecting Watt and Kaze, and they failed at doing that. Now Geek Fam have the lead, and with the openings that they have now in these team fights, the angles that they can attack from, it's gonna be a big problem for Dewa. Look, again, they were too focused with charging into Geek Fam's backline. That's not the way you want to execute these team fights, because Geek Fam, they know exactly what to do. They don't have a lot of resources in this fight to do that. But due to Dewa's mistake, they fully capitalized. They flickered forward. They couldn't care less. As long as they were able to get to the backline, they know they would win.
And now Chidera has the lead as well. What?
Turn it around.
Just like that. Everything that Dewa United tried to set up for in that early game, even from the drafts, right? Setting up the Ixia against the carry for that gold lane matchup, instantly negated. Chidera is finally coming back online with the damage that is going to definitely be there. And this is when things get a whole lot more riskier. Dewa United, they have everything to lose around this neutral objective, around this lore to dance. They're tangoing, they're dancing, but for Dewa United, this is for their lives. Can you feel the pressure? I can't imagine being in their shoes right now.
Could definitely feel the pressure. Dewa United are forced to fight this. Geek Fam will have neutral objective control. That's the name of the game for their composition. They have an Akai, they have a penalty zone, so much CC to play with. So when it comes to just taking neutral objectives, Lanaya is at a severe disadvantage. And to add on to that, the gold lead and a 2-level lead for Nile makes it even more impossible for Lanaya to get this opening. It all comes down to Shaco. Shaco needs to pull Nile away from the Lord, but Geek Fam, look at what they're doing, subverting expectations!
Oh my god! What a play! Kaze caught, and that is it. Without Kaze, Dewa United has no rage whatsoever. Sure, they have the Watts, but Geek Fam now, they're a man advantage. Let's see here, the control. What a proactive conceal play. It's gonna be Veloy now pulling Dewa, but it seems like Luke soaking damage alongside Nile. They will leave the Lord. Oh, good Divine Judgment onto her. Chaco! And damage will come through, and Chaco and Lanaya now is in big trouble. Lanaya falls as well as Geek Fam with no retributions in the hands of Dewa. They will secure the Lord comfortably.
How? What is that game sense? How in the world did Beloyski understand the position coming in from Kaze? That was vision that was not given to him. That was pure macro sense, and they didn't even need the man advantage. We were talking about it right before they went in for that trigger. The fact that Nile was 2 levels ahead, the fact that they had so many things to work with in their arsenal to win that 5v5 team fight, that was Dewa United waking up and already on a losing scenario.
That was BBB, Big Brain Beloy, with a blind I'm offended. My goodness, you're right. That game sense is unreal. That's the highlight of the match here. If Geek Fam ended here, then there are no more highlights. That surely will be play of the game. And Beloy's looking for more. Okay, there you go.
It's okay.
Full barrage. Oh, Chidera almost taken out. Baserit mid lane still stands, but the bottom lane now will fall. Geek eyeing for that top Baserit. Will they get it? But it seems like now they shift towards the mid. Let's see, Dewa United has no feather edge strike.
Beloy!
Oh, good catch again! Chidera finds a monster kill, and Watts will find one. A boy stealing the last insanity Luke, though. Good penalty zone, and take a look at Watts. The HP will be taken out and out of the game. It's a 2-for-1, and a boy gets taken out. Geek Fam and Dewa United, they both collapse. Dixon survive a bit as he claims the double, but Luke finds the trade as well. Chidera in the back waiting for minions. Chidera for the win. Lanaya soaking damage, taking damage, but it will be Chidera to write Geek Fam to its history. What's a geek to a god? It will apply in MLBB.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gods have fallen. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the gods have fallen. Dewa United have officially been eliminated from the playoffs of MPL ID Season 12. It was nearly a Cinderella story. A new team coming in, being able to make it to the playoffs for the first time in history. But unfortunately for them, their journey must come to an end.
Big Brain Beloyski is in the building. You love to see it, rewriting history. Definitely going down here as Geek Fam has finally passed the play-in stage. They made it to their first ever playoffs last season. And now they will be in the first ever upper bracket match in their organization's history.
But remember, with every celebration comes the agony, comes the despair. But both of these teams showing their sportivity in this tournament as we hear the final words and the final goodbye from Dewa United.
Pembukaan di MPL Indonesia Season 12 babak playoff berakhir dengan skor yang begitu memukau untuk tim Geek Fam.
Benar sekali, namun satu tim harus mengakhiri perjalanannya hari ini, tapi tentunya ini adalah pencapaian luar biasa oleh Dewa United Esports.
Dan ini adalah momen di mana mereka masuk ke Season 12. Mereka meranjakan kakinya di babak playoff, namun harus terhenti. Mari kita bersama-sama mendengarkan sepatah dua patah kata terakhir dari keluarga Dewa United.
Selamat sore semuanya. Kami dari tim Dewa United Esports mengucapkan terima kasih untuk anak Dewa yang udah mendukung kita sampai sejauh ini. Walaupun perjalanan kita terhenti sampai sini, terima kasih banyak udah full support kami. Aku ngerasa sih ini perjalanan juga nggak mudah kan. Ini merupakan hasil yang terbaik lah, walaupun kita belum sampai juara, tapi aku yakin buat next ke depannya kita bisa menjadi juara.
Kalau dari saya sih mudah-mudahan season depan kita akan menjadi lebih baik lagi daripada sekarang.
Terbaik lah buat kita, karena kita juga kumpulnya baru, belum ada tahun segala macem kan ya. Menurut aku ini lah lumayan pencapaian bagus sih. udah masuk playoff ya walaupun hasilnya masih kurang puas.
Sekali lagi terima kasih atas perjuangan dari Dewa United. 8 minggu mereka bertarung melawan 8 tim lainnya. Dan ini adalah tim Dewa United. Super fans, sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Dewa United Esports. Perjuangan mereka menorehkan sejarah baru di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Bukan sebagai pemanis, tapi sebagai penantang. Dan yang mereka tantang memang bukan tim yang bisa dipandang sebelah mata. Satu tim yang bisa dibilang Giant Slayer, tim yang begitu ganas, tim yang akhirnya bisa untuk masuk ke jenjang selanjutnya di season 12. Benar sekali, akhirnya ini kedua kalinya tim ini masuk ke babak playoff. Dan hari ini pencapaian luar biasa mereka karena berhasil melaju di babak playoff hari pertama. Sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Geek Fam. 4-1, skor yang begitu mendebarkan tentunya, apalagi momen-momen mereka ketika menang itu, wow, semuanya pasti pegangan jantung. But how do you guys feeling about this playoff? Kalian buka match ini dengan melawan tim Dewa United yang sebelumnya kalian belum pernah menang melawan mereka pada saat regular season.
Masih kurang sih, kita masih belum full potential.
Not yet, belum full potential. Betul ya. Tapi sebenarnya bisa tahu gak sih kenapa? Apa yang mungkin berbeda ketika kalian ketemu dengan Dewa United pada saat regular season dan pada saat playoff? Kenapa pada saat regular season malah harus kalah dan kali ini bisa menang di babak playoff?
Because we just study their gameplay, their heroes, and then like we just more panas in this playoffs.
Lebih panas. Jadi pelajarin dari hero-nya, dari gameplaynya. Dan what do you guys find out about Dewa United for this playoff?
Respect lang na sih.
Respect Lana ya?
Oh. Yes.
Dari
Dan
junglernya.
ya betul ya. Tapi Bude, ini juga menarik karena season sebelumnya Geek Fam tadi Monica udah jelasin masuk playoff juga. Hari ini masuk playoff juga tapi berbeda karena sebelumnya di hari pertama udah harus pulang. Hari ini berhasil lolos di hari pertama. Gimana perasaannya, Cak Dera?
Seneng sih, soalnya kan season kemarin gagal lanjut kan, baru pertama playoff tapi gagal lanjut, terus sekarang dikasih kesempatan kedua dan bisa ngebuktiin nggak pulang pertama. Senang.
Senang, semuanya juga senang dari Geek Fam Unity. Namun kalau kita melihat Cadera, namamu pasti muncul ketika melawan tim Dewa United karena lawanmu adalah sepuh dari tim Dewa United yaitu Awad. Bagaimana kamu mengimprove dirimu sendiri untuk babak playoff ini berhadapan dengan Dewa United, Cadera? Apakah dengan ngelock hero-nya Awad?
Full respect sih dari draft, dari gameplay. Kan juga Awad kan dari season 1 kan, termasuk senior yang banyak ilmunya lah. Jadi kayak harus merhatiin Awad, terus kayak lihat game-game dia sebelumnya.
Oh, jadi itu kuncinya ya Bude ya, udah pelajarin dari sebelum-sebelumnya. Tapi di sini ada Nail juga. Nail, congratulations untuk playoff pertama kamu. Gimana rasanya di babak playoff?
Mungkin itu sih, senang juga bisa menang. Tapi kalau menurut gua belum full kayak di scrim lah.
Kenapa? Apakah ada nervousnya?
Ya pasti ada nervous dikit.
Dikit. Gimana caramu untuk nggak nervous atau bisa lebih nyaman di panggung besar playoff ini, Nail?
Gua tenangin Baloy sih.
Tenanginnya gimana coba?
Like he say just santai aja.
Santai. Lagi saya santai aja, boles aja ya.
Jadi kuncinya di Baloy ya. Baloy so you comfort Nail ya.
Sama sih, because actually game 1, game 2, our communication so bad, like nervous banget. Game 3 gua bilang santai aja, don't let regret ini.
Oh, jadi ternyata game pertama dan game kedua Bude ternyata nervous ternyata. Tapi akhirnya dari Baloy nyemangatin dan bilang santai aja.
Karena jangan sampai menyesal, ini adalah pertarungan antara hidup atau mati.
Benar.
Nyambung nyawa mereka ke depannya. Karena hari ini bisa dibilang best of 5 series mereka bisa berjalan, tapi besok pertarungan ada yang menunggu mereka. Ada tim RRQ juga. Dan kalau ngelihat dari sekarang ya, potensi Geek Fam, bahkan tadi ada Aura yang bilang nama Geek Fam menjadi salah satu tim yang bisa mewakili Indonesia untuk M5. Look, ngelihat Aura, sosok Aura nih yang bilang Geek Fam menjadi satu nama yang bisa mewakilin M5.
Idola aku juga sih, Aura. Ya, makasih.
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 Makasih aja ya.
Tapi besok kan bakalan ngelawan RRQ nih. Kalau kita lihat di regular season sebelumnya, Geek selalu menang. 2-1 di leg pertama, kemudian 2-0 di leg kedua. Tapi ada kekhawatiran gak sih kalau ketemu RRQ lagi nih di
Gak
babak
ngaruh sih,
playoff?
mau menang di regular, di playoff kan balik kan mereka.
Beda ya?
Beda,
Harus ngeriset nih.
ya.
Jadi memang mereka lebih berfokus untuk babak playoff, gak mau untuk berpacu pada saat regular season.
Betul sekali, dan tentunya tadi kita sudah melihat MVP untuk setiap game. Kali ini ada player of the match tentunya.
Yes, ini player yang begitu memukau Geek Fam Unity. Siapakah player of the match untuk match yang lumayan panjang? Cadera.
Siapa?
Luke.
Siapa?
Aboy, ada yang teriak Aboy. Oh, banyak sekali nama yang muncul karena mereka benar-benar bermain sangat apik dan epic. Mari kita cek bersama-sama. Siapakah player of the match dari tim Geek Fam?
Baloyski!
Baloy!
Apa?
Everybody will look up for you in this playoff.
Apa?
In this playoff, everybody will look up for you. Wajahmu terpampang sudah di sini. Tapi gimana sih kamu ngebawa mungkin momentum untuk timmu? Ngebawa, how do you bring your teams into one voice and then you beat everyone?
Enak banget. Because this is our first playoff win kan, Geek Fam. So, semoga menang lagi.
Semoga menang lagi.
What did you do in this match that you didn't do on last season?
Gak ada, because last season kita try hard juga. Maybe because this is good meta for me. Ada healer gitu.
Oh, jadi ternyata sama aja sama season kemarin, sama-sama try hard, tapi kali ini metanya condong ke Baloyski karena ada healernya.
Iya, dan ini tentu saja menarik banget karena mereka akan melawan satu lagi untuk esok di pagi hari sebagai match pembukaan. Aboy, untuk match esok hari, apa yang kamu nantikan Aboy untuk melawan tim RRQ dalam Best of 5 Series?
RRQ, semoga menang aja sih.
Berharap menang. Minta dong ini boleh ini dari Geek Fam Unity yang menanti kalian. Ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan untuk Geek Fam Unity? Mungkin suruh datang besok, mungkin kamu kepengin mereka yel-yel yang lebih keras.
Ya untuk Geek Community semoga kita bisa dapetin slot M5-nya lah.
Wow,
Langsung
ya
M5.
slot M5. Kita akan lihat bagaimana perjuangan dari Geek Fam besok hari. Tidak mudah karena harus bertemu juga dengan RRQ.
Betul, perjalanan masih di depan mata, tapi sekali lagi mari beri tepuk tangan untuk tim Geek Fam. Congratulations. Dan itulah dia untuk pertarungan Geek Fam yang 4-1. Semua orang mengira ini bakal jadi 2 sama, tapi ternyata enggak. Dari tim Geek Fam, mereka berhasil untuk menghentikan segalanya.
Betul sekali, walaupun dari awal tarik ulur ternyata Geek Fam berhasil mengamankan kemenangan mereka pada match kali ini.
Will move forward in their playoff run, and that means the next opponent that they have to overcome will be the Kings of Kings,
Rex Dragon Can.
RRQ.
The fated Kingslayer done. The Kings of Kings next. Who will grab it? But man, unfortunately, Dewa United Esports, their journey, their playoffs journey, must end here.
It must end because of this man, Baloyski.
BBB.
PBB, wait, BBB.
BBB.
BBB, right. Player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G once again proves that this man is like the centerpiece of a beautiful painting. It's Beloyski.
A big table, a big painting, whatever you call it. This man
The centerpiece of a big table?
Yeah.
It makes sense. I mean, like, it could be like the flower, like the vase in the middle. It makes sense.
Okay.
A room chandelier, let's say.
Yeah.
Damn. Whatever he is the centerpiece.
Yep.
I agree. I mean, the way he was playing, he's never going to beat the allegations of map hacks after that one, right?
Oh.
2, 4, 11, a blind conceal, I'm offended, and he found the key, K's, in that position. I don't know, again, it just, as K's, what would your reaction be, right? You're like, all right, guys, just protect me, all right? And then he just sees a Ruby running towards him. He's like, all right, he's coming over. I can still pop wings by wings. He pops the I'm offended. What made Beloy offended?
Have you ever played in the ocean before, Mirko?
The ocean.
Yeah. You know,
I played
on
in the beach, yeah.
Yeah, on the beach when there's like big waves, but you're looking the other way.
And you just get bonked by it and then you fall down?
Yep, that was Beloyski. He was
The
a
wave. He is the wave. All right, that's an interesting way to put it. He is a wave that just comes at you. I think a better word would be a tsunami. Just crashes down. And in a lot of these situations, he does find the opening to a big pickoff. I'm offended's coming left and right. And even here, was able to find Watt, getting him to flicker and setting up for the next team fight. But unfortunately, Dewa, it feels like in this game, they just had more damage output, but they weren't able to completely utilize it in this play. They were split up completely. Why? Because of Beloy as well. That I'm offended got them all out of place, leaving Watts behind.
Man.
Man, oh man.
So unfortunate here.
Just came out of nowhere. Instantly with a big wave, and even towards the end here, Beloy was the wave. He found another pickoff onto Kaze. At that point, there's definitely going to be like a personal battle going on. Why does Beloy hate Kaze this much? And then Chidera, obviously, this is what he's been doing. This is just another day of work, another day at work for Chad Era.
And this is just like additional homework for RQ, I believe, right? Because Dewa United went for a particular route. He went for, you know, let's ban out Beloyski. Let's ban out his heroes in the drafting phase. Let's see what he can do without them. And then he pulls this and still is able to get
Why is there a
PSDM.
doll? Why is Airpunk hugging a husky doll? Did you see that?
No, didn't quite catch that. But 16 minutes game time, 17-18, right? So the perfect number, but again, wait. This playoffs run, Stadera, how many marksmen that did he play?
He played the carry, Beatrix, Irithel.
Okay,
3.
So carried twice.
Mm-hmm. Wow. He played 3 different heroes. And let's take a look at it again in the itemization department. Ixia, Watt had to go for the Wind of Nature, not the BOD as the final item. Looking at Geek Fam, honestly, I just have to give props to Chidera here. Phenomenal itemization. He understands that towards the end, the boots won't really help him much. He is mostly just going to be playing as a finisher. He's coming into these team fights late. He's always going to be positioning so far back or so far in front that he might as well have more defensive items compared to that mobility. That Rose Gold Meteor and the Wind of Nature was the difference maker, I would say. He was able to take so much damage, but he was able to deal much more. Just tanking it up in the front with the help of his team. When you already have such a great pickoff tool in Beloyski on that Ruby, that I'm offended, really, it's strange because it takes more skill to land the I'm offended flicker combo than it does for a Kaja, right? So the easier way would be the Divine Judgment, but Beloy was the one who was more successful, always getting the I'm offended much faster, much sooner than Shaco could even react to.
Because of its cooldown, right?
True. Yeah, I think mainly the factor of the quantity that we see more from the side of the Ruby is that cooldown. But I mean, Shaco, I expected more. Remember, it was banned out. This Kaja was banned out throughout the series except for that game.
Yep.
But the impact wasn't really visible.
Because that was his power hero in the regular season, right? When he came in, that was where he popped off. That was when people started noticing his name in MPL, Kaja, which is why Geek Fam respected it all throughout the series until that last point where they were forced to ban out the Iritel. And luckily for them, the impact wasn't there. Underwhelming performance on the Kaja by Shaco. But here it is. Watt, unfortunately, was still able to become the carry, still dealt the most damage. Yeah, he couldn't take the game, and it just goes to show that it's not enough to be good on your own.
They
All
had most
5
damage
players
taken
really
too.
need to step up.
Most damage taken, most damage dealt. Again, it just came down to the execution in these team fights for Geek Fam. The fact that they were able to split that up, mainly again through Boloyski's I'm Offended, forcing the frontliners out of position from protecting Watt. That really sealed the deal because Shadera was able to find an angle into the back with Luke, and it ultimately led to Dewa United's demise. After that play, I feel like most of their frontliners were just too behind after that they weren't able to tank up even a proper front to back to Geek Fam. So their main advantage in the mid game, where they were able to just get clean front to backs, it didn't even work towards the later stage because the carry was able to melt the frontliners better than the Ixia.
That was so good. And it doesn't make sense. So what do we expect now, right? Because in theory, Dewa United had 2 winning lanes, in a way, right? I mean, it's closer between Xpork and the Terizla, but in a way you can say that they had 2 winning lanes.
Especially the Ixia lane.
So do these lanes just not matter, the matchups anymore? Like, what's the factor, the X factor that we need to look out for when we see the drafting phase?
I'd say again, it comes down to the fact that the mid laners for Geek Fam were much more active around the map,
who
made
was it?
much more plays. A boy and Beloy.
So Ruby and Valentina.
They were very active around the map. Beloy mainly again. Those I'm Offendeds together with a boy in the skirmishes up top in the bush. You remember that one where he was able to, or a boy was able to flicker Divine Judgment, catch the Kaja with that flicker. A lot of these skirmishes ended up being a win for Geek Fam because they were able to constantly have more members, an advantage in numbers against the likes of Dewa United, who already had a winning matchup. Again, Ixia was ahead in the early to the mid game, but unfortunately, due to a lot of these skirmishes happening, going to Geek Fam were able to kind of equalize and stay at just a 2,000 gold lead mark.
But like technically, that was a Ruby and a Valentina against a Kaja and a Farsa. A Farsa was also notoriously very fast at clearing lane and also rotating.
I think for the most part, the Farsa outrange, that was an issue for them, right? No one was really able to jump to the back for the longest time, but the Kaja struggled a lot. A lot of the times we saw Shaco flicker forward, getting a Divine Judgment. He's always haltered by either a penalty zone or an I'm Offended. So he's not able to drag these opponents over far enough for the rest of the team. And that's why I felt like, again, in that game, the Kaja, when he was pulled by the I'm Offended and he went front, that was a bad call by Shaco. The main concern, I feel like, was protecting that backline, and Geek Fam made them hunt their backline instead of protecting the Ixia.
Yeah, I think
so many layers.
Overall, right, composition-wise, Geek Fam can pay the price for building a 2-perimeter setup. As for the side of Dewa United, they can't really work with 2 perimeters. They need to be in sync. They need to be in one designated area or so to make their composition work. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, you know what, 2, even 3, let's say 2-2-1 formation, they can make it work. So that's the way I see it.
All right, we'll look out for that in the future, right? Because I feel like things just got a little bit more complex. It's not as simple as looking at the drafts anymore, because arguably there were games where drafts were better, quote unquote.
Agreed.
But they still lost it.
Yeah.
I think Game 4 was a great example of that. Winning lanes, a good team fight, good front to back, but it comes down to execution, right? If you're able to split this composition up like they did, no problem. The draft doesn't really matter when you're that good at your signature picks. Even Game 2, Damage Cho. Farsa against the Yuzong.
Yeah, exactly. Ah, so peculiar. But that closes match number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Our opening match of the day. Unfortunately, it is going to be Dewa United packing their bags and going home as Beloyski and friends, a Geek Fam, get to continue on with their next opponent in Rex Regan K on our RQ, who is waiting in that upper bracket. Now, for the next matchup, the final match of the day, we're going to see who is going to be accompanying Dewa United home. Whose tournament lives are going to be ended? Is it going to be Bigatron? Or is it going to be Rebellion Zion? A battle between nature and technology. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on to a break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'ya karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة الأبطال.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
Untuk MLBB Mobile Legends.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
「
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you. We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me. It's only you who rocks my It's only you who rocks my Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken down.
basah ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal. Wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Pasti puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Get your in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة 13.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 MPL Anniversary.
untuk MLBB Mobile.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz séptimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
is approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taken down the
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal wiped out. Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Get your in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
Bersama untuk ML BB Mobile.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario
Feliz sétimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends с днем рождения. Тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there? Monster kill! Godlike! Victory!
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLBB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taken down the
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة 13.
Selamat ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 MPL Anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Séptimo aniversario.
Feliz séptimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken game away.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, stop up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai Beli aja yang pasti.
Puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
in-game emote from MLBB. See you all in-game.
Y hay un torneo que lo confirma.
Blacklist kadrosu Incendios'a karşı oynuyor olacak. Bu heyecanı şu anda yaşıyorlar. Blacklist ciddi ekiplerden.
من دور المحترفين للعبة مواجهة الأبطال.
Ulang tahun buat Mobile Legends Bang Bang ke-7 Happy Anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang ke-7 MLBB.
Sétimo aniversario,
Feliz sétimo aniversario, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Feliz sétimo aniversário, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends, с днем рождения, тебе сегодня целых 7 лет.
It's all right, my little star. Look, Daddy's over there.
The calamity's approaching, and it will destroy everything.
I'll hold it back and buy us more time. Nolan, protect our daughter.
No! Lillian! In 16 years, the calamity will return. I've already wandered countless universes, seeking an end to the impending catastrophe. There's no time to mourn, no time for regrets. I must fulfill my last promise before I can even hope to see my daughter again. But what chance do I have against the boundless might of the cosmos? I'm sorry, my little star. I might not be able to return home anymore. I promise I will take her to see the star lanterns. I promise I'll teach our child how to wield this power. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect her. I promise I will sacrifice everything to protect our daughter. In every fragment of my soul, the calamity's end shall be witnessed.
Dad? Are you out there?
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
It's only you. We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan, mereka bisa jadi legenda di MLB Indonesia Community Cup, gerbang untuk menjadi pro player. Begitupun dengan kamu. Ayo, raih mimpimu di MLCC 2023.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game away.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Senjata api atau benda tajam lainnya. Membawa botol dalam bentuk apapun. Membawa benda bermateri peledak.
Di dunia tipu-tipu, kamu harus hati-hati. Pakai beli aja yang pasti.
Pasti puas hanya dibeli-beli. Monster kill. Godlike. Victory.
Ini bukan sekedar permainan. Karena menurut aku dan mereka, ini soal perjuangan dan harapan. Lihat Raka, walau jauh dari hiruk pikuk, tapi semangatnya tak pernah pudar. Atau Rama, walaupun layarnya tidak sempurna, tapi dari cari inspirasi bisa jadi mythical glory. Dan Alia, walaupun tanggung jawab mengisi hari-harinya, tapi ia selalu sempatkan waktu untuk bisa jadi nomor 1. Dalam keterbatasan,
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Kemudian ada Dewa United History Maker, ada
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Kalau dari tim ini Bigat Lover sendiri kan sudah hadir, udah rame-rame. Gimana sih suasana
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
Live from Mahaka Square, Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy, official gaming phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
All or nothing, go big or go home. Another team will have to pack their bags today in this upcoming match between the Red Robots, Bigatron Alpha, and the Blue Bulls in Rebellion Zion. And I honestly gotta say that it feels like Rebellion Zion have a sixth player. And that sixth player is the crowd right now. They are chanting, they are supporting out of their minds because they too understand the stakes that their fellow brethren have to go through on the stage. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the tidbits of the day and the festivities, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. We also have our official gold partner in UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. If you guys want to watch us on our official broadcast, you can on Maxstream, Deputy Sport, as well as video. Thank you to our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now here it is, ladies and gentlemen, another best of 5, another high-stakes game. And we gotta talk about the history, right? Regular season, Bigatron Alpha and Rebellion Zion, they're equalized. 2-0 for, I believe, Rebellion Zion?
Both.
Earlier on.
Okay.
And then taken back by Bigatron Alpha 2-0 as a response to that, right? But also this, Bigatron Alpha had players that they used to have who flew all the way to a different region, and they were able to do just this.
Shout out to Barbosa, Rizal, and Warlord, man. They are really making Indonesians proud, even though they're playing in a different league, in a different country, and they completely deserve it, man. Their run was spectacular, all the way from the first day of playoffs, making it kind of a Cinderella run against the favorite teams in Malaysia, RSG, and SMG. Shout out to LaFell as well, and Gideon, because back in the day, when we got our first imports, they said we were carried by Filipinos. Well, at least we're being carried by MPL level players. They're being carried by our MDL players. Let's take a look at Bigatron Alpha, though. Super Vin, 30 out of 37 games played in MPL Indonesia Season 12 with 12 unique heroes. And Super Moreno as well has only played 23 out of 37. Meanwhile, Key, because he's been playing both mid lane and roamer, he's been swapping a lot, and therefore he's been getting a lot more slots, getting a lot more experience. However, this is a double-edged sword, right? He can have a perspective of understanding how mid lane plays as a roamer and vice versa, but also that experience playing mainly as a mid laner, now shifting to that roamer position. How's that going to play out? How is he going to adapt back to a style that we haven't seen in months?
I do believe that this is a very important highlight for us to talk about and discuss because, again, who is going to be the main lineup for Bigatron Alpha today? Are we going to see Vin in the roam? Are we going to see Key coming into the roam? Moreno mid, Key mid, Vin roam? Which layer and which flavor of Bigatron Alpha are we going to see today? Because arguably a lot of people have said that the Moreno and the Key duo is a lot much stronger than if Vin was in the roam.
I mean, personally for me, right, if it were up to me, if I'm Coach Aldo, I see more potential with the Key Moreno lineup. I feel like he, even though the smash doesn't necessarily give him the advantage, but I feel like he has still more synergy, he has more balance if you really compare it to Vin, whereas Vin, as we all know, very strong character, very strong roamer as well, sure, but then again, sometimes it lets the other four, I don't know, I feel like they can't really play loosely, quote unquote. It feels like when they play with Vin, it has more burden.
Okay, so it takes away the creativity and the flexibility of the team when Vin plays, and honestly, he has a right to be that way, right? He is the single-handed only person who is still surviving as a constant representative in the M Series, right? With Todak taken out, no longer representative for Malaysia, it's Vin. Vin is the only one standing here who is always there. And so he has the experience, Mirko.
He really does, man. I mean, Vin, again, 4 M Series in a row, back to back to back to back. And now they're at risk. Bigatron Alpha, they have fallen from their once grace, once very good position, Snapdragon Grand Finals, and even in the previous tournaments preseason, they were able to dominate in Indonesia. However, a lot of the other teams have finally caught up, and Bigatron Alpha, they were on a downslope for a while. You can say it's a coaching issue, you can say it's a player issue. I'll just say it's a Bigatron issue for now. And let's just hope, for Bigatron's sake, that the last 2 weeks have been kind to them in the ways that they can adapt to the patch, because they're up against some heavy competition, heavy guns, because Rebellion Zion, they have Audi TZ. Audi TZ was a part of this Bigatron lineup. Maybe not the Alpha Squad, but he knows. He has scrimmed against the Alpha Squad many times before when he was in beta. So it's going to be really tough for them to come up with new strategies.
So what do we expect here today? Do you think Bigatron Alpha will pick up Key?
Personally for me, let's see just the official starting lineup.
Here it is. Finally, we get our questions answered. Ladies and gentlemen, from the side of Bigatron Alpha, it's going to be Super Ken, Super Key, Moreno, and Sorizo. No Vin in the roster, ladies and gentlemen. The winning team lineup, as people like to call it. And I wonder whether or not Sive is going to be able to have a good time against the opponents here. Heizamore, the Blue Bulls, with Suelo, Cars, Vincent, and Audi TZ. The Blue Bulls and the Red Robots, they're looking to go head-to-head in this upcoming battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Fighting in the red corner with a 7-9 record. The Matador looks to guide the Bulls to their first win in the playoffs. Fighting in the left corner, 7-9 record. Key looks to unlock a new version of the Alphas. Representing the Fauna, they seek a win against the aggressive AI. Please welcome Rebellion Zion! With the program intelligence, they look to take over the Animal Kingdom. Let's give it up for Bigatron Alpha!
One team, the Blue Bulls, the Rebels, have gone for the Sasageo mode. Bigatron Alpha just with their normal pose, but they will not be complete without their masterminds for both. Rebellion Zion starting first, Chico and Vivi. Bigatron Alpha with Aldo and Fala. No Race Boy this time around. Both these coaches love experimenting, love bringing pocket picks, random picks off on the stage in the regular season, even sometimes in the playoffs. This time, high stakes. One loss in this series, and it's done. It is going to be a knockout game. Both these coaches, will they be able to still rely on those cheese picks, those pocket picks, or will they play it safe?
That's the question. That's the question. Are they brave enough to do so? Because if we take a look at their history, right, already a lot of uncommon picks coming through and uncommon bans, as you can call it.
Paquito is going to be a heavily contested pick in this matchup. Both Cars and Chorizo are absolutely lethal on it, though I will have to say that in terms of win rate, I'll have to say Chorizo is the better Paquito. 100% win rate still on that Paquito, always banned out by the big teams. Meanwhile for Cars, he's been tested. He has lost on that Paquito. And for the others, it's kind of similar. Vincent, though, however, finds more success on the utility jungle. He's only shown one assassin, and that was the Fanny. He picked the Fanny once, won on the Fanny once. Meanwhile, for the side of Bigatron Alpha, we've seen a lot of Lancelots, we've seen some Fannies, and we've seen even random picks like the Alucard, the Hanzo. But if you take a look at the most banned by opponent here for both these teams, it changes completely. For the side of Rebellion, Suelo, regarded to be one of the best, if not the best Yve in MPL ID, but unfortunately, a lot of people seem to think that he can only play Yve. That's why it's always banned out. Audi TZ, the main spearhead, the matador of the Blue Bulls. Kaja, Edith, Franco, the pocket pick for him to lead the way has to be through initiators, has to be through pickoff. And for BTR, it's a bit more dynamic.
very opposite blue side and red side win rate as well, Mirko. It seems like, yeah, Aldo really likes the red side, but Chico tends to perform more in the blue side draft.
I think in the early stage of the season, we were able to see and observe why that was, right? They were able to utilize the flex between the EXP, jungle, and the mid lane. I think those three lanes for the side of Bigatron Alpha was something that we saw regularly earlier on, but not so much in the later stages of the season, of the regular season. Something that I really was able to see.
They've been swapping out a lot of different strategies, and that's kind of why, right? They've been swapping out different players, even different coaches from time to time.
Yeah.
But I think from the end of the regular season, we did see the strongest lineup that they have brought forth here on the stage. Dynamic and symbiotic heroes for Key and Ken. They are not one-dimensional players. They can play the healers, the initiators, utility jungle, assassin jungle, play with it. Do not try to force a one-dimensional composition onto these dynamic players. Secondly, Shibe getting a winning laning phase is crucial to face Hai's Amor. Hai's incredible laner, but when it steps to the team fight, sometimes he oversteps. If Shibe can shut him down from the laning phase, he won't have a lot of maneuvers possible. Next on the list, we're gonna take a look at Rebellion Zion, exploiting Suelo's Mikir. Mikir means think, hero as a playmaker. Suelo, he's a thinker. He ain't a brawler. He likes to take the macro approach in this team fight. In these team fights, a smart approach. When you're up against a lot of dive, he comes in last. When he's up against a lot of squishies, he comes in first. He shuts them down, not dictated by the meta. The meta is a healer meta, as we've seen from the last patch. We've seen success from a lot of the players who can play the healers, like Maloyski. But for Audi, no. Stick to what you're good at. Stick to the reactive roamer. Stick to the initiator. Stick to the pick-off heroes. To act as that matador, he needs to be in a comfortable spot.
And on that topic of Audi TZ and comfort heroes and sticking to what he knows best, if I'm not mistaken, Lolita is a hero that should be able to be picked up now.
Yep. I don't know why we haven't seen it yet. It has been OP in ranked, especially up against Projectile. You go up against, say, a Beatrix, say, a Brody even. Heck, even Novaria, you can bounce that ult back to the enemy team.
And this is Audi TZ we're talking about. That's one of his power signature heroes.
I expect Lolita to enter Glanadon in this match. But then again, let's see, because going up against Ki, who is also technically a thinker here, Mirko, it's going to be very tough seeing the, well, I guess the macro play, sure, coming from a mid laner from that Suelo, but going up against Ki, who also has played in that mid lane, is going to be very, very intense in that sense.
That's why I love this matchup.
Exactly.
Just because of that flexibility. You never know what role Ki is going to be playing and Moreno is going to be playing because they can swap around, but the same thing can't be said about Suelo. What if he picks up something
to Rizla?
Like, exactly, like that, right? That's always an option that they can utilize in this matchup.
Exactly. Both these coaches as well kind of love to play with that, right? I mean, we saw Moreno play the Lapu Lapu in the mid lane against Rebellion.
Exactly.
First leg, that's what beat them, and maybe that's what inspired Coach Chico to go for the fighters. Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the drafting phase of game number 1 between the Blue Bulls and the Red Robots. And it does appear that Bigatron are going to be on the second pick, the pick that they prefer here, with Joy, Valentina, Matilda taken away by Rebellion Zion. Bigatron Alpha go with a Kaja, Iritel, and a Paquito.
Completely different from their regular season strat. It is full respect here in the playoffs. But I'm sorry, man. Before we talk about anything else, we're on the Rebellion side, we're on the left side, and my goodness. I don't know if they're this much louder than the Bigatron fans, or it's because we're just on the side, but props to the Rebellion Zion fans, man. I don't know what they did the last 2 weeks, but my God, Rebellion Zion's fans are on a roll. I love it. I really love the energy.
It's the playoffs, man. We saw Dewa United earlier, went home, and hopefully Rebellion, they're looking to not accompany Dewa United with the fans.
Oh, true. We'll see. But now, Rebellion Zion pick up something like the Angela here. Bigatron Alpha respond very quickly with the Boxia. What do you think is going to be accompanying the Boxia here in the first phase?
securing a hero like the Terizla, I think would be a solid choice, a safe choice. But knowing Bigatron Alpha, the Valentina that's already been banned out means that Rebellion Zion are already starting to try to target Moreno down. Picking a hero for Moreno, denying the Eve away, picking a Novaria would be a pretty good choice, and that's what they go for. They need to secure that pick for Moreno.
And Loki can be flexed, right? Sure,
True.
It is 80% towards the hands of the mid laner, but then again, he, if needed, can step up to the plate, play the Novaria. Again, what this Novaria adds is depth. You got range, you got poke, slash burst potential, which asks a question, Rebellion. If they pick up a hero like the, let's say, the Beatrix, easy poke for the Novaria.
Also vision, right?
As well, yeah.
Vision is something that Novaria executes very well, and it comes in very handy when they go in for neutral objective takes, or maybe even options to go for pick offs on the side lane. So that's definitely something that they have in their pocket for Bigatron Alpha to utilize. And Rebellion Zion, quick response. You mentioned the Beatrix. The Beatrix is still going to be picked up, and the Edith, as this brings us to a fun fact. The Luckbringer. With their entry into the MPL ID Season 12 Playoffs, this marks the third time Rebellion Zion has had the chance to compete in MPLI, with Suelo being the only consistent player across these three opportunities. And you ask the question, why? Why is Suelo the constant presence in Rebellion Zion? And I think we mentioned this backstage, the fact that he's able to not only just be that backline presence that a mid laner is usually accustomed to, but he's also a really big impact in decision making, and I think that's very important. So the decision is here. What will Suelo utilize as we enter the second phase?
Well, I'll answer your question a bit as well there. What makes Suelo such a core member in this team, and why is he always in this roster despite the changes in lineups for the last 3 seasons? I would say, according to the statistics, there is a statistic where it's damage per goal, I think, right? It's how much damage you do per how much gold you get. And Suelo's up there. He is really up there. He's one of the mid laners who don't need a lot. He doesn't need a lot of resources. He can get just the minimal amount of resources but still be able to output as much damage as the others who are getting much more than him. He's such a consistent player because of that. The team can be losing, but he'll still be able to dish out proper damage towards the enemy team. And that's why, how he's able to maneuver around the map, how he's able to choose his angles, the thinker style of mid laner. That's what makes him special.
Very good conversion rate, right? In that sense. Let's see here, second phase. Fredron, I expect a Martis ban in the next coming ban for side of Bigatron, but take a look at Rebellion here. They know, like, he likes the Atlas, and technically Bigatron has yet to pick up a roamer, but there you go. Not the Martis, but the Akai. Akai has risen to its popularity here, it seems like, today.
Since the patch, I would say, with the Akai buff. And looking at it, with the Baxia, you do have one job in mind, neutral objective control. Up against the Fredrin, up against the Akai, these two picks can really halt you at doing just that. And technically, for now, we do see that Bigatron Alpha are kind of following the keys to victory, right? They're playing it very, very intelligently in this draft by picking a utility jungler for Supercan, not going for the straight choice of Assassin for Supercan, and then getting a good matchup for Shive. This Bruno-Beatrix matchup is still favorable for the Bruno, despite the nerfs onto the early game base damage of Bruno. But Rebellion are doing the same thing, kind of, except that Audi pick, the Angela. I have a feeling that this Angela is going to be the mid laner. I have a feeling that Audi will choose to go for this Edith as roam.
It's a viable option. It is still on the board. It is still asking Bigatron a big question. And it asks this composition a big question. Very minimal crowd control here from the side of Bigatron. Only the Shield Unity and technically the Worldy. And there you go. They add a big crowd control in their lineup to have more control, to have more say as well in the team fights.
And it's flexed.
And it's flexed. Room or EX3. Damage Grok or tanky Grok.
It's so tough. It's adding another layer towards Bigatron Alpha, but actually the same thing can be said
exactly.
for Rebellion Zion.
There's so much depth.
These two masterminds are really putting in their work and really giving the opponents a run for their money right now.
They're playing draft chess, like virtual draft chess right now. They're trying to outthink one another. And for Rebellion, I think it stops now because they need to reveal all their cards. And it is going to be the Martis in the jungle. Some solid physical damage threat in the early. And guess what? It's as predicted. Edith will be the roamer. Or maybe they can swap that, but this is the duo mid. They're not going to go for a traditional mage in that mid lane. No Farsas, no Yve for Sway Low.
Man, it's going to be very interesting. Seems like Aldo really wants to meet his former team, Onyx, who is waiting in the next bracket. Let's see here, last pick. What will it be?
Oh, man.
What are they lacking here? How do you even read this at this point?
I mean, looking at it,
Rock Rome.
I would say you need a sustainable source of damage. Grok, you can put in the Rome, but you know what?
Khalid work? Does Khalid work?
Khalid would be actually not bad, but you know what? I'm thinking something like a Tyrock going in hard. If you want to facilitate that, never mind. They go for the Diggy instead. Against an Id, that's the only CC that they kind of have to rely on. Interesting choice for Bigatron.
Huh.
It's Bruno Diggy. It's a combo.
I understand that. So is that like the only reason for picking up the Diggy? Is it to bully as well in that gold lane?
It is.
That's it, right?
Bruno, already a winning lane against the Beatrix. Now with the help of the Diggy, they're definitely going to have much more kill pressure around there. But what this means is they might have to let go of the first few neutral objectives. It's going to be very tough to compete against an Edith, Angela, Martis, Uranus combination in the XP lane. And the Grok as well, right? We'll have to see.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the wings by wings of MPL as we take you into the land of Dawn for the first game of this best of 5 series between the Bold Bulls as well as the Red Robots. Will technology reign supreme or will nature come out on top?
Let's see who will strike first in this best of 5 series indeed. Spell check. Man, Bigatron, they love their flickers. Sorizo here, oh, if he's not careful here, he will be chunked just like that.
Some good damage already. And to take a look at it, Super Sorizo went for the Quantum Charge. So technically with the regen and with a few hits down, they should be able to secure this. But you can see the goal for Audi. He knows, he played with Super Ken back in the Bigatron out beta, MDL Season 7 lineup, so he knows exactly how Super Ken plays. And looking at the emblems here, this is where we see a difference. We saw a focusing mark for the Angela previously, now we're seeing Impure Rage, which means that Sway Low is just going to be the one spamming. He wants to spam, he wants to utilize the Impure Rage as much as possible to stay in this lane while also dealing damage. And so far, he's doing a good job, even winning in the trade against Moreno.
And it also makes sense because it's a different role, you would say, right, as to what we saw previously. And it also gives a hint as to the playstyle that we will expect from Sway Low on the Angela. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, this was something that we did discuss earlier on. It did feel like Heisemore was caught in a very bad place. He was really pushed against the wall, and so Audi TZ with the roams that he did in the bottom side is forced here to the top. But Bigatron Alpha with Super Ken on the Boxia, already very quick to rotations. And I'm wondering who is going to have an advantage in the next upcoming Turtle.
It depends, right? Because I would say numbers advantage should be Rebellion Zion, because Bigatron want to play this Diggy up in the gold lane to get Shive ahead. But when it comes down to CC, I would say Bigatron Alpha might actually be able to have a win in that department. Whoa, Shive, very aggressive there. With the Grok, with the Boxia, they should be able to lock the Smartest down, overwhelm him, even though he has Mortal Coil.
Oh, Sway Low forced to use the flicker there to block Super Ken's route. There you go, Super Ken gag 3 members. The decimation will take him down. Good setup by the Blue Bulls.
What a flicker by Sway Low.
Truly was, and the thing is, they didn't even need to utilize any CC, just pure damage to make that happen. Bigatron Alpha on the behind now, a disadvantage in terms of timing. And so this should go to Rebellion Zion absolutely for free. Super Sorizo with no follow-up, can't do much other than open up the map and create vision for his team.
A small win early as that was just an outplay, I would say, right? Flicker from Suelo, brilliant. But again, it's still, what? It's still that man advantage for Rebellion Zion. The reason they were able to force Supercan in that position was the man advantage. Now let's take a look at the talent prediction by Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G. 3-3.
Equal. It's equal. All is fair, man.
But do you think it's 4-2?
Ooh, Miracle. I see you. I see you.
I see you too, Gani. Do you see us?
What am I witnessing here?
You're witnessing
Super
two
cute.
people talk.
All is fair in love and war. But Rebellion Zion, 600 gold lead for the moment because of that play behind Suelo earlier on. But it feels like a ticking time bomb. If Bigatron Alpha can continue to pressure in that gold lane, they might be able to work through that, utilizing that to the strengths that they have. And all the while, in the EXP lane, it's not too bad of a time for Super Cerezo either.
Nope, the only one who's having a bad time, I would say, would be Supercan, because there's no way you can contest for these neutral objectives if Rebellion always have that man advantage around the neutral objective. Meanwhile, for Bigatron, I think the main game plan for them is to scale up with the Novaria and the Bruno. So far, they're playing their game quite well. Ice.
Yeah, but I feel like Bigatron, you're right, their play is just to weather the early game active in the mid. But take a look at the invader. Vincent will steal the purple buff away. But yeah, it seems like Ken uses Retry on that, so it's a huge win for Rebellion because Turtle now is up.
That was perfectly timed. There you go, Turtle spawning in just now. And without that retribution, there is no way that Supercan is going to be able to get, especially with a level disadvantage against Vincent here. There you go, there it is.
Another
Zion's
big win.
early pressure.
It's going to stack up, man, these little wins, these small wins. And the fact that Bigatron lost the purple buff, Vincent was able to steal it without Retry, shows you just how much power they have, and Supercat isn't even able to secure this one, despite having the Retry. And now it gets bad, it goes from bad to worse, right? Because for the Baxia, you need to be ahead. This is a snowballing hero. And for the Martis, you also need to be ahead. So he is ahead, and the Baxia is behind. This will only add up to Vincent being a more oppressive force as we get into the mid game.
But that's the thing, when we get into the late game, there's a looming danger in that Bruno. And he's getting there. The damage is already quite seen here. I understand that Heise isn't falling too far behind, but look at Bigatron Alpha just pulling up the gas, pushing on the pedal here in the top side, eyeing for that moment where Bruno comes online.
Oh, look at Cars. What the heck?
Yeah.
A two-wave clear cut in the bottom side of the map. This, if Fish Chapman was here, it's a ballsy play.
Oh, and with that, right, with the Uranus pick, it forces Grok to build a Sea Halberd first item. That is a very, very intelligent play. But then again, two-wave cut displayed here by Cerezo. Let's see here, top side Super King, half HP. Audi, not too healthy as well. It seems like they want to gank this, they want to commit this, or V2. It seems like Heisemore taking damage by Shiva. Shield Unity comes through. It seems like with the Mortal Coil, it will cancel out the stun. Bigatron Alpha, good control in picking their battles.
Oh, they're going in for more there in the top side.
I don't think so. Let's see here, Super Ken, Puissance Pop, Shiva, Worldy already as the minions cleared. Rebellion Zion disengaged.
1,000 goal lead for Rebellion, but it seems like even with it, they weren't able to really force the issue. They still have to respect that Bruno, who's been farming, who's been laning quite well. Shiva, taking a look at the items, has the Berserker's Fury. I don't know if he has the Haas Cloth, but with a turret here, that's a W for BTR. That's what they were working towards. And even Supercan here, it seems like he wants to commit, he wants to try to steal it.
Let's see though, Shield Unity still active, Astral Echo. It seems like with the barrier, the turtle will be resetted. Now Bigatron moving on towards the turtle, 5 members rotating here. So they will look for a contest. They will not give perfect turtle. Forward side of Rebellion Zion here, Cars with the help of the Hard Guard. All stunned up though, Super Ken quite low. Still survives in the backside. Vincent low HP as the ball from Bruno still is rotating. They look for a reset, but Rebellion has more men in the turtle pit.
They do, and Super Ken is a level below right now of Vincent. That was nearly a really good engage from Bigatron Alpha had Vincent been taken down, but Super Ken now is at half health. Vincent is actually slowly getting to full, and it looks like Bigatron Alpha, they don't have what it takes to contest this. They're forced to let it go.
They really cannot contest for this, right? I think the best shot they had was when Vincent was actually low.
Yeah.
But Rebellion Zion were able to fend off through what? Through sustain. Yes, there's going to be a lot of damage output for the side of Bigatron Alpha, especially when that Bruno is given space to free hit like we saw earlier. But as long as that hard guard and as long as Cars is able to use the consecration, even with the Baxia, it's going to be tough. They need to combo their resources together. Maybe an Astral Sphere from afar, plus Shive's damage to be able to kind of leave a dent, at least, towards Cars.
Do you think now is the time, though? I think they should... Oh, whoa, force the flicker there.
Let's see here, lowest kill count of the day, 9 minutes in. Bigatron and Rebellion Zion here still holding on, still really nitpicking their battles here. Again, 9 minutes in.
I mean, I have to really wait and look for the items here. I'm not too sure. Looking back, Chive, I think it's an error again, but has rapid boots. I don't think that's right. Another flicker burnt out.
Oh, Destination though, active, good time journey, but it will have enough range to take him down. Good job by Vincent. Vincent soaking damage, receiving damage. It seems like it will not be enough to take him down just yet as the purple buff now invaded in the mid. They might collapse on the mid here, looking at their situation, but no. Rebellion Zion says one structure is more than enough in the bottom lane.
Feels like a lock between both of these teams. They're trading really well. I mean, earlier on, Highs beautifully, right? Thread through the needle, was able to deal damage onto Shive. Otherwise, I think that would have been a team fight in favor of Rebellion Zion outright.
It's a death ball that Rebellion Zion are building up towards. And finally here we get to see the itemization. 4 Highs, he's already reached that power spike, being a 600 gold ahead, and he's already building towards what looks like a 100 strike early. He might actually just go for that Fury Hammer and then go for some defensive items like a Wind of Nature against this Bruno. Before Shive, it's a Haas Claws, it's a Berserker's Fury working towards that Melfic Roar. And I think once he gets that Melfic Roar, that's when you can expect damage from this guy. Before that, I think Cars and Audi will be a bit too tanky for him to melt down. Considering that Bigatron Alpha have this kind of composition where they need to look for a moment. They really need to rely on that Melfic Roar now.
13,000 HP. And Rebellion, they're looking for answers here. Oh, good burst on towards Cars, popping that consecration. Audi catching Super Ken. Oh, Shive finds a kill in the backside though. It will be a trade. Moreno will fall. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, Moreno, good snipe as Super Ken will find the red trade. But it seems like Rebellion, the Blue Bulls, they're hungry for kills. Super Key will be taken out. It is going to be 1 or 2, 3 members of BTR Alpha taken down.
Who was that worth it for?
I mean, I don't think nobody won that, I would say. 3 for 3. It's 3 kills, but it's also a Lord. So technically, Bigatron are able to buy some more time for the rest of the team to scale up. If they're able to clear out this mid wave, which it looks like they can, yeah, it's a stalemate. It's both teams just trading. There are no wins here.
But do you not think that it would be a little bit more in favor of Bigatron Alpha? Because that should have been a team fight and a Lord fight for Rebellion Zion out of pure level gap between the jungle and just gold gap between the gold laners.
In terms of the big picture, I will have to say it is worth it for Bigatron Alpha, who are still waiting to scale up.
Oh, good pull. Cars manages to find some space to escape. NOD secured by Key means that Sway Low's regeneration and as well as Cars will be heavily negated.
Yeah, before I was interrupted there by a big wild charge. Yes, in terms of prolonging the game, which is Bigatron Alpha's strategy, sure, it's a win for them. It's a small win for them because they are able to stop Rebellion Zion's death ball from building again from that 2,000 gold lead, from becoming like a 4,000 or even a 6,000 gold lead. Yes, then. But with an Astral Echo, they can't really find any picks. They don't have any kill pressure for now.
That's why I think that kill onto Vincent was quite intelligently played by Bigatron Alpha. As there you go, they're trading really well, being able to get a second tier turret in favor of a third in the top side, unless, of course, the Beatrix goes in for one. It looks like she is. And that mid turret is also going to fall. So now, Bigatron Alpha, they're caught in a very precarious place.
It's a tough spot, definitely. And you can see from the Lord advantage, it just barely got them in the right place. You know, it's still a gold earned for Rebellion Zion with that Lord advantage play. They weren't really able to utilize that Lord much, aside from, buying time. And for now, as long as this gold lead stays at 2,000, and both these teams are playing as disciplined as they are right now, Rebellion Zion are actually going to be the ones who start to struggle. They need to try to start to force the issue through invade and through, obviously, later, once the Lord spawns, the Lord dance. They need to be able to bait Bigatron Alpha out and to look for a creative angle to engage. Because with a Diggy, what it enables you to do is to have that formation stay put. It's always going to be a pure front to back with a Diggy. No one's going to be displaced, no one's going to be moved around.
You know what? One creative engage tool that Bigatron can exploit. We've seen this, we've casted the match, America. Chorizo with the Grok.
Oh, man.
IESF. This year, man. Let's hope for Bigatron Alpha's sake that Chorizo can find that play, that wall charge play. 25,000 HP on that Lord. Bigatron and Rebellion still just hovering, not committing all towards a fight or even on the Lord. Let's see the dance.
Super Ken should be level 15 soon, right?
Should be.
There you go.
Just a bit more, just a little chunk there, and he gets level 15. So both these junglers are equal now. I would have to say Baksha has a bit more of an advantage compared to the Martis when it comes to retry battles. But in terms of overall retry, I think Vincent's been the more impressive one this season.
Beatrix Sizemore spotted by the Astral Echo. Lord Chunks, Lord Retribution, who will get it? Well, Super Ken finds a Retribution. Now, Rebellion looking for a deja vu, looking for the collapse with Bigatron Alpha. With the disengage tool that they have this time, they will manage to squeak 5 members alive.
That was flawless. Other than the fact that they had to lose the bottom side turret because they didn't manage the waves properly. But that was a huge win for Bigatron Alpha, not losing a single member, being able to get the Lord. And Hyzamore got very low. They might actually go for it.
Super Ken under the turret will be taken now. The miscalculation there. Wow, what an onward by the Matador.
Auditizi knows Super Ken was once part of that team. Suelo! Oh no!
Isolated.
Flicker!
Flicker, hard guard to save his life. What a play by Suelo.
I don't know though, I feel like, sure, that is a hard guard, it's a clean escape. You did burn the Flicker, but you burned out a proper resource away. Now, the frontliners aren't as tanky.
Yarkar is losing his immortality. Good wall charge. Super Chorizo. Again, Chive finds the kill into his Audi, and it will be Rebellion now. Full defense. Bigatron looking for the base turret in the bottom lane. Does not get it. Maybe next, but top lane, very vulnerable as well. And there you go. Base turret number 1 falls in Land of Dawn.
It only takes one moment for Bigatron Alpha to catch up, and this is what we were afraid of for Rebellion Zion. The fact that their comp falls off a lot harder than Bigatron Alpha towards that mid-late game. This is what we're seeing. They're going in for more!
Oh, Hyzamore! What the heck? But the base, it's wide open. Bigatron looks for the end, and it seems like Bigatron Alpha, the Red Terminators, they strike first in this best of 5.
The calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. The power spike that hit for Bigatron Alpha in that 16th minute of the game. They were patient in that early. They withstood the chaos. The damage was minimal. And Bigatron, with one straight push, was able to turn around an entire early game, Rebellion Zion-centric game, leading this best of 5 series 1-0.
I mean, we expected this, Mirko, Eternal. Whether the early game, because Super Sive needs those items, and once he is activated, boom, bang, bada bing. This is what you see. Very, very disciplined fight.
And again, it comes down to the understanding of that. Gani Eterna, throughout the day, I think the pattern has been, even though you have a winning draft, even though you have a good win con behind you, the execution has been off. Some teams have been able to out-execute other teams with better drafts. That's the case for GeekFam and Dewa, and even Dewa in their win against GeekFam, in my opinion. And here, it's the opposite. We're seeing that Bigatron Alpha are able to execute the game plan almost flawlessly. I think the only one who made mistakes was Super Ken on the Baxia, dying a bit too early, but he was able to still level the Martis, which is very impressive in my opinion there. And a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these plays, wow. Very impressed as to the discipline that Bigatron Alpha played with here, because for the half, for the most part of the regular season, Bigatron Alpha, that's kind of their problem, discipline. They can be ahead, and then they will throw the game with one commitment on the Lord. This time, it's like they were doing what their opponents did to them in the first half of the regular season.
And I feel like they've also developed and matured as a team.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we saw in game number 1 anyways, right? Let's hope they can stay consistent. But usually in a Bigatron game like that, Super Ken is in charge of the lead, right? He's the one that always stands out to me the most with his patterns of farming and so on and so forth. But in this game, like you mentioned, he seemed like the one that didn't shine the most, other than, of course, that Retribution play. But that was because his team was able to facilitate that Retribution play. And as a whole, the player of the game, for me in particular, by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G, was Shive.
I have to agree with you. 100%. KP, 4 kills. There was only 4 kills for BTR. They were losing in kills. Gani Eterna, they were not winning in kills. For the most part, they were losing in the game.
The perfect definition of staying composed, knowing your game plan, trusting your game plan, and execute with the calculation. I feel like him and Key was the main pillars in weathering that early game, that if not for them, if not them creating their own space as well, Rebellion Zion would find that snowball play game plan.
And even after the early game, towards the mid, towards when they were starting to group up to siege into Rebellion Zion, the support coming in from Diggy, the support coming in from Key was what made those plays possible, in my opinion, right? Without the Diggy, I don't think he could have dived in like that with zero repercussions. I mean, he was only taken down once. So that shows the cover that the Diggy was able to afford this Bruno.
Shout out to Mirko, who wrote the keys to victory for Bigatron Alpha, because I think I got it pretty spot on there. Laning phase, you gotta get a winning matchup for Shive. You get that, and then you utilize the dynamic playstyle of your roamer and your jungler. Your jungler, yes, a hard carry usually on the Fanny, on the Lancelot, but put it on the Baxia. It's alright too. He oversteps sometimes, sure, he still has that killer instinct, that assassin instinct, but as long as he's able to level, as long as he has that smart pathing, it's alright. And then, again, what a lot of people think is Key. He needs to get initiators, needs to get pickoffs, and a lot of people just forget that he's a great player as a utility roamer, and he showed us that in this game as well. Dying 2 times, completely fine. He's the roamer. As long as he's able to pop that time journey for Shive at the right moment, there's really not much to lose. And this right here, what happened here was Bigatron Alpha, they did not overchase up top. They chased away low, baited a flicker, and forced him to use hard guard. Though once he used hard guard, they were fine with it. It doesn't matter. You are a useless Angela once you use that ultimate, and then they just transition into that mid lane. Kar steps up just a bit, and guess what happens? He gets melted down. That Malefic Roar has already been built. There's a Baxia with anti-regen and an Ovaria. You cannot survive without the help of the hard guard, just relying on consecration alone.
That was it, ladies and gentlemen. That 16-minute game, almost 17-minute game that we saw. And it's a pity, right, for Rebellion Zion? They invested so much. They did everything right in that early game.
They
But
lack range.
Three
again.
turtles.
I feel like sure, it is part of Bigatron Alpha's plan. I feel like, you know what? Turtle, if possible, sure, let's contest. But if not possible, let's just look for other trades. And that is what Bigatron Alpha prioritized. That, and composition-wise, again, Rebellion Zion lacks in that range. which I feel like is... Sure, they have the Beatrix, but then... Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Bruno, you have Novaria, who will poke you down from the front to back, and it's GG.
I
Or
don't know.
kills.
Personal opinion, I feel like Rebellion Zion weren't decisive enough.
A lot of hesitations.
I would say.
Or a lot of overcommitments.
In which moments do you think they hesitated?
I think they understood, they should have understood where their power spike ended, and they should have been more aggressive before it stopped.
Unfortunately, I'll have to say, I think it's too big of a gamble. I think, again, I have to agree with the first statement you made. Rebellion Zion played it perfectly. This is what to expect from this kind of composition. Getting the early lead, 2,000 gold lead, but then just losing on the Lord dances due to what? Due to the enemy team outscaling you already. The fact that they weren't able to build much more of a lead with that turtle, the fact that they weren't able to shut down Shive was a big problem. But then again, how do you shut down Shive when there's a Diggy around, when there's an Astral Echo spotting all the ambush angles that Rebellion can come from, right? The only way that they were able to beat Shive in towards the later stage of the game was Heinz. And that's where I have to just say, I do not like it when there is no what's the word? Conventional mage. You lack the magic damage, man. When you're relying just on Sway Low and Audi Teasy on an Edith. If Audi Teasy was on an Ovaria roam, alright, right? Like, he still is able to dish out a lot of damage. He still has that within his kit. But in this game, it just felt like Audi was dealing no damage. Yeah. Angela, don't even need to talk about that, obviously dealing no damage. Sure, they also have cars, which is magic damage, but none of them have any... There's no threats towards the backline for magic damage. That's why when Shive got the win in nature, it was over. Who's going to dive deep? Who's going to threaten Shive? Who's going to stop him from doing whatever he wants?
So they couldn't make decisions because they didn't have
enough engage.
Proper resources, I would say.
Yeah,
no magic damage.
Proper resources.
Yeah. They only had one way in this team fight. It's Heinz dealing damage and Vincent executing them with true damage from that ultimate. If these two win conditions don't happen, I don't really see how Sway Low, Cars, or Audi can get back towards Shiva.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Man, with the, I have to agree here, without the bursty type of mage, or even poke type of mage, right? You can't really play around with the physical and magical output that your team is like capable of in a sense, right? So without that burst magic, all they need is just Wind of Nature and Tikiras, and they're A-okay.
Very interesting. All right, so this means that Bigatron Alpha, they're leading 1-0. And like a little bird told me backstage that he predicted Bigatron Alpha to win this 3-0.
I think that's not Little Bird. I think that's Big Bird.
No, it was definitely
Little Bird said 3-2.
Definitely Little Bird.
That's a tiny bird. That's a tiny bird, Mirko.
Minuscule bird?
Average.
Micro bird? Nano bird.
Ooh.
Nano bird.
It's average, man.
Let's see, though. Let's see. I expected a 3-1 series just like the previous match. But hey, prove me wrong. Give me a 3-2 series.
I can't have a 3-2. I don't have the quota for it.
Oh.
Well, Eterno, what are you doing? Well, you're probably using a bad provider. Let me just recommend you with the best in town. That's Dunia Games /Telkomsel, because I know you spend a lot on diamonds. If you want to buy in-game stuff, in-game purchases, you can make it on Dunia Games and you get free quota, 3 gigabytes per purchase. So instead of building or buying like just diamonds, you can buy diamonds with Dunia Games and then get additional quota through Dunia Games. You want to know the website?
Yeah.
You can scan the QR code down below here, or you can also just visit the website duniagames.co.id. Eterna likes it the hard way usually, so she likes typing it the entire way. She doesn't like scanning the QR code. No easy way in life for Eterna.
All right, hang on, give me a second. Dunia Games.
Yo,
yeah.
Is that the Samsung A34 5G?
Yeah.
I love it.
Where did you get that?
Looking very clean.
Where did you get that?
I bought it.
I thought they told us to put it on display.
Yeah, that's not mine. I have my own.
Dunia Games on that phone, baby. It's the best in Indonesia, the best service provider. Gani can relate.
I do actually relate because I was on an island once
Okay.
in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
And everyone else didn't have signal, but I did because I was using Telkomsel. True. That's facts. That's honest review.
You want to do?
No joke.
Wait, I have I don't know. I had like something prepared, but I forgot.
So, CITV, man.
It's okay.
So keep talking.
It's fine.
It's fine, right?
It's fine.
1-0 for
It is 1-0.
Mirko's team.
Not my team. I predicted Rebellion.
But you're a liar.
What the heck, man? Way to call me out. I'm not a liar. I am a truthful man. And here, I'll give you one truth and one lie.
Okay.
I'm a Rebellion fan and TikTok challenge booth MPL Playoffs outside right now. There's an exciting challenge at M5 booth outside.
It's gotta be the Rebellion Zion one that's the truth, right?
Absolutely, you got it. I predicted Rebellion. But there is also an M5 booth outside, so I told you 2 truths.
I like what can we do at the M5 booth?
And one lie.
A lot.
They turn as a friend.
A lot. You can upload your
I'm
creative
joking.
content on TikTok with a photo or video from the M5 booth. Post it on TikTok and tag MPL ID on TikTok. Don't forget to use the hashtag Sekarang Indonesia with the 5 Akarang Indonesia, and we own this.
Whoa!
Don't forget the hashtag, guys. For those of you who are attending the venue, join in on this challenge and get thousands of free diamonds for yourselves.
12,000 total?
12,000. Be selfish. Get it for yourself.
I actually do want to go there now.
Can we go?
BRB.
Can we go after? Is it still open after this match?
Should be.
I can go tomorrow.
We can always go tomorrow.
I can go tomorrow.
But look at this.
Oh, it's Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys don't like wet and itchy dandruff, ew, move on to Head and Shoulders and be 100% confident because wet and itchy dandruff will be wiped out.
He looks like a Rashi. Well, rather, Sheffin.
I like his hair.
Man, he's using the Head and Shoulders. How can you not like his hair?
That's true.
I wonder if the players are all using Head and Shoulders as well because they got fine hair. Auditizi lost his hair. I don't know what happened in the last 2 weeks. He's gone through some dark stuff, man.
No, I think it was a gimmick, no?
It's a gimmick? Oh, if he makes it to playoffs, he goes
think
bald?
so, or something.
Ah.
We'll double check for you, but I'm pretty sure it's something along those lines.
Or he wants to let
Focus.
out his
keyboy era.
Vibe. Keyboy era.
The keyboy talk.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some Cars fans in the building. The Rebels, who were very, very passionate here with their energy earlier on. Can't wait to hear them again.
They still are.
In game number 2, they still are, man. Still a full house onto the left. But they are just sitting down right now. The game hasn't started, right? I mean, save your energy, man. It's going to be a full best of 5 series.
That's what the players need to do, right? Still stay composed, stay cool, because this is the second game of a full best of 5 series. So, you know, run the marathon.
Tuck in, grab your snacks. Don't forget to buy Head and Shoulders as well while you buy your snacks, because we're about to start the draft.
That's it. The drafts for game number 2, Rebellion Zion and Bigatron Alpha. Both of these teams have opted to stay on the exact same sides. But what differs from game number 1 is the choice of bands. Matilda now opened up. Angela was the choice. And Bigatron, they've opted to let it entirely go and sticking to the Kaja Iritel and Paquito.
That's a risky move to go for, man, but it's an instant answer again. Hey, we'll play the Bakcha twice. Last time you picked Angela, this time you picked Matilda. Still the same answer. It's the B.
It's Bakcha. It's going to be the Bakcha here. Now question, right? It wasn't the keys to victories as well. Auditizi, give him his hero. Give him his identity heroes. Is Matilda his play style is the question, right?
Is he comfortable enough on it?
Exactly. We're about to find out, I guess.
We are. But exact same picks come through for Bigatron Alpha. But Rebellion Zion, instead of the Beatrix pickup, like they did in game number 1, 4 highs, they go for the Bruno instead.
It's a good answer, right? I mean, the Bruno was what gave them so much trouble with the composition that they already have. Bigatron Alpha, the Navarre to reveal, the Bakcha to frontline, and then the Bruno to deal damage in the back. Now that Rebellion have a good dive hero, good hero that is practically
value in me?
immortal, and the fact that the Fredrin has been left open this time around in the first phase, that's a pickup for Vincent. A signature pick for him, his most picked jungler in Season 12, and this is the pick where he really is able to take control of every single neutral objective.
He becomes a monster.
It becomes he goes from Vincent to Vincent Van Gogh.
Ooh, VVG.
You know what happened to Vincent Van Gogh?
Tell us.
Elaborate.
I am the
Forgot the line,
priestess
man.
of primal lightning.
All right,
The hunter
we'll give
of
you a few
evil
seconds to
gods.
iron those kinks
Recover.
out and recover. Exactly. Bigatron Alpha going to respond with an Edith. Edith being picked up for Bigatron Alpha. For me personally, this Matilda pick suits this composition. Why do I
agree.
say that? Lack of range, it gives mobility towards the Bruno and the Fredrin to weave in and weave out of these team fights.
I completely agree. I mean, it adds more depth in that regard. But let's see here, second phase. What will Bigatron target? You know what? I think they should just target the mid laners here. Sure, Matilda can be flexed into that mid lane, but I feel like it is much more impactful in the roam. But now, they are for a Uranus man.
But now, I need to finish that metaphor
Got it.
earlier.
We'll we
Vincent
buy you
Van
time.
Gogh, quote, "I've lost my mind in this game." He lost his mind doing art, right? And to be a god at Fredrin, you must go psycho, Fred. You must invade. You must take control, my man.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Psycho Brad.
Indeed. Brody banned out. Very
It's a good
natural.
ban.
Yeah, natural ban as well.
It's a good ban, right? If Rebellion Zion want to kind of replicate what Bigatron was able to do in the gold lane, sure, they take the Bruno and they have to take away the counters towards it. The fact that Irithal is already off the board from the get-go, Brody now eliminated. What else can lane properly against the Bruno?
You want to know?
Beatrix? No.
How much do you want to know?
Is it
A little bit.
Is it Iksha?
No. Well, the Iksha does pretty good as well, to be fair, right? I mean, the Iksha could be an answer, but they'll have to pick it last. If they want to go for a safer pick, I would say the Melissa is a solid option as well. With the Edith, with the proper lockdown that they already have in their composition, and the fact that the composition is still a front to back comp, the Melissa can actually melt down Rebellion's frontliners faster than the Bruno, and Melissa can also bully the Bruno in lane. It's also a hero we saw from Shive. It took Onyx to 30 minutes. Remember that game?
And tide wait for no Your team is your girl.
Okay. Melissa can be a viable pick here for the side of the BTR, but my guess is the wiser move should just pick a XP first here, then the marksman last.
Why do I feel like it might not be Melissa?
I mean, the carry is still up for grabs. We saw that it was a hot pick in the first match, but in this comp, I guess it could
hope
still
it's not
work.
bot.
They still have the lockdown here with the Edith, with the Bakshas, the same story. The carry melts through the frontliners, but unfortunately, the only real issue is the Bruno in lane.
What is it going to be? Are they going to leave it for the last pick?
There you go.
Ixia.
Wow.
They go for the Ixia instead.
Quite early.
Technically,
I expected last pick Ixia, not first pick.
And technically, this Ixia pick isn't too hot against something like the Matilda.
Technically, you can't get canceled. You can get airborne.
Not
but
about that. Not the cancel. The fact that you
the
can
escape.
guiding win everyone else out.
Not everyone, but one, yeah. You have much more mobility. You have sustain as well. But that's why the Edith is here. The mobility, the lockdown from the Edith. And maybe they have something in store for that XP lane as well. It's a gourd!
It's a gourd. Of course, you fight fire with fire. You fight range with range.
Gourd needs setup.
Come on, Cars. Go for that Benedetta. Go for that Lapu. Go for a dive hero.
Gourd needs setup.
Yuzong.
Oh, okay.
All right, so they're going for dive. Try and counter the Ixia in the back line. That's the only choice they have. And that's a lot of solutions towards the Ixia in the back line. It was very different to the Ixia game that we saw earlier on when it was quite limited. But here they have just pure range from the gourd. Not really sure if he can out-sustain the damage coming in from Ixia, but there's Yuzong. They also have the Matilda on top of that.
With the Yuzong as well, it adds potential to create a 2-perimeter fight, right? Which I feel like might favor the side of the blue Bulls.
Oh!
It's a Fanny!
What? Baksha roam?
Baksha!
Oh my... What? There's no... Oh my god. There's no lockdown for the side of Rebellion. Zion, the Gourd, and the Bruno, both super vulnerable. They baited this pick. They baited Rebellion to have no lockdown in their kit. This last pick. Oh man, I think it's a... Wow, that's surprising.
Can Matilda not technically lock Fanny down?
You can follow her. You can deal damage.
But it's not...
It's not purely lockdown, no.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting. But as much as I love that Fanny pick, ladies and gentlemen, Mirko, Eterna, I have to side with the Rebellion side.
Oh, tell us why.
I feel like it's a more balanced, it's more sensible composition here.
Let's see if Sensible wins games and wins matches. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the Land of Dawn for the second game, Bigatron currently leading 1-0. Who will take the next point away?
I'll have to agree with you, Gani, in the... Oh, it's Baksha XP? Oh, that's even weirder. I was about to say Baksha Roam is already going to be weird, and that's the risky choice. But they put Baksha... This is season... this is M2. They had Baksha Yu Zong lane, remember? Oh my god. Throwback right now. And the Baksha is going to play full utility. Look at how they started. The Baksha was actually leashing that orange buff. He's going to lose, I think, a few minions, or maybe just 1 minion up top. And he went for Concussive Blast, Tenacity, that's a thrill as well, and a Tenacity, Super Ken.
Oh, good initiation there. But luckily for Audi and the Blue Bulls, he has a flicker.
How strong is Baxia's passive?
Well, technically, against the Yu Zong, how do you... Well, Gani actually plays the Baksha in the XP, so I think we have to refer to him.
Very weak clear, but head-to-head wise, very strong against Yu Zong. So I expect Yu Zong to focus on clear, but Baksha to focus on heroes. But there's a catch here. Let's see, a 3v2 rather. Super Key pops the early flicker.
And if this works out, that's... You gotta give it to Coach Aldo, right?
Yeah.
That flip in roll.
Yeah.
Because
every
again...
single roll?
Super Ken. Oh, good taunt here. Super Ken might be in trouble. Good cable management to escape. Rebellion and Bigatron Alpha still here. Stalemate 0-0.
Well, you spoke about the XP matchup. I'm going to be talking about the Ixia matchup here against the Bruno. Yeah, the Ixia is actually a great pick in lane against the Bruno. Shout out to, I believe it was RSGPH. Eman was the first guy who actually tried it out in MPL and made it fully work. Cars.
Oh, Petrified connected. Airborne was there. It seems like the Black Dragon form will be popped here. As they look at the Virtuin here, just busy in the turtle. The first objective, Newt, will be taken by Rebellion Zion.
Again, to talk about this matchup, the Ixia does really, really good against the Bruno. Mainly okay damage, but mainly sustain. That sustainability really makes you win out in trades or all-ins. And if you're able to have a good time in lane as an Ixia, play it safe with your range, and scale up, you're going to kind of outscale the Bruno. Technically, if you're close, the Bruno should win later stages, but...
Goodness, 2v1, but Cars! What the heck, even without popping the flicker, he survives there. The cutthroat and the pressure. But take a look at the bottom lane. Super Key and Chive will look for the clear here. It seems like, yeah, both teams here will say no to a commit fight.
I can't believe he survived that. Cars actually was able to buy the other members of Rebellion Zion a little bit more time by wasting Super Ken's rotation in that top side. But either or... Wait a second. Did he get it?
Yep.
Wow. Alrighty. Oh!
Eyeing Swalo. Swalo holding the flicker, popping it eventually. But again, it's still 0-0. Here, 3 minutes in.
And Vincent is actually still a level ahead of Super Ken.
That's what we expect here with a turtle take. Fredrin should have a better time against a Fanny. And you know what? Speaking of no lockdown, technically they don't have any pure lockdown, but Vincent, if he's able to connect on that knock-up second skill, it's a pretty good deterrent to the cables.
A purple buff invade here. Let's see. 3v2. Bruno is on his way. Retribution battle. Let's see who wins it. Oh, it's gonna be Vincent taking the purple buff in the hands of Super Ken.
This is where it gets dangerous. Once the Fredrin gets far ahead enough to do that, walk up 3v1, no problem. Retri.
Oh my god. 4 minutes in still. Killless in the second game of Rebellion and Bigatron, but the second neutral objective is in the building. Let's see here, it seems like Bigatron Alpha has no resources to contest. Super Key now taking damage, it's gonna be first blood, seems like, with the passive as Cars finds the first kill in the board.
Super clean by Rebellion Zion here. Absolutely just zoning Bigatron Alpha away. They understand that they don't have what it takes, but it might be wrong in the bottom side.
Good trade. Shive claims that the 200 gold there. That's a huge kill there for the Red Robots.
It's a good kill over to Shiva. It's also a good play by Bigatron Alpha, because if you guys didn't notice, Super Ken actually picked up the entirety of the turret gold up top.
That's what I was about to ask.
And now he's going to try to continue split pushing this to make it an equal trade for that bottom lane.
Super Sorizo, what the heck? Taken down with the Appraiser's Rats, finds the kill. Audi finds another. But seems like Super Key will not be able to survive, but no, I was wrong. With the passive from the Primal Wrath, he is able to sustain.
Back to that point, right? Technically, it's worth it. No, wait a minute. Vincent?
Seems like they will invade this purple as Super Ken will concede.
Okay. It's technically worth it, right? Because the gold you get...
Oh! What? What the heck?
How? He did it!
With the Retri on point cable there, he finds the purple.
Beautiful. And this is exactly it. Him starting to shine. Because going back to that point, it's an equal trade because of the same equivalent amount of gold taken between the gold turret and the turtles.
Yeah. And wait, right now, we're getting interrupted.
Jesus, whole Audi TZ circling Eagle just to disengage. Almost there. The Astral Recall finds the mark.
Okay, to answer your question, yes, Rebellion Zion got extreme value from that play in the bottom lane because of the turret and the 2 kills, right? That's a kill on Ixia, where the Bruno was able to survive, therefore living a bit more, getting a bit more farm, and now having a level lead, and I assume a gold lead as well. Oh, good cancel!
Enough energy though to escape. The last turtle in the game is up. Super Ken, all risky play, does not want to contest. Seems like Vincent will claim the perfect turtle here in the game.
He didn't have the energy. That Black Dragon form was enough of a deterrent to prevent him from going through. And again, Rebellion Zion, fantastic job at zoning, but howdy TZ, man, on the Matilda. We asked the question in the draft, is it something that he's comfortable utilizing? Yeah. And here it is, you see exactly this.
Look at the purple buff though, spawns in and instantly you see the rotation from Vincent. This one should be taken away by Vincent, and yes, he does. He claims it, he picks up a 1 level lead again, and now it's back to the drawing board for Bigatron Alpha. With Super Ken not getting the purple, their composition is offline.
Wow, good petrify. It seems like Super Ken will have enough cables. Here, the tempo, again, very slow. First game, 10 total kill points, but this time, similar, right? Bigatron eyeing that turret in the top lane. You know what, Cars? He will sacrifice that turret. The bot side, though, seems like Super Ken will also surrender and sacrifice the inner turret.
They're both trying to play more objective-centered. They're looking for a way to up the other opponent. And here, entering the 8th minute, with Super Ken still at 0-0-0, falling behind Vincent 2 levels now. What can we expect for Bigatron Alpha, and how do they come back?
Technically, it's kind of the same as Game 1. Bigatron Alpha are trying to weather the storm. It's a bit harder now because Rebellion actually have proper answers in the later stage of the game, unlike Game 1.
Yeah.
They have a Gord, they have the Bruno, and even the Ixia here, who I said is supposed to outscale the Bruno because of that range advantage. It's not that simple because of the Yuzong. this Yu Zhang is definitely going to be able to zone Shive away in a lot of these skirmishes, and maybe that's why Bigatron decided to have a Baxia and an Edith in place together.
The purple buff invasion.
Oh, he got it!
Again, Superkin this time will have his purple, but with the retribution now out of the board for both members here, both junglers rather. Let's see, will they gamble this?
Do they commit? What?
Let's see, right? They have the Black Dragon form, it seems like, and Vincent will claim the Lord, no problem.
What in the world, Rebellion Zion? See, I understand your point in the later stage of the game, but for me, a non-snowballing Fanny, it doesn't sit right with me. I don't like it in towards the late stage of the game because I feel like it falls off harder. Well, I guess it's different if it's in the hands of Onyx because we've seen what Kyrie's able to do on the Fanny, and that's more macro play. But for Superken, can he do the same thing that Onyx can do on the Fanny?
Well, I think he can try to replicate it. I don't think he can do exactly what Kyrie does. I'm not sure if anyone can do what Kyrie does exactly. But what he can do is split push. That's something that the Fanny has that will never fall off, technically. The split push, the dynamic rotations here that he'll try to get, and acting as a deterrent. He'll be the distraction in the back line, trying to force Rebellion Zion to play it complete front to back to protect the Bruno, hence giving Super Moreno and Shive enough room in their own back line to deal damage.
Yeah, we see that. We see that happening. Superken going to be able to cut that wave in the top side. And he couldn't go for a natural split push because of how Rebellion Zion are just controlling all three lanes of the map.
Nope, not just yet here. Right, they look to commit to the bottom lane. It seems like the passive will be triggered. With that, Bigatron still holding on here with just 4 turrets left. Rebellion Zion, 11 minutes in, 6,000 gold lead as Superken very proactive here, finding the inner top lane.
He's working hard, man.
Overtime work, give him some overtime pay. Bigatron Alpha really relying on Superken to get them the gold. If he isn't able to get these turrets, jungle has been completely cleared out. The lanes have been completely frozen. With the Lord advantage, that's 2,000 gold earned and 13,000 turret damage. Unluckily for Rebellion Zion, they were not able to really deal any sort of damage towards the base turret. A few good hits would have been a game changer. Wait, oh, ODTZ. No, all right, they don't decide to follow him through. That's a mechanic that is new to Mathilda. You can now follow in with a circling eagle. It doesn't matter how far Superken goes. But that's a Sea Halberd for Shive. Corrosion, DHS, he should be going for the Malefic Roar next. And I think with this build, yeah, that's a proper build, man. Bruno doesn't have the Will of Nature yet. And that actually might come back to bite him if Bigatron somehow find an engage. And here it is.
Audi, hot. Oh, take a look at the damage. He is able to sustain at the Mystic Gush. Will melt members of Bigatron, but though, Audi will fall in the back line there.
And Vincent used Retry.
Okay, let's see here. With the man advantage, Bigatron Alpha, they look to recover as quickly as possible. Take a look at Superken. Baksha, very fast rotations. They're in the Lord Pit with a man up. Let's see here. What can they cook? Super Key onward.
Oh my God.
Vincent. Take a look at the backside though. So low, but survives. So Rizzo looking for the damage. Does not find it. Oh, take a look at the crowd control. Take a look at the cover. Buys some more. Finds the kill in the backside as well. It's gonna be Cars taken down. So Rizzo, Cars taken out. Super Key pops Brahma right. Full barrage on towards Vincent. Super Ken jumps in. Cutthroat looking for a kill on towards finds it as well. And Superken, he is cooking right now as the Lord is wide open, but Vincent is still in the map.
1-4-2 trade for the moment. Bigatron Alpha getting the better of it. Superken should have the better setup here. Still has the retribution, but Rebellion Zion with the Mystic Gush able to completely reset the Lord.
The problem for Rebellion Zion is that they have their gold laner down. The problem for Bigatron Alpha is that they have an assassin jungle who can't play the Lord Dance right. Both teams have problems. Both teams have solutions, but Super Key goes in first.
Good onward. No active spells on the Bigatron side. Let's see here, Audi with his flicker in hand. Will that be the game changer? Bigatron Alpha looking to distract, looking to delay. As now Rebellion Zion is back with 5 members.
It's a complete reset for both of his teams. The only difference now is Shive has the additional item for that penetration, but Heis has the Wind of Nature.
Are they giving?
BDF, good onward. Super Ken joining the fray.
Oh my
Audi
God.
receiving damage. Matilda now popped from Vincent. Finds the Lord. Cars distracting. Looking to survive. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Mystic Gush to save the day. Super Series of Fall. And that's a huge dub for the Blue Bulls.
That was a big cover play coming in from Vincent with the taunt coming through. Rebellion Zion with no members taken out. They have the man advantage.
If they don't play it right, though, it is not going to be a win. They used all their resources to get that kill. Remember, the Black Dragon form is the only deterrent. Wait!
Oh, good catch, good cover as well. Oh, Super Ken still looking for that play, but Trey low. Clutch flicker to save his life. Super Ken looking to recall, man. Rebellion Zion is the landlord, and Reth is 3 months late as they're looking and knocking to the doors of Bigatron Alpha.
Still no Black Dragon form. Sheep is going to free hit.
Oh, let's see. Full barrage on towards the Lord. It will fall. It will melt the Lord, mind you. It seems like Bigatron will be there in time to defend all 3 base turrets.
Yo.
0 to 100 quickly.
5 and 4. Doesn't feel like a 9-game game. Super Ken.
Oh, good Astral Echo, but it seems like, Super Ken for the next 2 minutes will not have his purple buff.
Holy moly. 9 kills in the 15th minute of the game, but it feels like the action has been happening non-stop. This doesn't even feel like 15 minutes. It feels like it's only been 5. So many interesting plays happening left and right. The macro, the cuts happening from both teams, and the team fights have been phenomenal. This time, though, the same problem lies for Bigatron Alpha. Super Ken, no purple buff. It's back to the drawing board. They need to find a way to distract the Fredrin. Wait.
Oh, careful. Oh. The trap.
Wow.
Set it by the Matador and the Blue Bulls there. Almost debated Super Ken.
That was a little too close for comfort, and I can even feel just Miracle gripping on his seat. Glued to his screen right now.
I've been standing, man. I was standing, jumping. Such a fun game. These are the games that we as casters would love to cast all day long. And Rebellion, this is the way that they're trying to solve the issue of the constant split push. The Yu Zhong technically can try to match up against the Fanny, but if that happens, the Ixia free hits, and that's why the Yu Zhong has been mostly sent towards these team fights without going to the other side. Usually, Yu Zhong can expect the Yu Zhong to use the Black Dragon form to approach the team fight, but for this game in particular, Ice needs to be in the vicinity of the team fight so that the Black Dragon form can actually reach the backline of Bigatron Alpha. That's why Super Ken's split push have been very lethal.
Oh, good catch. Vincent now. Oh, the winner's crunching. Is it too early, though? No cover whatsoever as Super Moreno finds the snipe. No retry for the next 30 seconds here. Bigatron Alpha, will they pull the trigger?
Overzealousness, too greedy from Vincent. He completely just gave a Bigatron Alpha the Lord on a silver platter. 17 minutes in. That's too expensive to let go.
Super K.
Flicker. Oh, the damage is just too much by Heis. Burst it down instantly. 30,000 HP. 4v4 technically. Rebellion needs to delay. Circling Eagle combined with the Black Dragon form. Take a look at the backside. Shiva now vulnerable, but Super Ken finds the Lord. Now they look to collapse. Shiva receiving damage taken out. Super Sorizo fails to cover. But it seems like Rebellion Zion, they managed to find the equal trade.
Jeez.
Oh, this is scary, right? All 5 members from the side of Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls, are still up. They're charging into the base despite the fact that Super Ken was able to take that Lord for himself amidst all that chaos, amidst all that drama. Again, a stalemate between both of these teams.
The trades have been so good for both these teams. Bigger trying to get a Lord, but Rebellion get the team fight, and they're able to completely just nullify the Lord. The Lord will have zero use. I would actually say it'll benefit Rebellion Zion here for the Lord take. They're able to clear it out, getting more gold, free money. But it does give Bigatron Alpha a chance for the Fanny to get the purple buff. Now, whether that's worth it or not is completely, at this point, subjective, right? Because it comes down to how Super Ken is going to be able to use this purple buff. If that Lord take, this purple buff take from Super Ken doesn't amount to much, and Rebellion Zion can just weather the storm again, and Vincent can go in for the steal again, then not much. Again, orange buff steal, but I wouldn't say that's too much value. What is value would be a kill. He needs to find a kill. He needs to maybe beta win in nature, something. A black dragon form. Big resource burn out equals to win for BTR. But if Super Ken only gets a purple like this and isn't able to do much more, Rebellion are just going to they're just going to wait it out.
But can you not agree that that was style points?
I think the whole game has been style points for both teams. Vincent win the direct trees, Super Ken split pushing, Audi Teamsy. I mean, everyone has been styling.
One department that I feel like Rebellion Zion is lacking in this composition is just mobility, right? You have the Fanny, you have the Navaria, but take a look at top lane here. Vincent now with the immortality. Wow, okay, early winners, I guess. But then, with that, it will create, or it will make Vincent have the space to disengage. Again, back to my point. Fanny, Navaria, Baksha, very, very fast heroes to roam around the Land of Dawn.
Take a look at the Fanny here with a killing spree. I expected more damage from him, but it's actually a tanky build, sorta. Blade of Heptases and the Melfic Roar. This is barely enough to get the Gourd down. So again, it's right, exactly what we predicted. It's more of a distraction, this Fanny pick. It's to go into the back line, force the back line of Rebellion Zion low, and therefore forcing the front line of Rebellion to go back to save their back line. Meanwhile, Bigatron Alpha's back line will benefit from that by free hitting with the Ixia and the Navaria.
It's a 4v1. Astral Echo has been popped. Super Ken, is he aware? 4 members jump and Petrify connects. He wants to run, but the crowd control is just too much.
Way.
But Super Ken, let him cook.
That's the defensive build. The defensive build.
Exactly, that's what it was for.
Wow.
The distraction.
That's a free Lord. What can I say? Super Ken, top side, survives a 4-man gank, rotates towards the Lord, claims the Lord.
How many resources was utilized? Petrify from Cars, ultimates coming in from Audi as well. What in the world, Super Ken?
That defensive build, man. What? He survived a 5-man gank.
Cheeky,
Who would expect a Fanny to survive a 5-man gank? I think even Rebellion are bamboozled. They've just checked the items now, maybe. Wait, he has Anti-Crew. He has Queen's Wings. What is going on?
Oh, Super Ken jumps in. Still composed, though. Lord is evolved now, ladies and gentlemen. It has marched in the top lane area. It seems like Rebellion Zion here. I feel like they have enough to defend this one. Let's see. Astral Echo popped, revealing 3, but Baser at top lane will fall. Okay, finds Vincent. Oh, the damage is just too much here. Vincent losing his immortality and will try to buy some time as Vincent falls. Lord still 14,000. That's much HP. It seems like the Lord, with the help of the turret, it will fall. Now, full barrage pop as well. Take a look at the damage here. HP all down. One more member down for a minute. Rebellion Zion, their full defense.
Full defense, but they lost 2 members in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, the top lane is open up. Super Ken goes in.
What? Oh my God, the cable! What's up with the cable, Super Ken? Bigatron Alpha now. Base not that wide open, but the Mystic Gush finds the outplay. Hyzamore as well finds the kill. It's a 2 for 2. 3 from Rebellion, 3 Bigatron standing.
What the heck was that? What? From both? From Super Ken and for Rebellion. They defended that with 3 members against 5. I don't know what that interaction was. What were those cables?
Oh my God.
That looked like Spider-Man just...
Oh, you're right.
All the webs everywhere, all over the place. Super Ken.
Jeez.
This kid, man. He's a kid that he's full of surprises. You think you know everything there is to this kid, and he pulls a stunt like that. And it makes sense. He might be on the way to our own local Kyrie.
Gotta be careful though. I think they might lose this one.
Careful, Vincent
Ken,
has no immortality. Super Ken, what the heck again with the fast hands mechanics.
Oh my god.
Props to Yu Zhang here, trying to relieve off pressure top lane. But again, Super Ken is already on and occupy that lane.
All right, wait a minute. We got to take back what we said, right? We were like, all right, late game, Fanny, yeah, you're not going to be able to do what Kyrie does. He's doing pretty good for himself right now. What the heck? Huh? I can't explain it. How do you explain this? He's not losing energy. What is the logic behind this? And he baits the Mystic Gush.
Lord.
The crowd goes wild. And he truly is Super Ken.
Super Ken again. Showing his style. Showing his mechanics. Rebellion Zion needs to be careful here. Active, well, spells, all active. They're ready for a fight.
I just want to know what Super Ken's planning here. Is he trying to go for a bait for the retribution? And then revert full throttle and commit onto the Lord?
Oh, good catch. Super Ken here needs to be very cautious now. Quite low. Energy now, very low. But on the other side of the map, Bigatron Alpha fails to find something else. Let's see here. Still though, Lord Pitwise. Bigatron Alpha has more control, but it seems like Rebellion Zion slowly but surely trying to cover more ground.
They need to be aware of housekeeping. Rebellion Zion, look at the waves constantly pushing into them. They need to figure this out. As soon as Gord is visible on the map, that's Bigatron Alpha's green light to go ahead.
Teal play, Bigatron will not take that risk. Rebellion Zion again popping that sentry.
This is it, the back and forth. Oh, is it going for a back door? Can he do that?
It's a forced error. It's a forced error here by Super Ken. He's constantly just making Rebellion look. And again, Cards, he is the one that usually needs to go to the goal, to that top lane, but he's unable to. Because if he gets spotted there, or Bigatron will just collapse instantly because there's no dive towards Shive, no dive towards Super Moreno without the Black Dragon. So look at what Rebellion Zion are opting to go for. The solution to the question that Bigatron Alpha are putting out is Bruno Matilda up top. Still, this is going to be a pretty good fight if the Bruno isn't going to rotate over.
Good catch, but it seems like the Mystic Gush here will hinder the movements. Now Rebellion Zion, they look to recover. Super Ken looks for an angle, does not find the right opening. Lord on the side of the Rebellion side here. Bigatron, good catch, good onward, on towards Audi. But he's a Matilda. 20,000 on HP. Super Ken, good winner. But it seems like will he have enough energy to escape this time? Very low. Lord is also low. Take a look at Vincent now. Receiving damage of Vincent. Finds the Lord. He escapes as well. Rebellion, full retreat, but he will fall. Rebellion 4v5 now. Can they escape? Good onward. Audi, all the damage. Sway low, finds the kill. It's a trade. Circling Eagle on towards the back. Super Moreno receiving damage, but it's still 4-4-v4.
It's clear that Bigatron Alpha, they still don't want to commit because of the choices made by Super Ken.
Oh my
God.
God.
How exactly did that go down?
Well, that went kind of the same. It's kind of a stalemate now. They're going to be able to clear this pretty well. Super Ken, again, was able to get the purple buff, and with wait, that might be a mistake there. He used the Black Dragon form to defend the Lord. It can charge over and get a mid lane base turret, but if Super Ken can hold this off, and if Shive can get that ultimate, that full barrage in, there's no BDF. Rebellion are in for a show.
The Fauna representative fails to find the connection on towards the base, but they are still alive. Mystic Gush pop, full barrage as well! Heizamore, now you see him, now you don't. What a positioning there by Shive.
That's two men taken down for Rebellion Zion. Bigatron Alpha, the Blue Bulls in for the chase, but they don't have the speed yet. Still able to recall for the moment. But Bigatron Alpha coming back yet again in the 28th minute of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the longest game we've seen in the playoffs so far.
Rebellion Zion forgot the quote from the wise man. No dragon, no fight. It's an Ixia. You don't have dive. He can melt you down. That might have been a mistake, the mistake, for Bigatron Alpha to take control.
High still 25. Bigatron Alpha. Nothing really is on the board here. Lord still a minute away. But there you go, the base turret in the bottom lane will fall. So there's 1 point. Vincent, good escape. The full barrage here pops. All cards with the Black Dragon board here looking for a play. Does not really find it. 2, 3 wave minions now crashing. Good petrify, no follow-up damage. Audi finds it. Oh! Sway low with the Mystic Gush play. Finds the main character, and that is Shive.
Swaylo is the main character in Rebellion Zion. 5-0 and 3, the carry for the team, and that Mystic Gush, that positioning. This is why Swaylo is a thinker in that mid lane. An absolute beast.
That's a huge kill. That might be the difference maker here. Pre-Lord, and Shive is out on the board, out of the board for 45.
Swaylo's a thinker, but he's not a goer. And say what you will, sure, the damage is there, but it doesn't work without setup. And Audi TZ constantly gives that. They are able to combo it in with Cars, says Petrify, going into the Circling Eagle from Audi TZ. And because of that change in that ultimate, that AoE knock-up, it's all the setup that Rebellion Zion needs to land those damage, those burst options into Bigatron Alpha that eventually loses the game. But look at where Super Ken is right now.
Looking for an angle. On the backside, Heisemore. Oh, good retray. But with that, Bigatron Alpha says, you know what? Get the Lord will focus on defense.
Wow. Rebellion Zion, they finally get a chance. They know that Shiva is down and they need to just commit onto it. There is very low chance that Super Ken is actually able to out-retry. So Vincent decides to make that risky play happen. Go in for the Lord, trust in my retry. We go for this 4v5 and Bigatron tries to actually cut, to try to actually steal. And Super Ken, you saw it, he had to try to look for a bad angle, a random angle to get into that spot, but he's not able to do so. And now it's time for Rebellion. It's the siege. They're knocking on Bigatron Alpha's base.
Earlier, Bigatron was 3 months late. This time it's 6. Super Ken defending. Lord is still marching. 25,000. Sorizo, wow. Receiving damage. All good full barrage positioning with the flicker towards the back. Mars lost his immortality. And let's see here. Furious dives to save his life. Vincent now will sacrifice his life. Winner's Truncheon, will it buy enough time? The answer is no. He will be taken out. Good defense by the red robots.
Beautiful flicker combo with his ultimate, with the barrage by Sive as well to deny Cars away. And that damage coming through was enough in order to deter Rebellion Zion's offense. And again, ladies and gentlemen, another stalemate between both of these teams. 31 minutes, 32, and we're still counting.
My goodness gracious.
I'm all for it.
It's time for them both to reset once again. Bigatron Alpha and Rebellion Zion. You're right, stalemate. They both have good wave clear. We saw that in both defenses. They both have good target acquisition. Shive was able to catch Highs, and then Gord was able to catch Shive. Both these players, both these teams, they know it. Mystic Gush!
Mystic Gush! Oh! What the heck? We didn't even get to see Super Moreno there. Down for 70. Rebellion Zion. Lord is still 50 though. So, give or take, Bigatron Alpha is still okay.
Swaylo is brilliant.
Swaylo.
Oh my god. And he anticipated that Super Key was going to go in for a flank, was able to flicker out of the Earth Shatter. That was brilliant. If Swaylo was taken down there, that would have been quite a bad position for Rebellion Zion, but he denied it completely away. Bigatron Alpha, they had to lose Super Moreno for 70 seconds. That was how much is on the clock.
It went from Sway Low to Sway God, bro. This guy, 6-0 and 3, the ultimate carry for Rebellion Zion. He is the bull that's charging in 4.5k gold lead, but at this point, gold lead is a non-factor. It isn't relevant anymore. By the way, is it just me or does Super Ken look less tanky? I don't know if he sold any of his items. It doesn't look like it. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Just for your knowledge, longest game duration, number 1 is MPL Malaysia, 41 minutes. And we're on track to actually try to get to that point.
An ID here is just 37, right? Also a Bigatron game. Will they beat their own record? Cars popping, the BBF.
Oh my god.
Oh, Super Ken. Oh, what the knockup? Bad favors, but hides the more, finds the Lord, knock up the full barrage. Brrrr! Finds and melts the members of our rebellion. Vincent being the sole casualty for now. Big A Tehran. They do not look for more. They understand that 1 is enough.
Oh my goodness.
Seconds.
Have you seen a death timer that long?
No, honestly, I haven't. I don't think I've casted an 80-second death timer game to witness that. It's incredible, again.
Oh my god.
It's an evolved Lord this time around, but without Vincent, they don't have enough frontlining to actually give Highs and the Gord enough space to actually siege it down. I feel like, again, it's a stalemate of a Lord. Bigatron Alpha should be able to secure this, and maybe even the purple buff here, but they have to be careful. They have to set their sights on the right target, and the right target right now is the Lord. They've dealt with it.
Oh my god, like it was nothing. Like it was nothing, Mirko, Eterna. This is going to be the 8th Lord of the game. We've passed 7 Lord. 5 for Rebellion, 2 Lords for Bigatron Alpha.
It's so back and forth.
Wow.
Both of these teams, they understand the stakes.
Wow. Oh my.
And that was baited out. That's information for Bigatron Alpha. Sway Low not having the Mystic Gush for the next few seconds. Any swaps in items that we should be looking out for?
Well, earlier, he actually, for Super Ken, he actually, by the way, that's an 8,000 goal lead between the jugglers. Holy moly. Shive, getting with nature, we actually haven't seen Shive swap items at all this game during team fights, so that might be a problem later on. Usually we see fast hand maneuvers. Shive has just been relying on focusing down on these team fights. He hasn't been really too concerned with swapping items for immortalities, etc. What I'm curious to see is Super Ken. He actually bought the Queen's Wings again, so I'm really curious as to what he actually bought to swap the Queen's Wings before he bought the Queen's Wings again and sold that item. For the rest of the team, looking at it, it's, again, just this is what we expect towards the later game. There's no boots for the Novaria, no boots for Gord as well. Both of them are relying heavily on their frontliner. No boots for both these goal laners, relying on that Windtalker to give them movement speed with a Quantum Charge as well. They're both very immobile, and in a game with this many immobile heroes, that's where the Fanny, that's why the Fanny has been so annoying. They cannot get a grasp on this Fanny. Super Ken is still deathless. He's the only one with Swaylo who is deathless. How is Swaylo deathless, by the way? Like, Fanny's building tank. Swaylo is building full damage, and he's a surfer. I don't know why I have to point that out, but yeah, he surfs up, dude.
Welcome, Lord number 8, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Lord number 8. 37 minutes in. Yeah, it feels like Bigatron Alpha, they will beat their own record. It was them against Onyx. Conceal, Astral Echo. Vincent has enough resources to gain more space. Oh, take a look at the mid. Mini-map. No, Super Ken knows better.
Moreno doesn't
We
have
beat
his
it.
ultimate up.
37-24 was the record. We're at 37-25 for Indo. 38-15 is MPL PH with Echo versus Blacklist.
I think there was a 42-minute game.
Team Secret versus MPX NC. That was Team Secret with Matt and Max. Hey, Bigatron players as well.
Oh, you're right. Why?
Why does Bigatron have a long game? Chorizo.
Programmed for late game. Chorizo now. Oh, soaking damage, stunned as well. He has Immortal. He should be fine. But again, 38 minutes now, folks, and the Lord is 80,000 HP. Goodness me.
Does this not depend heavily on Super Ken right now? How he plays this?
I would say it's more so for Shive. He's the real carry here in the later stage, and maybe Moreno, but main DPS will be Shive. He needs to position himself perfectly. Same goes for Rebellion Zion. It's the gourd, it's Sway, Low, and Highs. These two members become the core. Vincent, Cars, Audi, they're just there to support. Oh, bottom lane.
Enough in energy.
BDF.
BDF popped. Astral Echo as well. Oh, Mr. Gosh, take a look at that. Will melt Super Key to a half HP, but he's still A-okay because of the immortality. Vincent, though, on the other hand, quite low. Needs to be more cautious here. Super King jumps in, looking for an angle to find stability in that Lord Pit.
The tension, ladies and gentlemen, between both of these teams. They understand the stakes. 40 minutes. Imagine the death timers right now. A single mistake is all it takes to lose this entire 40-minute game. Bigatron Alpha want to have this next game severely in order to step forward in their run, but so does Rebellion Zion. So do the Blue Bulls.
Unfortunately for Rebellion Zion, Bigatron Alpha will have an advantage when it comes down to pushing these waves because they have one turret compared to 0 turrets of Rebellion Zion. That one turret basically means that the bottom lane will always be slow pushing towards Rebellion Zion, and unfortunately for them, it has to be the far lane out of all the lanes that the game here is pushing in. It's the far lane for Rebellion. They will have to send the Bruno, the Matilda down below constantly. And with this, usually teams would just go and commit to the Lord with a Bruno and Matilda down below. Wait, they're going in for the Fanny.
Super Ken again, just harassed here. Astral Echo popped as well. Heisemore, good guiding win.
Wow.
Good disengage.
Holy moly.
Holy moly.
Johnny, we have a game, Eterna. We have a game. This is game number 2 of
exactly
our second match of day 1, and we're already 40 minutes. We've beat MPL PH's longest game record. Now it's on to MPL MY, 41 minutes and 34 seconds. What's the timer for Team Secret versus MPX NC? And again, we are on track, ladies and gentlemen. 1 more minute, and we will have surpassed MPL MY's longest game. Super Ken, no purple.
Oh, Mr. Gush popped. So Rizzo and he will be targeted. Take a look at Shibe, quite vulnerable here in the backside as well. Vincent now, will he fall? It seems like Super Key finds the kill, Primal Wrath mode. And
Audi.
that will be it. Audi jumps in with Matilda, but it seems like no, Rebellion. Will they commit? Will they delay? A man down, no retry. Bigatron Alpha, they pull the trigger on the Lord.
Steve still has her ultimate. Steve still has the barrage. At any time, he can utilize it to his advantage. And Rebellion Zion, without a man, with a man down, with a man disadvantage, I don't think they're in a position to actually go for this.
4 seconds, and we beat the clock. We have ultimately, there you go, longest game in MPL Season 12.
Oh my God, let's see here. 20,000 Lord HP.
Wow.
Done. And take a look at the clock for Vincent, still 40. Will he be able to respond in time? My guess is 12 Lord spawn. Yeah, just barely Vincent will find.
42 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a full house in Mahaka Square, Jakarta, Indonesia for day 1 of Season 12 Playoffs.
We're only just started. We're only just beginning.
Day 1!
It's day 1, and again, it reflects the competitiveness and the competitive level of all these teams that are participating here at MPL ID, and even in the regular season. It went up to the very last moment to actually figure out who would take upper bracket, who would make it to the playoffs, and who was going to be forced to come home. Our first match of the day was close. Here, it's a record already. And looks like Bigatron Alpha, they're looking to make more records. They're looking to push more history as they go in for the push into Rebellion Zion.
5v5, but the Alphas have the Lord. Audi jumping into the backside, particularly Super Ken finds a kill on towards Cars. Cars loses immortality as well as Audi. But take a look at Torizo. Full barrage to save the day. And take a look at the base. It's wide open. Bigatron Alpha, 4 match point. They get it. Artificial intelligence is taking over. I repeat, artificial intelligence, they're taking over.
43 minutes. 43 minutes and 12 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how long that game went. And despite going almost 50 minutes, imagine playing 50 minutes of high-level Mobile Legends. Bigatron Alpha still stay composed, still stay level-headed, cool-headed, making the right decisions. And it's no wonder why they are called the Red Robots.
Programmed to win. Add another 2 words, or 3 words, in late game. Because, my God, that was more than just late game. That was late game.
They were like, hey, we beat the record. Let's pull the trigger.
It's time, 47 and 12. Or sorry, 42? Wait, no, 41 and 34. That's the record, 41-34. They had to go and beat it, 43 and 12. My Lord. Heh, not bad, says the crowd as Bigatron Alpha walks back with full confidence and momentum to their quarters.
Job is not over for both teams. Not for Bigatron, especially not for Rebellion.
But we're almost there.
We're all reverse sweep is a possibility, but yeah, series-wise, we're almost there.
One more game. And you could even see, I don't know if it's fatigue or exhaustion for Rebellion Zion, but you can actually see it reflected into their faces. Let's hope that it is enough time for them to recuperate after that long loss. You know, man, I'm mind blown. What a performance.
Wait,
What
we
a
gotta...
performance. 8 Lord, was it? Around 8 Lords that we have to witness. But it seems like the Alphas here still remain strong. And yeah, the Matador and the 4 Bulls wasn't able to equalize in that series.
It was so close from an equalizer.
It was minor details.
Yeah.
The little things, man,
Swayed
again.
either way.
It came down to just, I would say, the forced errors that Bigatron Alpha were making, and it was all due to the resources that were given to Bigatron Alpha. Super Ken, obviously, given that Fanny pick by Aldo and Fala. Massive props to Aldo and Fala for making that work, because again, when you look back at the game, the Fanny, useless in the first few minutes of the game. Really, no kills, no turtles, no neutral objectives, but towards the end is where the Fanny finds his comfort zone. It sounds weird, folks, the fact that the Fanny with 36% KP had the most impact in the game, but if you watched it, this is one of those cases where the game isn't played on paper. You can't just see the stats and determine who's MVP. You gotta watch the game all over again. The guy who made the moments happen, the guy who delayed the game, the guy who created forced errors where the Yuzong had to stay within the vicinity of the Lord, within the vicinity of the team fight, where Rebellion had to force their Bruno, their Matilda down below. Because they had Shide on the Ixia, Moreno on the Navaria, who is going to deal with those two if the Yuzong was the one sent down below? When there's no Black Dragon form, it ultimately becomes a free team fight win for Bigatron Alpha. He made so much happen with so little resources. His purple ball was stolen away early on. He was behind 2 levels at one point against a Fredrin. Yes, a Fredrin in the jungle, Vincent, who's a god in the retry battles, who won the retry battles for, what, 80% of the time. But just like in MSC, Echo versus Onyx, Kyrie lost the retry battles to Carl. He lost the war, he lost the battle, but he won the war.
If you have macro instinct like that, then it's not really a problem in that early game.
Wow.
This looks like an Aran stat, right? 36% KP, win the game, player of the game. And guess what Aran is known for? That macro play, splitting the wave, cutting it, and distracting.
Constant pressure in your far lane is stressful when you're going up against a player that is just occupying practically in that far lane. You will have to respond sooner better than later. This is minute 12, the first
Yeah.
clip of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Super
Minute
Ken
12.
was definitely taking up space in the heads of Rebellion Zion rent-free all throughout that entire series. In the early game, it was, you would kind of say like there's a constant pressure of the kill pressure that a Fanny can have, but later on, it's that constant push, that constant split that kept Rebellion Zion continuously guessing. But you can't even say that that was a stomp either, because Rebellion Zion were punishing Bigatron Alpha heavily in that early game, being able to control a lot on the board as well.
They really were.
Close.
And towards the end of that, man, at this point, we're only halfway there, by the way. This is probably the longest highlights ever as well. The longest game deserves the longest highlights. And we get to see the entirety of it. This one right here, I thought for sure that's, oh my god, that full barrage. That was the moment where Gani went brrr, and then Rebellion Zion just disappeared. But again, this was the fight, right? Shive was able to hold on, by the way, to the full barrage all the way to the end. This is it, the full barrage. Holding it, and then popping it. Boom! Look at that damage, look at that flicker, forcing Swaylo back and giving the game ultimately GG. Swaylo, by the way, massive shout out to him. He lost the game, a 43-minute game against a Fanny, against an Iksh, against this composition. 0 deaths. Zero deaths, folks. 6-0-3. What an absolute beast. Swaylo!
Swaylo. Man, I have no words. Again, full items. And of course, the switcheroo play. Give props to Shive, man. This game, his positioning, especially towards the end, was just sublime. And of course, Super Ken. His mechanics, if you were not a believer, you should believe now in Super Ken.
I feel very torn about this kid. It's like the struggle, the journey that he's gone through this entire MPL ID series, man. Even from last season, the promise that we saw last season, eventually it being a little bit more matured, more refined this season, and then there was a moment where people thought that he kind of fell off. That there was something wrong with Super Ken. He lost his identity. And then that's the kind of performance we expected coming into the playoffs. And then he pulls off that spider web of a Fanny in the base of the enemy. I don't know how to feel about Super Ken.
It's weird. It's really weird. Sometimes he's out of form, but when he's in form, he does things like this. He does things like Game 2, BDR versus Alter Ego Season 11 Leg 2. If you guys remember, Ling performance, I think 15 kills, 0 deaths. Always able to come out with those kind of plays, but you gotta give props to the rest of the team as well, man, because they played it perfectly. They knew how to supplement, how to facilitate Super Ken, who's always on the other side. They knew when to pull the trigger. And the main concern for Bigatron Alpha for this roster, for a lot of analysts, a lot of the, analysts in general, was the fact that macro, right? The decision-making late game, Bigatron struggles with that. That's where we saw Onyx take Bigatron to the late game, and then Onyx ultimately winning with one big play from Kyrie. The spin that connected on 4. 200,000 damage dealt. Gee, Moreno, 100% KP. Okay, this guy's underrated as well. My lord, I didn't really, pay attention that much to Super Moreno this game. I only ever saw like the astral echoes that he was hitting, but other than that, he was a silent and deadly killer. More so on the silent part, because you would not have imagined, you would not have expected this much damage coming in from the man, the talking Terminator.
I mean, peep at the total damage taken from both sides, right? 1 million, my guy, from the Rebellion side. Almost 1 million from the Red Robot side. That speaks volume. 1 million damage taken. My goodness.
If I had $1 for every damage taken, I'd have $1 million.
$1 million. Or rupiah.
That's not that much. Unfortunately.
I'm impressed by both of these teams.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot discount the fact that Rebellion played it well too, man. Rebellion tried their best. Eyes made a few blunders, but those blunders were forced in. Their blunders when they rotated towards bottom lane, when they're late a bit to these team fights, were all forced. Same goes for BTR. The fact that they weren't able to go for these turtles is due to Vincent just playing it much better, invading the enemy jungle, and it's one of those cases where both teams have played really well. Both teams outplay one another and force these mistakes from each other.
What did I just witness? I'm still,
You witnessed the longest game in MPL.
I'm so satisfied right now.
I want 5 more minutes, and I'll be fine.
5 more?
Or even 7 to make it 50. 15 minutes game.
Is that
would
that be the longest game?
I don't think ever, but surely this season.
I'm actually so satisfied right now. I don't know what else to expect. What else can we expect after that?
The match point.
Match point.
Game 3.
Game 3. All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight into game number 3. Wait, sorry, what?
We have to take a break. After a 43-minute game, Eterna, you want to get straight to game 3,
yeah,
really?
I think everyone does.
Same. Yeah, true.
But unfortunately, we're going to have to go to a break, but it's only going to be just a moment. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Sit back and relax.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as we find ourselves in a 2-0. So far, it has been the Red Robots leading this best-of-5 series, and we're down to match point. One more game away from saying goodbye to the dreams created by Rebellion. Is this the second time? This is the third time they've made it to playoffs, right?
Rebellion Zion, second time.
Second time.
Season 10, Season 12.
There you go. Second time making their way to the playoff stage. Once again here, the last time they were forced home on the first day. They're looking to rewrite that history, looking to find more heights with the composition, with the team that they have today. But at this point, it looks like the odds are against them.
Job's not done, but yes, Rebellion Zion, they need to win 3 games straight in comparison to Bigatron, just to need a game to find themselves going up against Onyx. But man, I'm all for reverse sweeps. Hopefully, just may the best team win in the series.
Of course, man. I mean, any outcome after that kind of match, if we keep on getting the same quality as game number 2, yeah, I'm down for a full 5-game series. Definitely no complaints here, and I think for the people back at home as well, no complaints for them. They're in here for a show. It'll just show us as well that Season 12 is that competitive. The games will be as entertaining as that. The game will be that high level where it comes down literally to forced errors. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. MPL ID, longest game duration before this. It was held by BTR Onyx, right? 37 minutes. MPL PH, MPL MY, so across the MPL major regions. MPL ID, number 1 for longest game duration. And of course, it has to be BTR.
It always is.
Always.
It always is a Bigatron. Something about Bigatron.
And you know what? It's just the first day.
I completely forgot, Donnie. I thought we were already in the grand finals with that kind of performance. 43 minutes. They're going all out in day 1. That is phenomenal. We actually met the Rebellion players in the toilet earlier while we were backstage.
How were they?
After a loss like that, you would that is exactly as expected. But when they were leaving the toilet, they were all yelling "Semangat, semangat," which means let's go, let's keep going, we gotta hype up, it's still possible. And Donnie here said, keep going, guys. 3 more games, easy. He's the coach Yeb of Rebellion Zion.
I mean, they need that, right? After that long of a game and losing it. Imagine the frustrations. You feel like you're doing everything right from that early game. And then it went that long. Because I think it would hurt you more that you went that far and then you lost. For your mentality, no? I hope they still have what it takes. I hope they have it in them right now.
They have to. They have to if they want to keep their playoff journey alive. They need. If you look at the supporters, if you look at the fans here, the Rebels, they're all for it. They're ready for a reverse sweep series.
And we're also ready, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moments away from the drafting phase. We're ready. You guys have got to be ready because this is the moment we've been waiting for. This draft is so integral to how the game goes that we can't stress enough how interesting it is coming in. So Bigatron and Rebellion finally opted to swap sides.
Okay.
Rebellion Zion was second pick instead of first pick for 2 games in a row. Do you think that after seeing the statistics of blue side and red side, we'll expect a different outcome, perhaps, here in game number 3?
Maybe. After that game especially, I would expect a different outcome. But it will be a very similar band here.
Look at what they're forcing out of Rebellion Zion right now. They're forcing out a lot of big picks, right? Paquito still up for grabs. The Irithel as well. These 2 picks that were always banned out in the first 2 phases in the drafting phase have been left open. Heck, even the Joy and the Valentina. 4 heroes up for the grabs, and Rebellion only has a choice of 1 more. What do they go for?
Got 1 more. The Paquito.
Yeah, Paquito's already there. I mentioned it first there. Valentina becomes the choice. They want to take it away from Moreno. And now, do they choose to go for the 100% Cerezo win rate of Paquito? Yes, they do.
The Paquito.
The Paquito, another hero that is very Cerezo signature. Let's see what will he cook in this game. Rebellion Zion though, what will they respond with here, right? I mean, Novaria is still on the board. Irithel is also on the board, and there you go, Novaria and as well as Irithel should be, or Fredrin, perhaps.
I think you need to take that Irithel away, man. When the Irithel's up for grabs like this, especially considering, oh, they go for Fred. They go for Fred. Oh, risky choice.
So it's wise, Flex, but Irithel?
With the Paquito, remember the mobility here. They go for the Raph. So much mobility, healing, sustain as well, and again, meta picks. Cryo meta picks.
So Irithel, and I feel like if they really want to go crazy, Rafaela might work.
Yep. Gotta agree with you there. If it's not the Irithel Rafaela, and the Irithel is 100% already. My God, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the fans in the building, man. Both Bigatron Alpha and Rebellion Zion fans going ham, supporting their team. Respect to both. True sportsmanship. Just supporting, no hate. Kadita is the option though. No Raph.
My goodness, the Kadita. We have yet to see a Kadita today. This is going to be the Kadita debut for playoff season 12. Mid lane or roam? It's still up in the air here, ladies and gentlemen.
It should be Flex. Definitely huge flex here. And I don't know what you guys are feeling, but I'm getting goosebumps from the crowd right now.
Same.
I didn't expect this much energy from this match, but here we are. And Rebellion Zion go in for a Franco.
Signature.
I thought they might want to go for something like even the Faramis. I know it's far-fetched, but against a Kadita, sometimes in certain situations, depending on how you execute it, the Cult Altar can deny away that kill pressure wave to the Kadita, but they go for something a little bit more secure instead. They go for range, they go for pickoff with the Novaria and the Franco combo. That will be deadly. This is not a normal Franco. This is not a Franco that you see on a random person. This is Audi TZ coming in. He made his debut on the Franco, and this is when he was able to turn a lot of heads. And this is the danger that Rebellion Zion are now holding over Bigatron.
At this point, I like the fact that you brought up the Faramis. I like the fact that you brought up a lot of different picks, but at this point, when everything is on the line, there's only one thing that's safe, and that's your pocket pick. That's your comfort pick. They're all going for comfort. Vincent on the Fredrin, Novaria for Sway Law, and the signature Franco. Highest win rate for him this season.
And it brings us to the fun fact of multiple seasons, rather, Throne King and the Alpha. Other than Onyx and RRQ, BTR is another contender that has never missed the MPL ID Playoffs since the franchise began.
Wow, that's a huge achievement. But then again, it's gonna be the Minotaur here, another hero that has a high crowd control, eliminated. But I feel like the Franco response was a very good response. Why? Because Bigatron's composition has a lot of mobility and they need lockdown. With Franco in their hands, they have a suppression, they have a lockdown, and that might just be the set, just set the tempo.
Look at the fans.
Fans are going crazy, they're going wild, my guy.
Did you see one of the posters?
No, what did it say?
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Hey, that's a bit too early. Don't get. Hey, man, you gotta always try to, stay composed, man. Stay composed.
To season 8.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, ladies and gentlemen. But really, I mean, Indonesian MLBB is different, man. Always. We gotta love the fans. Gotta appreciate them for the passion that they have for this esports. Phenomenal support. Even Rebellion, a relatively new team.
Okay, Rebellion here. They're opting for a marksman last pick. What is good here? Against Irithel, against this composition, will they pull up an Ixia?
Let's think about this, right? Because Heis is notoriously known to have a large hero pool as well, right? He's not just an MM player. Do you think we might find something crazy in the gold lane against this Irithel?
The Emperor's order.
No, I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm thinking Brody. Oh, the Akai. The Grok and the Akai. So much CC on top of the damage of the Irithel already, and that's going to be a Grok roam, folks. It's Kadita on the hands of Moreno. As a BTR, fan, yes, that makes much more sense than Key on Kadita. The KK combo, ain't it?
And again, right? The heavy spin, the wild charge, it can cancel out the bloody hunt that Franco has in his kit. With the wild charge, with the heavy spin, just one nudge, it will just cancel out that lockdown, suppression.
There's so much lockdown. We're looking at the man on the screen right now. The man of the hour. What is he going to utilize in the gold lane?
Bruno.
Make it or break it. He goes for Bruno.
We saw how this matchup worked in the first series, Bruno Irithel. That was where Geek was able to bully the Bruno in game 3 of the first match. It's the same matchup here with Kadita as well. Bruno might actually be forced to use the Purify up against this much CC. If he doesn't, it's a risky play.
Here it begins. The final countdown. The final game to end the series if Bigatron can take it.
Jeez.
The stakes ever so high. Go big or go home as we enter the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for possibly the final time for the Blue Bulls as they defend their honor, they defend their name, looking for a comeback victory against the all-ever intrusive AI Bigatron Alpha.
Will the Blue Bulls find an Omega going up against the Alphas? Or will it be programmed to win? This time finds its mark.
You're right here, Bruno. Purify.
It has to go for the Purify. Too much of a risk to go for anything else. If he goes for the Flicker, say goodbye to him. He's going to be picked off very easily by any one of these members. Rock Wild Charge, Super Ken Heavy Spin, a Petrified Kadita with the Breath of the Ocean.
Knocked up your sway low. Still have the Flicker, will use it as well. But with that, that is going to be information pre-turtle. That sway low has no Flicker.
And taking a look.
Like both of these teams, both of the roamers right now, even Super Moreno looking for a little bit more flex over the other team. Audi TZ was able to actually bait in the buff, buy a little bit more time for his team, but Bigatron are mad.
4 members docking up Vincent, and take a look at the invade. Man, Car's a little bit late to the party. Looking like it's gonna be, Super Sorizo no comp. Take a look at the damage. It will come through Audi. Quite low here. Has a Flicker, will use it, but the onward will be canceled out. Now, Super Key and Super Can, a 1v2 practically. Novaria from far ahead. Cars dives in under the turret.
3 flickers.
Wow.
We're just burnt out in that team fight. A retribution is still up for Vincent, but again, that level lead should be in favor of Super Ken. And again, this matchup, the reason the Akai is such a hot pick in the first series, and even here in the first game of this series, remember, it was banned out from Rebellion Zion, is the fact that it's never, wait, did that connect on the turtle? I think it did, but yeah, it's never a 50-50. For the Akai, it's mostly an 80-20, and that's being very, very generous. I would say 90-10.
Oh my lord. Let's see here, Heisemore, not level 4, has no worldie, but is at a quarter HP. And it seems like with that, the first turtle will go to the hands of Bigatron Alpha, no problem here, ladies and gentlemen.
Here it is, another move coming in. Oh, there you go, super key.
Good wall charge, good petrify as well. Franco will be the target as Audi has no bloody hunt just yet, but good pull here under the turret. But Chive jumps in, fighting to kill as super key falls as well. Heisemore might be making topping glove, but both marksmen will be taken out as Vincent claims the double.
Quite messy for both of those teams.
Very messy.
But at the end of the day, Rebellion Zion had the better trade in terms of men. But as a whole, general scheme of things, who won that?
Rebellion, 100% that team fight. Bigatron Alpha completely, I would say, a bit too overconfident, overextended way too much. Right as the rough waves gets popped and you're not able to get a kill, that should have been the sign to go back. In Rebellion, they knew that. They knew that they were overstepping. That's why Rebellion kept on going and fully punished Bigatron Alpha. Vincent going in.
Oh, with the retribution as well, Super Moreno now will be forced to use the rough waves to escape. That's info that Moreno can't pick off, can't one combo any members of Rebellion Zion.
Was that advantageous targeting though? Using all of that onto the roamer?
Yeah.
Or Bigatron Alpha? Is that something that is common, something that we see? Should that have been worth it?
To go for Audi TZ right up top. I think if it was a kill, it would have been okay. Getting this Franco to a position where he is behind will do wonders for them, because technically the playmaking comes from Audi TZ. So you can understand what they were trying to go for. They're trying to shut Audi TZ on his comfort pick. But now, it seems like Rebellion wants to contest for this neutral objective. Heavy spin still ready.
Echo spots 3 as well. As Chive and Moreno joins the fight. Good stun, good onward, but no clear follow-up. Victory battle will be for Super Key. What the heck? Vincent now disengaging. No casualties from that turtle take.
He stole that with a wild charge.
That's why it's called the wild charge, right? It's
very wild.
You don't know when it's coming. Super Ken retrees and they get it. Wait.
Oh, good suppression here. Take a look at the damage. But Moreno with the airborne on towards 3 as 2 members from the side of Zion falls.
Oh, that is not what you want to see for Rebellion Zion. Oh, Heis! No. With a loss of a 43-minute game, their mental is already being questioned here, and with a big combo like that, it's another test to the Blue Bulls.
That was so unfortunate for Rebellion Zion. They had to lose the entirety of that neutral objective to a wild charge. On top of that, they get knocked up like that, and more kills are being placed on the board. Bigatron Alpha now in the 5th minute of the game, already with a 3K gold lead. So a very different story as to what we saw in game number 1 and game number 2 for Rebellion Zion. This is already a Bigatron Alpha heavy match.
3,000 gold lead, Mirko Eterna, in the first 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes of the game. That's not a good sign indeed, as even structure-wise, Zion, they're behind. Me, Super Ken, looking for the invite. Heisemore is there to give the poke damage. But it seems like Vincent still has more control. Retry battle will fall to the hands of
Super Ken.
Super Ken, wow. Good taunt, Super Ken, as he was ready to provide cover if needed.
I mean, little things like that, man. It may not seem like much. The fact that Audi TZ missed on a taunted target, maybe it's just, you know, a small mistake, but it shows you that maybe they are tilted. Maybe that game really did, you know, punch him bad in the mental department here. Cars is losing lane. The Paquito's free in the bottom lane. Rebellion are not doing anything to try to defend it, and Cerezo's just capitalizing.
Keep your eye on Moreno. Let's see. Good wall charge. What the combo as well. Vincent now connects with the petrify. Now Vincent trying to survive, finds the escape route. But Super Key, good re-engage. Super Key falls. Super Moreno will be taking out Cars though. Will not survive as the heavy spin claims a life. Vincent now next on the chopping block. It will be a 3-4-2.
That was an unfortunate chain of events. I mean, as a general whole, Rebellion Zion were able to get 2 for 3 in trade, but that hook onto Super Ken was a nail in the coffin for Vincent. And with that being said, Bigatron Alpha still have control over the gold lead, and it's also reflected into the items.
It's very concerning that Bigatron Alpha with a lead like that wasn't able to get a clean trade. Rebellion were actually able to get a few kills on board. Highs got a kill onto Chorizo. No bounty, but that's a W. He's slowly but surely catching up. It's still 1,000 gold lead though for Shive. So as long as Bigatron Alpha keep their carries in this position, it should still be all good for them.
7 minutes in. A minute to the next Lord. Well, not the next, the first Lord, rather. Rebellion Zion here, I am asking myself, what do they need to do to equalize in the economy department? I feel like they need to just wait and play actively here. They can't really initiate. Sure, they can by using hooks, but other than the hooks, I feel like they should wait.
Power of nature, man.
Well, Vincent now jumping and looking for the clear in the top lane. Shive, half HP. Good poke burst there, but it seems like it will not be enough to take him down just yet.
Does Rebellion Zion have the patience to do that though? Do they have the patience? Do they have the kit to withstand how much aggression Bigatron Alpha are outputting at this moment? Because clearly, they definitely need Heiza more to catch up in the gold department. But do they have that patience, determination, and as well as the arsenal to do so?
Determination, no doubt. The patience is what's concerning for Rebellion Zion, right? The fact of the matter is, in the regular season, they're a 15-minute team. If they get the lead early game, they will end in the 15th minute. They're a death ball type of a team. If they lose out in the early game, they very rarely are able to come back. If they do, it's up to Audi TZ.
Oh, good catch as well. Petrify connects. Audi will have enough sustain, even though he has no Athena there. So let's see here again. Rebellion Zion trying to contest for the Lord, but it doesn't really favor their side. Chive spotted. Good stun as well by K. Take a look at damage. Cars missing his onward. That might be huge. As Bigatron, they're looking for a de-engage. Hook doesn't connect. And take a look at the other side of the map. So Rizal chunks a quarter of HP, but Lord will be secured by Super Ken comfortably. Rebellion Zion, should they pull the trigger? Good suppression, good block, good crowd control. So Rizal gets taken out. P as well. Rebellion Zion, the gamble paid off. And take a look at Heizel. Oh my god, Shive finds the double.
That was a 2-level lead from Super Ken to get that Lord, yet Rebellion Zion still went in for the call to commit, to go in for that risky play. Was it worth it?
Definitely not worth it. I mean, it's a 2 for 2, but guess who got the Lord and guess which members fell? Bigatron Alpha, they lost their XP and their roamer. Rebellion lost their gold laner. The member, they need to mount a comeback. Need to farm. I mean, look at the gold lead here from Shive. About to be 3,000 right now as they're looking to siege down mid lane.
No answer for that tier 1. Rebellion will be able to clear for that inner, but the Lord is already marching in the bottom lane. Rebellion Zion here, they need to sacrifice all the inners, it seems like here. Bigatron Alpha playing a perfect game.
Honestly, that's all they can do. They play to their strengths of their composition, which is the range that they have. Eventually, Rebellion Zion will get to a point where that damage coming in from Suelo should be enough. But oh no!
The wild charge and the chain crowd control was a little bit too much there. His car is taken out completely. And take a look at Moreno. Already showing off with the recalls as well. The jungle is now fully controlled by the red robots.
The talking Terminator, now the taunting Terminator. You can even call him the... Oh, wow!
Good hook! Moreno, that's instant karma!
That's literally instant karma! Hey, don't recall, man! It happened to me as well. Every time I recall, I just die in game. It gives the opponents a lot more of a, motivation, man. You recon their face and they're like, all right, let's target this guy. Let's get him. Especially Auditizi, a man who can find these hooks at will.
I mean, the only person who can do that is Sans, but here it is.
Okay, heavy spin, locking Vincent. No clear follow-up damage just yet, though. Concealed by Rebellion, looking for Shive. Seems like Ducati is a little bit too fast there.
That was so close, though. But here it is, Rebellion Zion looking to get what they can. Opening up the map, opening up vision, looking for opportunities. Small opportunities, small windows of opportunity to capitalize over, because at this point, that's all they can do. They're falling behind 5K, but here we go!
He has Immortal. Depression connects though. Let's see here. Good wild charge flick there, and Moreno follows it up. Good petrify. Super Ken securing the kill. Vincent now next on the chopping block. Looking to sustain, cannot take more. Rebellion Zion lost 2. Super Key though at the end will fall, so it's a 2-for-1, but no jungler for Rebellion as the Lord spawns.
It's just the roamer that they got. It's just Super Key. He can die. It's fine for Bigatron Alpha. That was not a good trade. Rebellion Zion, Auditizi's been landing the hooks, but it has not mattered. It has not impacted them well. Bigatron Alpha always there to capitalize on a hook, where Rebellion should be the ones to actually be the ones to capitalize.
They're desperate, and you can see it. They're putting all their eggs in one basket. They're looking for an engage from Auditizi, and they're gonna commit onto that call. And unfortunately, it felt like a wrong call. Super Key instantly uses it to his own advantage, closing that gap, is able to go in for the wild charge, and that gets followed in by everything that Bigatron has, like Super Moreno. And here we are again with Siege coming in from Bigatron Alpha, knocking onto the doorstep of Rebellion Zion, asking them, can you weather the storm? Can you defend this one? And if you can, for how long?
Well, there's another wave here, so the duration is definitely a question now. They're trying to maybe mount up to another top side base turret push, and they're doing well. Power of nature
to cancel out the hook, but the Animal Kingdom is still under attack. Let's see here, will the Fauna survive? The hook wasn't in range, as Rebellion Zion here will have to be satisfied with just one base turret standing.
This is now 10K, Miracle.
It's 10K, and you can definitely see where that 10K is coming from. Shiva has a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, good hook.
Yep, on towards Akai though. Heavy spin is the answer. Even he, okay, Immortality.
Wait a minute.
Let's see here. Oh, take a look at the wild charge on towards two. Take a look, Zorizo looking damage. Cars will beat insta-burst it down. Chorizo providing space. Rebellion lost a member here in that trade.
Bigatron didn't?
Economy, man, economy.
That 10,000 gold, you can see it. There's a big mistake by BTR. Their carry got hooked. Super Ken got hooked. They weren't able to burst him fast enough, and when they did, he had immortality, so it ended up being a win for BTR despite Rebellion making the right play.
What do you do at this point? Rebellion's, because you would say, okay, look for something on the board, look for some small trades that you can capitalize over, but every time they go for it, it's Bigatron Alpha getting the upper hand. Look at this.
Also Rizzo.
Bumped up together. That was a hook from Shiva into a taunt. It should have been good. But yeah, the gold lead, that's the only explanation. It was just too far of a gap between the gold that Rebellion weren't really able to melt anyone down to threaten even Super Ken, despite taking a lot of turret shots, bloody hunted to the ground, getting shot down by highs. And now it's back to Bigatron Alpha just suffocating Rebellion Zion, holding them base, holding them in the base.
What do they do? Ronnie, this is a tough position to be in if you are Rebellion Zion with this gold gap. Even if they try to look for a contest, it doesn't seem like they've been able to capitalize over it. Do they look for a side push, a side hustle over down in the bottom lane? But who can do that in their composition?
with this economy deficit. Good petrify by Moreno Lord taken care of. And take a look at the collapse as Cars will be the first one to fall. Bigatron engaging, closing the gap. Good barrier, but it seems like it will be enough for Rebellion Zion here to disengage. They lost Cars.
Cars has been dismantled, 2-7. A very massive gold lead, 5,000 between the XP lane. My goodness gracious. I don't know what's more than just behind, because I cannot just use Cars being behind as this. Oh,
potentially the final push of the series. Super can take it out though. Let's see here, Rebellion, can they have another day to fight? Shive, pops the wind of nature. The Lord now needs to be taken care of. The ways wide open though. Good airborne knockup as well to Sorizo. And Shive finds Cars. The base wide open as the AI has taken control of the Animal Kingdom. And the Sky Kings are their next target.
They came, they saw, and they conquered. An endless debate to the end of time. A classic quarrel between technology versus nature. And today we see that technology reigns supreme. Dream Rebellion, their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations get shattered as for the second time in history, the 2 times they've made it to the playoffs, it's the Red Robots to shut their dream down and eliminate their playoff run.
what's happening on the stage? The taunt, it's getting hot. Super spicy from Bigatron.
This is playoffs, man.
Taunting Rebellion. Moreno, it was really personal for him. You could definitely see it there. Between him and Sway Low, I definitely think so. Even Key was feeling the heat. Super Ken, a guy who's usually never taunting. Moreno with a mukbang, he loves it! He'll keep eating, and he'll keep taunting. It doesn't matter if you hate, it doesn't matter if you leave the comments. He's gonna keep eating, boys.
They're eating balls tonight, boys.
Truly, the talking Terminator.
Man, what does it taste like bull's meat? No one knows. Unless Bigatron Alpha.
Wow.
Tells them.
Is it yummy?
I don't know, it looks like it is. I mean,
yeah, after that, I love this. After the taunt, after all is said and done.
Red Robots are angry. The Red Robots, I hope they stay angry because, you know, the next game, the next match that they have on their hands will be against the defending champions, the MSC champions, the Southeast Asia champions.
Aldo meeting Onic again.
Former team, bittersweet, but here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say goodbye, and let's hear the final words from Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls. As we take to the stage, Budak Clara Mongstar, Monica. Let's see what they have to say.
Mereka harus terhenti perjalanannya walaupun sudah memberikan yang terbaik dan bahkan memecahkan rekor untuk game terpanjang. Namun apa daya pasukan Banteng tak bisa untuk melangkah lebih jauh.
Tapi Rebellion Zion telah mengukir sejarah. Ini kedua kalinya Rebellion Zion berhasil masuk ke babak playoff di MPL Indonesia kali ini.
Yes, dan inilah momen terakhir kita untuk menyaksikan Rebellion berada di panggung ini. Silahkan untuk Rebellion Zion, keluarga dari Rebellion. Ada yang ingin disampaikan? Kata-kata yang ingin diberikan kepada semua yang sedang ada di sini dan juga di rumah.
Tapi tentunya kita semua memberikan support kepada Rebellion. So teman-teman semuanya super fans, mana suaranya untuk Rebellion?
Silakan.
Silakan.
Rebellion, silakan. Ada yang mau disampaikan?
Tes. Ya, jadi terima kasih buat kalian semua yang udah datang, yang udah dukung Rebels, terutama Rebel Squad dan dari keluarga-keluarga juga, kerabat, teman-teman dan saudara-saudara yang datang. Kami minta maaf karena kita cuman hanya bisa menemani di sini saja. Tapi kami tetap akan bangkit lagi untuk season depan dan kami masih ada beberapa event yang akan kami masih ikutin. Jadi untuk Rebel Squad dan kerabat-kerabat, mohon kalian tetap mendukung kami agar di next event kami bisa menjadi juara. Terima kasih semuanya guys, thank you.
Terima kasih, comeback stronger, berjuang terus untuk segala perjalanan yang akan dilalui. Ini adalah momen terakhir untuk Rebellion. Silakan.
Sekali lagi, tepuk tangan untuk Rebellion Zion.
One last bow untuk panggung mereka di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Dari regular season mereka sudah mengejutkan banyak pihak. Namun, kalau kita boleh ngomong terkejut atau tidak terkejut, tim ini yang paling bikin kita kaget, Monik. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama pemenang dari match kali ini, Bigetron Alpha.
Wow, Bigetroopers di sini semangat sekali ya. Dengan merayakan kemenangan pertama di babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 12 kali ini.
Iya,
gimana?
Tapi rame banget. Tadi tuh Bude juga ngeliatin sih, apa itu? Apa ada pesta apa tadi pas menang 3-0 Moreno?
Apa?
Ada pesta apa kayaknya tadi ada sentimental sekali tuh.
Ya mukbangin RBL lah, apa lagi?
Oh, mukbangin RBL.
Nih buat Swallow. Sound pertama buat Swallow. Makasih 3-0-nya buat yang kedua kalinya.
Buat yang kedua kalinya.
Season 10 sama season 12.
Benar.
Oke, Bude tadi kata Moreno kedua kalinya. Tapi
Iya.
menurut kalian ada yang berbeda nggak sih ketika kalian menghadapi Rebellion di season 10 dan juga di season 12 ini?
Perbedaannya mungkin rosternya ada yang beda-beda dikit, tapi persamaannya sama-sama kosong. Sama-sama kosong.
Itu ya?
Ya.
Apa yang terjadi? Apakah kalian benar-benar bisa ngebaca kalian ini bisa ngejinakin banteng? Kekuatan
Ya,
dari
gitu.
mana bisa ngejinakin banteng?
Ya bantengnya banteng jinak.
Oh, emang udah jinak dari sononya?
Ya.
Ini yang menarik ya.
Jadi robot menjinakkan banteng. Tapi ada yang menarik juga Bude. Tadi kalau kita lihat game terpanjang rekornya ya selama season di 2023 ini.
Yes, 43 menit. Oke, gimana kondisi kalian memainkan game yang sangat panjang? Boleh semuanya boleh. Apalagi Ken. Super Ken.
Biasa aja, soalnya lawannya gampang.
Oh,
pedas.
Lah kalau lawannya gampang kenapa bisa sampai 43
Kenapa?
menit? Kalau lawannya gampang kenapa bisa sampai 43 menit?
Mungkin kasih kesempatan lebih banyak buat mereka aja kali ya, biar bisa ngerasain panggung playoff kan.
Oh, baik hati sekali ya. Tapi menarik, di mana kamu pakai Fanny di situ. Dan ini mungkin bisa jadi dibilang surprise pick kah? Kalian udah nyiapin memang mau pick Fanny atau itu adalah tiba-tiba berubah yang tadinya Baxia mau jadi...
Awalnya maunya mainnya Baxia, cuman kayaknya musuhnya gampang jadi kasih Orizo aja. Soalnya udah pasti menang kalau aku main Baxia.
Oh gitu. Luar biasa. Jadi memang oke, mereka kepengen mainnya lebih susah lagi. Jadi pakai Fanny. Karena Fanny memang hero yang benar-benar situasional banget dan dirusuh. Kan main Fanny melawan Rebellion di match kali ini apakah memang menjadi gongmu untuk akan bermain terus? Apalagi Fanny adalah hero signature Ken. Nextnya bakal dikeluarin lagi nggak nih Fanny-nya Super Ken?
Semoga aja ya masih bisa keluar ya.
Semoga masih bisa keluar.
Gantung Kot.
Biasanya di ban.
Kita akan lihat ya gimana nanti. Tapi anyway ini pencapaian luar biasa juga untuk Bigetron Alpha. Karena di season 11 kalau kita flashback harus pulang di hari pertama. Tapi hari ini berhasil melaju terus melewati hari pertama.
Rasanya apa Super Ken menang di playoff? Rasanya menang di playoff Super Ken? Ini kemenangan pertamamu di babak playoff Super Ken.
Senang, cuman semoga nextnya masih bisa menang lagi.
Oke, harapannya seperti itu. Tapi ada juga nih kemenangan pertama untuk Sive di panggung playoff. Sive gimana?
Sedang.
Sering juga?
Ya, senang aja.
Ada nervous nggak sih panggung besar pertamamu?
Nggak nervous sih, cuman kagum aja sih.
Apa kagum apanya, Tipe?
Ya di sini orang yang aku nih ya yang tadinya bukan siapa-siapa di sini bisa jadi seseorang aja sih. Keren banget lah.
Dan tentunya semangat henti-hentinya dari Big Troopers dari tadi ya.
Tipe, Ixia, kamu yang memecahkan Winsec Ixia di playoff pula. Apa sebenarnya yang mungkin yang kamu lakukan dengan Ixia ini yang gak dilakukan oleh orang lain?
Gak tahu sih, aku banyak spam aja sih. Mungkin yang lain kurang spam.
Kemenangan pertama Ixia ya selama season kali ini. Karena kalau secara data 5 kali pick, baru kali ini menang di tangannya si V.
Dan di babak playoff. Namun di playoff ini tentu saja di match Bigatron yang 3-0. Yang begitu memukau juga ada player yang menarik perhatian semua yang sedang menyaksikan match ini. Siapakah player of the match untuk match kali ini?
Kira-kira siapa Big Troopers? Kira-kira siapa player of the match? Oh, banyak nama disebut tapi langsung saja kita lihat player of the match pada kali ini.
Inilah dia, Super Ken! Super Ken menjadi satu player jungler yang mana kita tahu banyak sekali pressure-nya untuk ngambil objektif, untuk segala macam, apalagi di panggung besar ini. Apa motivasi terbesarmu sebagai seorang jungler?
Fokus menangin red 3 aja kali ya biar timnya nggak keberatan kan. Kalau nggak dapet kan jadi berat gamenya.
Gimana caramu untuk ngelatih retrimu, Super Ken? Untuk mungkin playoff ini, adakah satu kegiatan yang baru kamu lakuin untuk mempersiapkan babak playoff? Senam jari mungkin?
Nggak ada. Sama aja kayak regular season. Cuman ini playoff bedanya.
Ini playoff bedanya.
Iya, jadi katanya sama tapi ini playoff. Jadi tetap berusaha yang terbaik ya.
Ya,
Super Ken.
benar.
Tapi hari ini kemenangan ini patut dirayakan. Tapi ini baru perjalanan awal di babak playoff. Karena besok hari masih akan bertemu dengan juara bertahan.
Onyx, tim Onyx. Wah, Ki udah senyum-senyum. Ki, ini kombinasi yang akan kalian keluarkan lagi. Apakah ini adalah line up kalian untuk babak playoff?
Khusus buat RBL aja.
Wah, kenapa tuh?
Pasti Big Troopers sudah bosen lah kan, kita udah pulangin RBL udah nggak tahu berapa kali kan. Dan dia juga belum pernah menang di playoff sama kita sekalipun. Jadi udah sebenarnya ini khusus buat mereka aja sih.
Khusus?
Spesial.
Ya, sama kan kemarin si Audi ya suruh Calvin nontonin dia terus ya. Udah ditontonin Calvin 3-0.
Oh, jadi semakin ditonton malah ya udah kalian semakin jago ya, semakin 3-0 nih.
Ya, sebenarnya mah kita nganggap matchnya biasa aja karena kan ya udahlah kita udah sering kalahin mereka kan, cuman ya kita kebawa inilah apa? Kebawa suasana lah, jadi ya ada beberapa hal yang kayak kita mungkin agak sedikit kurang respect ya. Jadi ya wajar sih kalian mesti digituin sih.
Wow. Tapi kata Ki kan hari ini matchnya biasa aja. Berarti maksudnya besok gimana dong kalau besok bakalan ketemu Onyx?
Ya besok kita bakal maksimalin lah kemampuan kita yang kita mungkin belum keluarin ya. Karena kan kita keluarin hari ini 3-0 ya cuman buat RBL sih sebenarnya.
Spesial banget ya. Memberikan telur. Spesial, tapi Super Ki, ada yang menarik perhatian Bude di kamera dan bahkan di pandangan Bude. Ini ada Koet datang.
Koet.
Ini udah nggak ada apa-apa ini ya, Koet dan juga Bigatron ketika bermain.
Nggak ada apa-apa sih sebenarnya. Gue mau say thank you aja sama Koet karena udah beli Vin yang udah ngebantu kita banyak banget. Sekarang Koet nggak nyesel kan lepas Audi CS.
Ups, menarik. Tapi match selanjutnya, apa yang kamu harapkan? Mungkin Sorizo dan juga Ki atau Ken melawan tim Onyx.
Semoga kita bisa perform semua besok.
Oke, dan yang terakhir, Sorizo bisa dong minta dukungan dari Big Troopers untuk pertandingan besok hari.
Buat Big Troopers, makasih ya udah dukung kita. Walaupun kita di reguler lumayan jatuh bangun, Ya tetap dukung kita lah. Kita bakal buktiin lah kalau kita bisa kasih yang terbaik.
Yang terbaik sudah mereka berikan untuk hari ini, tapi esok hari pastinya akan ada sesuatu. Namun
Ken
ada
pengen
sesuatu. Super Ken.
ada yang mau nambahin
Boleh,
katanya.
Super
Ada yang
Ken.
mau nambahin.
Mau titip pesan aja sih buat Audi CS kan. Kalau mau cara menang di playoff, banyak-banyakin nonton di YouTube-nya BTR Vin aja.
Oh, akan ada tutornya di situ ya.
Ya kalau mau menang di playoff, kalau mau.
Kalau mau. Boleh, silahkan.
Buat Audi, banyakin olahraga sih, biar nggak lemah.
Olahraga. Jadi ini untuk nextnya biar lebih sengit ya perlawanannya ya, Moreno.
Jangan nyenggol kapten gue dah. Jangan belaga nyenggol kapten gue udah gitu
Udah
aja.
nambahin.
Oke.
Ada satu tambahan lagi. Gak apa-apa RBL, kalian tetap semangat karena banyak yang dukung kalian streamer tapi.
Oke, banyak wejangan-wejangannya, nasehat-nasehatnya.
Tapi berarti next season akan semakin memanas karena
Betul.
Rebellion barusan ini udah dibakar-bakar nih.
Betul.
Akan tentu saja comeback stronger dan akan semakin kuat untuk semua tim yang beradu di MPL. Big Troopers, Super Fans, mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk sang pemenang dari match ini. Tim Bigetron Alpha.
If that happened.
I would imagine, but wow, that stage presence. I don't think we've seen that from every single member. I think we've seen a little bit from Moreno back in SBS, but
What happened?
what?
What happened? And please let it happen. Let it stay.
I mean, we thought we lost a huge entertainer
In Alter Ego.
in Alter Ego, but Bigetron stepped up.
They
It's always
did.
the lucky curse, guys. I don't know why, but every single time a team is said to be lucky to make it to the playoffs, they defy the odds.
Like
it was
Onyx.
No one said that
Who?
Onyx was lucky to make it to the playoffs.
No one, literally no one.
What are you talking about, Gani? Everybody's predicting them to get to M5. That's confirmed.
Okay.
But what was not confirmed, what a lot of people were saying, last season it was Alter Ego, barely made it to the playoffs, lucky. Season 10, it was Aura, lucky, making it to the playoffs, and now it's PTR. There's always the same arc happening, and now it's happening to BTR, and my god, okay, the players are a bit spicy there. I didn't expect it. I know these guys. I didn't expect them to do that.
Is the person next to the players the marshal or the ref?
Next to the players, the Marshal.
So the marshal had to legit hold them by their like jerseys.
Yeah,
so,
they
like,
had to
whoa, like calm
hold
down.
up.
Like calm
You're
down.
about to be Paschal in the MLBB 7th anniversary. About to throw chairs around, all right? Hold them back, just like Ken, Super Ken, held the entirety of Rebellion Zion back with his stunning performance in Game 2 and Game 3. Game 1 was a bit more of a, like a, I'm a Bakshia, look at me, right? Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G, 57% KP. Not my choice for player of the game, but definitely my choice for player of the match. Game 2, Game 3 performances, Retri on point, and on the Akai, unfortunately, it's just hard not to get the Retri on point. You must be weird if you miss that Retri in a 50-50 battle. And you just played it to how Akai plays it. Like, it's normal, dude. That's an Akai, dude.
An Akai indeed. And this is, Super Ken again. Just showing his skills, performing, saying, hey, I can play the assassin like the Fanny in the second game, but I can too play the utility like the Akai.
I'm just impressed today. There's
I
not
am.
really much I want to talk about, but the fact that I'm just really impressed by everyone
All
today.
impressed.
I don't think anyone really expected this kind of performance from literally every single member from the side of Bigetron Alpha. You can't say that one person particularly shone because everyone really did. And you can even see in this game, who was your POTG?
My POTG,
Yeah.
I can't even remember. I voted for it and then I
Was
lost it. I think it was, it was Key, I believe.
Oh,
Key.
mine was Moreno. What was yours?
I went all in.
All
Super
in,
Ken.
Super Ken. Okay.
They did find a lot of good plays. I think Shiva deserves it as well. A lot of the other talents voted for Shiva as player of the game. Co-Ed has finally broken the curse, by the way. The CEO of BTR, every time he watches in the venue, the team always loses. So that's why he's celebrating like he just won a trophy. I mean, it's gotta be nice, right? That the curse that you've been hated for is not real. Oh my god. Oh my god, you can see it. The spice was all the way in the game. I thought it happened after the game, but no, they were yelling from when they were in the game. Interesting.
But Q was informed this game, this series actually. So I think he does deserve that amount of passion and that amount of celebration.
His form, his influence in the land of Dawn.
Chorizo, look at that. Oh, sweeping them
zoning
in.
out. God.
Just enjoy it, right? I mean, this game, not much really happened that we can analyze hard. It was just, I feel, to be completely honest with you, Rebellion Zion were just hard tilted, right? Because they got a few good like moments, but they were lost. It felt like they were just hit a wall. They could not go for anything more. And here it is, folks. The talking Terminator. And the team in the back. The whole crew in the back. And Moreno. Oh man, the mukbang allegations. You're never gonna get out of it, Moreno.
You saw everyone was like celebrating that victory, right?
Mhm.
Did you see the face on Coach Aldo?
Calm down, calm down. We're gonna face
It was
Onyx
barely a
tomorrow.
smile, man.
He knows what's
What
up.
is that?
He knows what's up tomorrow. He knows it. He needs to be on top of his game. And as a coach, I would say it's good to be level-minded. It's maybe don't fully respect your opponents, right? You have to understand how you can try to beat them. But I think it's great that we are seeing two different like reactions. One on stage, fully confident from the players who are actually going to be playing, and one in the back who is still calm, collected, thinking ahead of this upcoming threats. But let's talk about this threat, Rebellion Zion, first in game number 3 in this series. Unfortunately for Bigatron Alpha, the score is convincing, 3-0, but the games weren't. I have to be honest with you. The games were not, it was not a convincing performance by Bigatron Alpha. Mainly why? It's because even when they were ahead, even when they were winning, there were always little mistakes happening left and right. These little mistakes that against RRQ, against Geek, against the teams in the top 4 now, they will not let these kinds of mistakes slide. You make these kind of mistakes against those teams, you're out of the playoffs. And this is something that they will have to work on. Maybe it's because of the momentum. Maybe it was because of the personal battle between these two teams. The trash talking going back and forth that made them make these momentum and these ridiculous, impulsive plays.
And here we are, right? Bigatron Alpha winning 3-0. And I feel like with the impulsive plays that Bigatron Alpha was able to control, in a sense. Rebellion Zion, on the other hand, they made it, I don't know, they were a little bit all over the place here, especially if we're talking about game 3. No clear structure. They were driven completely by the Red Robot software.
And it's hard to blame them. It truly is. Quite expected, honestly. I mean, who wouldn't be tilted?
After a 43-minute
And then it's match
game,
point.
And then match point, and you lost that game.
But the one thing that I really wanted to say about Rebellion Zion, I do understand that their journey is over here at the playoffs of MPL ID Season 12, but this is the best form that we've seen them so far. And I hope this doesn't prevent more
damage,
development for them in the future. I'm excited to see what they can offer next season. And like Suelo, right? Oh man.
Phenomenal performance all throughout this series.
Especially game 2.
Definitely a standout in this team, man. A lot of people call it, I mean, at this point, right, it's kind of Suelo esports. We thought it was Aldi TZ esports in the regular season, but in the playoffs, it's a different ball game. These rookies tend to dip in performance because of the pressure. It's a different stage when you've got your fans, your opposing fans, and just people who love esports, full house cheering, yelling on top of their lungs. It's different, especially when you hear the casters yell when you make a mistake. The pressure adds up, and sometimes you get eaten by it. And I think for the side of Rebellion Zion, that's exactly what happened. They were eaten up by the pressure. They did all they could. They went all in game number 2, and when they lost that, all their mental was left with the game.
And that's what I feel is an advantage for them. Pressure can be worked on. Mentality can be worked on. Because the skill is there, potential there. And man, I'm excited to see Rebellion Zion next season. For sure, I'm waiting for it.
I mean, before we discuss about the keys to success here, I do agree. Seeing Suelo's development this season, it has been impeccable, right? Peep that week 8. It was Rebellion without Suelo, and that's where they were a little bit shaky result-wise, outcome-wise. But after he steps in again in the fray, day 1 playoffs, you see that Suelo is the anchor. Suelo is the well, I guess the MC in that lineup. Hopefully, with this, it doesn't make him regress.
He has
as the
the experience.
Player. Now he has more experience. Hopefully with this, he matures more.
I mean, compared to all the other players on the team, he has the most experience. He's holding most
Facts.
MPL experience. So it's not really a wonder as to why he has been the one just being in the anchor for his team. We kind of missed the keys to success.
Don't worry, I can recap it for
All
you.
right,
I
cool.
read it while you guys were having the conversation. The Architects draft really helped them find success here. And again, I'll have to give it to the Architect, but also a very underrated coach, Fala. Fala has really helped elevate the Bigatron Alpha draft. I think in a lot of these situations, especially for the coaches, a lot of blame or a lot of praise is given to just one member. But we got to give it to the analysts as well, especially Fala here, because since he joined, the drafts have been phenomenal. And the second one, disciplined macro play combined with mechanics. They were able to just fully utilize that to get a 3-0 dominant victory.
Yeah, they were able to get that, grab that. If you could, use a different synonymous thesaurus word. And that brings us to grab.
G-R-A-B.
G-R-A-B, that's how you spell it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are at home, please do come over to the venue because Grab does offer you discounts. You can use the promo code that is ready at grb.to/MPL, or you guys can scan the QR code down below because you can get a 90% discount on either Grab Bike or Grab Car, whichever suits your needs. And come over, say hi. We have awesome things here at the venue. There are so many activities outside. There are so many activities that you can participate in. There's a lot of people that you can meet. You can meet your favorite players, meet your favorite casters.
Your favorite caster, Eterna,
BAs,
Arashi,
just everyone.
G, Ani.
And if you want here, you can also check OVO Grab Food, ladies and gentlemen. There's a special promo with an extra discount of
Really?
5,000 by using the promo. Use the code MLBBOVO or OVO.
Hey.
You can also combine it with other promos. The promo now, because it's only valid in the month of October 2023. So order Grab Food. It's very easy with OVO.
Do you hear that?
I heard that.
It's easy.
Crisp and clear. That's something you don't usually like, Eterna. Easy. So maybe you might not like it, but I think you like promos, right? So it works. It's easy, but it's also promo, so you gotta do it, right? And on top of that, Eterna Agani.
What's up?
I just want to say, this is just day number 1. We already have
This was the grand finals.
We've been rewarded so many times in day number 1 already. I just need more rewards. I need to be appreciated even more.
Don't worry, man. We got you covered.
How?
There's something else to drive you through the next 4 days of
What?
the playoffs.
What?
It's Point Coffee.
Ah!
It's right below your seat.
PC?
Did you finish one already?
I did not finish it.
That's your second one, right? Just, admit it. Admit it. That's your second one.
This is good. This is
That's
good,
their,
ladies and
that's
gentlemen.
the second one. He's gonna chug it now.
Point
But that's
Coffee,
it,
man.
Point Coffee. It's a specialty coffee with a made-to-order concept that serves you guys fresh, quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee beans, made by a professional barista, a perfect barista with international standard brewing machines. And there's more. There's a special discount that you guys can utilize. All you need to do is use the promo code discount PC Playoff. So it's different to the regular season.
Yes.
Keep tabs. It's right below there if you saw it earlier on.
Okay.
But use that to get your hands on the discount.
You know what?
And
That's a lot of points. That's a lot of coffees. But if I were to buy this coffee, is there a way to give me more benefits?
All you need to do is use the Indomart Point Coup app.
Okay,
That's
so
all you need. It's right below you over there.
I heard about this. So you just need to download the Indomart Point Coup app and use it every time you shop for anything in Indomaret. Special for our studio audiences here, you've got to visit the Indomart Point Coup booth because there are free 37 diamond waiting for the new members that register today. So that's why you need to start download the app and use the Indomart Point Coup app to make you legendary.
Legendary.
Nah, do it right, Eterna. Do the
I
line.
can't. We need
Do the
Mara.
line. Do the line.
I can't. We need Mara. Some things, we need Mara.
Sometimes we just need, Mara. But okay, there you go. For everybody back at home, you've already got an amazing series here in MPL Indonesia Season 12 Playoffs. Day number 1, you get all the rewards from Indomart Point Coup, from Grab, all the sponsors. You get a good phone, the phone right in front of me, and you also get free shuttles to take you in and out of the venue, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the LRT station in Pegangsaan 2. You guys can get a free lift. Gratis means free to Mahaka Square, and here's the timing: 11th to the 13th of October, 11 a.m. to 10 p. 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. That's a whole day. And also for 14 to 15, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. My goodness, it's 12 a.m. by the way. There's a little bit of an
typo.
It's a typo. P.A. They're very close. No, they're not. But it's fine because we all make mistakes. But we learn from them.
Human.
We learn from them.
This got very philosophical real quick.
What makes us human? Mistakes. We're very mortal as a human being.
You want to know a fun fact?
Okay.
You just mentioned that mistakes let you grow, right?
Okay.
And you need to find mistakes. Well, Bigatron lost all their matches against BTR Beta 4-0 in their scrims. They learned hard.
They really do. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to our beautiful host over onto the stage.
Really strong.
Sama kita ngelihat bahwa udah ada satu tim yang nggak bisa melanjutkan perjalanannya, yaitu Dewa United. Sementara Geek Fam mereka akan melangkah maju dan juga itu 3-1 Monik.
Wow, dan tapi walaupun seperti itu Dewa harus berhenti langkahnya hari ini. Tapi ini telah mengukir sejarah karena Dewa United pertama kali masuk ke babak playoff. Pertama kali juga masuk ke MPL Indonesia sudah langsung bisa masuk ke babak playoff.
Benar.
Selain itu juga di match yang kedua tak kalah seru. Clean sweep oleh Bigetron Alpha.
3-0 dan memulangkan Rebellion Zion. Histori kembali terulang, namun buat kalian yang penasaran seperti apa perjalanan dari 6 tim yang masuk ke babak playoff, kita akan melihat bracket bersama-sama. Inilah dia bracket terupdate di babak playoff. Dan kita benar-benar melihat bahwa semua tim mereka memberikan yang terbaik. Namun hasilnya 3-1 diambil oleh Geek Fam. Dewa harus tereliminasi. Geek Fam akan melawan tim RRQ karena upper bracket mereka udah nungguin nih untuk esok hari.
Betul sekali, dan tentunya ada juga Bigetron yang berhasil mengamankan posisi mereka untuk melaju ke pertandingan besok dengan mengeliminasi Rebellion Zion. Dan besok ini tidak mudah bagi Bigetron karena harus berhadapan dengan sang Raja Galaksi juara bertahan Onyx.
Apalagi dua tim ini adalah yang memuncaki klasemen di regular season. Tentu saja memang mereka akan lebih mungkin relax karena akan ada nyawa tambahan. Ada lower bracket mulai dari esok hari. Siapapun yang kalah akan turun ke lower bracket. Dan yang menang akan menjadi final upper bracket. Mempunyai slot yang lebih nyaman, perjalanannya lebih enak. Tapi ini bisa dibilang perjalanannya makin panjang untuk keempat tim yang tersisa di babak playoff ini. Besok hari Monica akan ada 2 match nih.
Yes, match pada pukul 1 waktu Indonesia Barat 1 siang, yaitu antara RRQ melawan Geek Fam.
Yap, tapi ada Onyx juga yang akhirnya bisa bertemu tim Bigetron. Dan ini yang dinantikan, bagaimana performa tim RRQ dan juga Onyx di babak playoff. Karena kita udah melihat nih, Geek Fam yang begitu gahar dengan hero-hero yang begitu menarik draftingan yang begitu lihai. Begitu pula dengan tim Bigetron yang bermain sangat solid, bahkan 43 menit sudah mereka lalui. Apalagi yang nggak bisa mereka lalui?
Yes. Tapi tentunya kita akan melihat besok apakah Onyx dan RRQ masih bisa mengamankan posisi mereka di upper bracket.
Yes, tapi sebelum itu kita juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua super fans yang suportif banget untuk kedua tim yang beradu dan semua tim yang bertanding karena mereka sudah memberikan yang terbaik. Yang ada di rumah juga Budi lihat komentarnya manis-manis banget yang lagi nobar dari Sabang sampai Merauke, Wonge, Dewek juga. Dan tentu saja kepada para sponsor yang telah mendukung acara ini.
Betul sekali, karena keseruan ini tidak lepas dari MPL Indonesia Season 12 powered by Muntun, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone.
Official sponsor Head and Shoulder.
Official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel.
Official Gold Partner UBS Gold.
Ada pula partner in esports kita, ada Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, OVO, dan juga YouTube.
Yang lagi nonton di official broadcast kita, pastinya ada Maxstream, TVRI Sports, dan juga video.
Ada pula, terima kasih untuk supplier kita, ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Mineski, dan juga Samsung.
Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan pula semua tim akan terus melanjut untuk pertarungan yang lebih menantang.
Benar sekali, karena hari ini baru awal dari playoff season MPL Indonesia Season 12. Masih ada 4 hari lagi Bude ke depan.
Dari 9 tim menjadi 6 tim, kini tersisa 4 tim. Nasib seperti apa yang akan mereka emban di esok hari? Tentu saja kalian harus bergabung bersama kita di Mahakaswer. Datang ke sini, banyak banget aktiviti seru dan pastinya tim-tim akan memberikan kejutan lebih di setiap match mereka dalam Best of 5 series.
Jadi tentunya kita berdua nungguin teman-teman semuanya super fans untuk pada besok hari di match-match yang tentunya seru di antara 4 tim ini.
Betul, oleh sebab itu kita mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua tim yang bertanding dan juga semua super fans yang sudah mendukung acara ini. Dan kita akan bertemu kalian esok hari untuk battle yang lebih memukau dari semua tim yang beradu dengan acara yang lebih pecah. Di sini Bunda Clara Mongsan mengucapkan selamat beristirahat dan see you tomorrow morning. Let's go.
We are this!
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan